Good morning. Welcome, everyone, to Solidworks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. You are tuned in to the live stream. We're going to be with you from pre-show to wrap every single day. Right now, we're just waiting for the general session to get started at the top of the hour, about 9 o'clock, about 30 minutes from now. So excited to be here. I'm here with Sean O'Neill.
Hey, Brian. You're so far away, man.
I know, all the way down there, that half of the room. We got, I'm Brian Zayas, the other half of the host. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. We have so much content this week to show you guys, and we're so excited to unveil it.
We're already checking out the chat. Everyone in there. Of course, World isn't World without all of you. We wish we could be in person, but we see you loud and clear in the chat from all over the globe.
Brian, I just got my first app mention.
What?
Yeah.
At Sean. Hey, Sean. Hey, Sean.
First competition. Beat Brian.
Hey, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, typically we'd be coming at you live from the playground, the centroid of the event, bringing all the hustle and bustle to you. Of course, we're not doing that today. World is all virtual. And so we're here in Waltham, Massachusetts at Dassault Systèmes North America headquarters, also Solidworks headquarters. Pretty exciting, although it's quieter than you'd think for World.
Yeah, I would say so. It's a little bit quieter, but we're not the only ones here. I mean, on the set, right?
Nope. We're going to do everything we can to bring you excitement, to bring you a great show. We got guests from general session that we're going to be checking in with. We have all sorts of cutaways. We're going to give you guys so much content, whether it's SolidWorks, 3DEXPERIENCE Works, World guests. I'm really excited. So yeah, like you're saying, Sean, it's definitely not just us here.
No, it is not. And that's pretty much going to be the tone for the rest of the week, right? We have 3 days, full days of nonstop content here on SolidWorks Live at 3DEXPERIENCE World 2022. And part of my role here is not going to be solely at the desk. Part of my role here is actually going to be doing what we've termed Waltham walk-ins. And I actually had a chance to do one before the show even started, Brian. I got a head start on you.
Yeah, you were here super early.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to record it?
I did. I got a chance to record this walk-in on none other than Paolo Bassi, the SolidWorks
CEO. Nice.
CEO. So let's take a look. So guys, we're officially here. This is the moment. It's 3DEXPERIENCE World 2022, and we're live in Waltham, Dassault Systèmes headquarters here in North America. And I'm doing a bunch of these throughout the week. I'm doing a bunch of these drop-ins where I'm talking to team members, I'm talking to community members, and I think right in here we have Paolo. So I think I want to try to break in while he's doing his hair and makeup. See if this works. Hey, GP.
Hey, Sean, how are you?
Cool if I come in?
Yes, please, come in.
Awesome. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no interruption, actually.
So GP, I'm actually doing a bunch of these throughout the week for 3DEXPERIENCE World 2022, calling them our Waltham walk-ins. We're talking to executives, R&D team members, community members, all that. And I was wondering if I could ask you a couple questions about the event.
Of course, go ahead.
Awesome. So just over the course of time, what has World meant to you? What has World meant to the community?
Well, World is World. If you think about this, SolidWorks is the most adopted innovation solution in the world. And World is a congregation of all our users. It's the largest event, I would say, in the world where people that are passionate about the product innovation gather and celebrate a lot of things, celebrate their passion, celebrate friendship, and celebrate what's coming in the future. And that is absolutely awesome. And we keep building upon this tradition, and is unstoppable.
And what about this year with 2022, right? Obviously, we've gone fully virtual, but we have tons of content, tons to get into. What do you think the community has to look forward to this year?
Well, first of all, yes, I think we all enjoy in person. We will go in person as soon as possible. We really tried very hard to make it happen this year, but you know how things happen. The community will hear about amazing things. We will hear about global trends, what is influencing us. We'll hear from our Vice Chairman and CEO, Bernard Charlès, the big picture,
Mm-hmm.
And they will hear all the story that makes us so passionate about the future of SolidWorks and 3DEXPERIENCE Works, what is coming in terms of technology, and what are our plans, what is our vision, what are our values. This is extremely important because, as we say, we are who we are because of three things, right? Our values, our vision, and our strategy. And we are here to communicate all of this year after year.
Absolutely. So it's interesting here talking to you. I mean, what makes you, shifting gears a little bit, what makes you more nervous? Is it talking in front of 5,000 people in person or talking in front of, say, 50,000 people virtually? Do you even get nervous?
Yes, you have those butterfly in the stomach effect, but at the end, our audience is so amazing that they embrace us and they lift us when we are on stage, And there is this excitement effect that makes us more effective in the communication. Definitely, I prefer the live things. It's more challenging, it's more, emotional, but this is why we like it the best.
Yeah, there is something about live, right? There's something about live just kind of getting in that energy, but you can get some of that, right? You can get some of that through interactions online, virtually through live chat, through communities, right? There is a big part of that. How much of that do you bring on the stage? How much do you think of that on stage?
I think it is very real, and thank you for the work that your guys at Live are doing. Yes, these days, virtual and real blur each other,
yeah.
and the technology is, went a long way to make this human contact possible even through streaming and so on. As a matter of fact, we can connect live, so it's like making FaceTime, right? FaceTime is a good experience. So we will do as much as possible with as many people as possible throughout the event. And this will get us even closer. And I think it is going to be great.
For sure. It is an interesting feeling, right? Usually we're doing World, it's in a temperate climate. Usually it's 60 degrees, 70 degrees. There's snow outside, right? It's a little chilly here in Waltham. Do you have any favorite winter sports?
Oh yeah, actually I'm an avid skier. I love skiing and I'm ready for the slopes every day. But I do it mostly on the weekends. It is a very favorable part of the year now because it's very cold. So the quality of the snow is very high, which is unusual in this part of the world. But we are enjoying the cold temperature very much.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, maybe after general session when you're done, I know you have your interview with me right after, but maybe we could hit the slopes.
Oh yeah, you are a skier yourself?
Yeah.
Or are you a snowboarder?
I'm a skier.
You are a skier, good. You are a good one. My son is a snowboarder, but okay, whatever. I'm a skier, and I love hitting the slope. So deal, we go ski together.
Deal, we got it.
Okay.
Well, awesome, GP. Thank you so much for your time. I'll let you continue to get ready, and we'll hear from you on general session, right?
Thank you very much. Yes, absolutely. Take care.
Awesome.
And good luck.
Thank you, guys.
Sean, you almost got into some father-son issues there with the skier-snowboarder debate. I mean, you'll have to save that for the after general session interview, but that's cool. You got to check in with him, and we're going to cut to the general session in about 20 minutes and hear what GP has to say. I love what he reiterated. Every year he's bringing us new technology, but it always comes back in his mind to, values, vision, strategy. And I think that's why all of us are part of the Solidworks community for so long, the values that we have and just making great products, whether it's our software or what all of you do out there with our software.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Right. It's about bringing the community together for all of those reasons, especially, right. GP is going to be day one general session. So we'll get a great look at his vision for all of that stuff as we enter into this year.
Well, you're watching our pre-show before we go to general session. This is Solidworks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. Definitely World isn't World without you. So make sure and check out the chat. We're watching it on YouTube, but don't spend all of your time just watching us. We're going to keep it exciting. We hope you stay tuned. But when it comes time for breakouts at 10:45, head over to 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com. You can register for free. Get access to over 200 breakouts, meetups, tour the virtual playground, check in with our sponsors. I tell you, the breakouts are just amazing. We had a chance to go through a bunch of them as we were preparing some highlight reels, so we'll be cutting away to some teasers, if you will, for the user breakouts. Just huge. Thank you everyone who spent time to put together a user breakout.
Absolutely.
Record it, get the video to us. We know it was kind of a scramble, but I mean, there's so much knowledge. You could spend the whole next year watching breakouts, and I swear, large assemblies, configurations, data cards, simulation on the platform, Innovia. It's amazing the speakers we get.
And think about this too, right? It's like you mentioned it right at the end, the speakers. So we have Dassault Systèmes employees, we have users in the community, we have reseller partners, we have educators, students running sessions, right? The whole community just coming together to do a huge knowledge share. And I just love how, you think about a virtual event, it's especially this one. It's free. It's turnkey. You can just go and register. And when you register, you get access to all of this stuff over the course of the next 3 days and really beyond, right? With the sessions getting recorded and being able to play them back. That is an insane opportunity. We're talking hundreds of sessions.
So definitely go to 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com, do the registration, although we're going to be here on YouTube and live.solidworks.com all day. So I hope we can make it. We got beverages. I got my certified SolidWorks.
Yeah, what do we have
expert
here in terms of swag, right? World is typically such a big area for swag.
We'll have to break out the boxes of swag and show everyone the backpacks and the book. I'm really excited today to check in with Hakeem Oluseyi. He's an author and a speaker, astrophysicist, and got a great new book out. It is just kind of weird, though. It's so quiet. We're here in Waltham at Dassault Systèmes North America headquarters. I was trying to think, Sean, have we ever had a World in Boston or Waltham before? Because like you said in your interview with GP, it's usually a warmer spot, someplace we want to go to get 60, 70 degree Fahrenheit weather.
Brian and I are over here in our jackets. We're shivering. Of course, we have heat here, obviously. But
so yeah, World, Boston, Waltham. We ever done it?
Yeah. Have we ever done it? No. Well, we've never done it. We've definitely never done it in Waltham. Boston, though, I mean, we had 1998, but really that was kind of just getting our partners together. So I don't even think I would technically call that World. I would say, though, it's kind of, I mean, every huge event, every huge company, right? It starts with like a small idea, a seedling of a thing. So I guess we could say the 1998 event was kind of like that. And then here we are in 2022, many years later.
Yeah.
Kind of actually officially having World in Boston and Waltham.
So throw out in the chat, let us know when was the first World you attended and maybe what your favorite World was. I wasn't there. I wasn't part of the ecosystem yet. I hadn't touched my first extrude yet in 99, but I guess that's where they decided we need to go south. And they went to Palm Springs or Palm Beach, somewhere, Florida.
Yeah.
They did the first World in 99. And there's all sorts of great stories about that.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I would love to see, like you said, so we have some responses already in the chat here. Let's see.
Justin Burden, my first World was so cold.
So cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are officially attending, right? You're here in the chat. It's funny what you said though, Brian, about the noise factor.
Yeah.
The noise factor. Usually, like we have this set and it's in the middle of the 3D Experience playground. Of course, there is a 3D Experience playground this year, but in some ways, like I at least personally, I feel like I'm so used to doing things virtually now that even seeing you guys in the live chat, even seeing you clamoring there and saying hello and at mentioning everyone, like I do feel, I can sort of feel an energy from that.
Oh, we're getting a fact check here. 2004, there was a World in Boston. That's right. I have it right here in the notes.
Hey, crowdsourcing knowledge is a great thing.
That was a test for all of you in the community, and you passed. Thank you. Thank you, Justin, Axel.
Keep us honest.
Yep, that's awesome. And according to my notes, the skit that year was the Academy Awards.
Oh,
so
man.
Near and dear to our team, of course, is SolidWorks Live. And, of course, our skit we kind of do every year to highlight, preview, if you will, the technology that's yet to come. This year's no different. In general session, you're going to see each day a little bit of our don't miss this demo. You got to check it out this year. We've been sworn to secrecy, though. I can't tell you any more other than check it out. We're going to do a bunch of demos and our best engineers turned actors.
Yeah. I mean, that's really a fun part of the team that you and I work on, right, Brian? Just this ability to humorously, right? We turn into actors for a bit of a time every year around this time of year. Just to get you guys the freshest take on what we're bringing with SolidWorks and 3D Experience. So, and we're in a cool position, you and I, because we get to see a behind the scenes peek of all this stuff. We get to be involved in it as the actors, as the creators. So, and I think I speak for both of us in saying it. What really drives us is this ability to get it to you guys at this very special event in the year with 3D Experience World. So seeing what we've seen, I am excited. We are so excited to show you these skits.
There's so much to talk about. I mean, that's the thing I've noticed with World the last several years is there's just so many capabilities out there that go beyond SolidWorks.
Yeah,
all these domains we hear about, that the 3D Experience platform enables. We know we're going to hear about that today. We're definitely going to hear about it in tomorrow's general session, the R&D spotlight with Manish and his team. It's crazy. I feel like, we work for this company. It's hard for us to keep up with all that we can do.
Right. So,
oh my gosh! Wait. It's just in. We got the running of the nerds.
What?
Everyone getting to their front row seat. Oh my goodness, masked up.
Come
good.
on. Push someone. Push someone. Get them out of the way.
Wow. Yeah, there wasn't enough shoving. Not enough orange shirts.
Brian,
always see the cat.
Brian and I were getting in our earpiece. Oh, here comes running a nerd. We're like, wait. They're gonna storm in here. What's going on?
Oh my gosh. There you go. This is actually really cool. This is a sneak peek at our town hall room over here in the Waltham campus. Sean's gonna be showing you more of the campus. I think it's kind of cool. Get to see where we have meetings and do internal presentations. And what you saw there was a lot of our leadership and our team that you'll be seeing in general session. But yeah, a lot more quiet than usual, waiting in the front of the room. Although I think all of you at home could definitely do this. What I want you to do in about 5 minutes, go outside, run around the block, sprint up to your front door and grab that seat back in front of your desk, and everyone will get a front row seat with Virtual World.
There you go. You are competing with yourself.
That means you can only win.
You can only win, right? There are only winners here at 3D Experience World 2022.
Hey, I'm just checking the chat. Looks like a lot of great memories. A lot of folks who've been going to World for a long time, but also some 3D. I've seen a few of you talking about 3D Experience World 2021 is your first World, which is, hey, that's great. Last year we were virtual only. We're virtual only this year. We're going to give you a taste throughout the week. We have a couple highlight reels of Worlds past. Just Sean, like you were saying, there's such an energy with Live World when we're all together, and I'm feeling that looking at the chat. So we're going to try and bring you as great a content as possible. I'm thinking back to my previous Worlds, my favorite one. What about you, Sean? Do you have a favorite World or your first World? What sticks out to you when you think about Worlds past?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously leading up to this event, I thought about it a lot. Right?
Yeah.
Someone mentioned 3D Experience World 2021 being their first. I would say my favorites, and maybe this is a little bit of recency bias, but if it is, that's fine. My favorites were 3D Experience World 2020 and 2021. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
So, reasons being for 2020, it was the first year where we had rebranded. We had changed the name from SolidWorks World to 3D Experience World, and there was a lot of chatter, right? It's like, is this going to be the same event? Is it going to be a different event for better, for worse? And I remember going to the CAD Monkey dinner, Brian.
Yeah.
Right before the festivities kicked off, the traditional CAD Monkey dinner where you see all your friends, you see the people you'd only talk to on the forums or in the communities or on Twitter or on Reddit, wherever it is. And it felt like that magic, the great magic we had all, every year at World was retained and in some ways amplified, right? With the new fabric, the new stories that we had to tell at 3D Experience World 2020. So that was great, right? We had LN4, a lot of team members involved.
I like seeing the team competition. That's huge. Hackathon for good. We're going to hear from that, I know, on day 3 with Suchit, talk about making for good. There's so much that the community does. I'd love to see you guys' faces. Hey, you can tweet at us, hashtag 3DXW22. Definitely keep the chat going and let us know how you're watching World. Although I feel like we're pretty dressed up compared to everyone out there. Like actually tucked in shirt.
Brian, does anyone else in the chat have a SolidWorks Live shirt on?
No, I don't think so.
I would love it. Please send me a picture if so. But we probably are the most dressed up. The one thing I wanted to say though, I just recalled about 3D Experience World 2020, LM4, people coming up to us, like to me, with that hackathon saying, you guys reminded me of why I wanted to get into design, why I wanted to get into engineering in the first place. That was super special. So as we continue this, we've had World Virtual the past couple years, just continue building upon that spirit.
If there's one thing you're going to take away from World, if you don't do any of the breakouts, although you should, you will literally up your skill. I remember the first time I went to World, side story, 2008, San Diego. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you remember that one.
I don't.
They blocked off a huge chunk of the Gaslight District in downtown San Diego for the special event.
That's probably amazing.
Yeah, Tuesday night, there's always the big blowout event. But I was there as an application engineer, and I was getting my Elite Application Engineer Award. So that sticks out very vividly. You know, any of us who are familiar with that award, it's a lot of certification, a lot of work, a recommendation. And then, of course, you're celebrating with all your friends. So maybe this year there'll be less world beverages, world sodas, and maybe that's a good thing. You know, thinking about being healthy for the new year. But yeah, I love World. What I was going to say about that World, I remember going home and I had a whole legal notebook and it was just full of notes because I was going to all the breakouts I could.
Man.
There's advanced surfacing. I remember like Mark Biasotti, and he's showing me like 50-degree surfacing. I've never even seen any of this. And just notes upon notes. It was really amazing. So definitely check out the breakout sessions. Go to 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com, register for nothing else. Just check out the breakouts. They'll all begin at 10:45. And right now you're watching SolidWorks live at 3D Experience World 2022, and we're looks like 8 minutes away from cutting over to general session. Sean, what are we going to hear? Who are we going to hear from? What are we excited about with general session?
So we'll hear from John Paolo Bassi. We'll hear from Bernard Charlès. Who else will we hear from, Brian?
La Machine.
La Machine.
Yep. Tell me about them. You were doing some research because they're a French company and they're not your typical product development, right?
Yeah. So they're a SolidWorks customer.
Yeah.
Right. And they're known for making mechanical, theatrical works that help us to think differently about a lot of things, about design, about urban planning, about architecture. So I'm really excited to see what they're up to, especially with their recent project, the Heron Street, which we'll learn about.
Nice. Yeah, I'm really excited to hear from Bernard Charlès, of course. We're going to hear about things to life, universes of experiences, and then I'm really excited to have Bernard join us after general session on this program. I mean, I'm only a little bit nervous about interviewing as my boss's 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 boss, but he's such a great guy. Anytime he speaks, it's just, he's magnetic, and I truly believe he thinks 40 years ahead for our company, which is just amazing.
And that's part of what we were able to get a bit of a sneak peek into day one's proceedings, and that's really been my key takeaway, right? It's like we get to see, in a pragmatic way, we get to see a look into the future, right? But not too far detached from where we are today and things that are actually happening today, how companies are actually using SolidWorks products, complemented in a lot of cases by 3D Experience technology. So I am really excited to hear that, from GP and Bernard.
Speaking of different time horizons, we have Harmanpreet. Hey, welcome. First world, first experience, amazing so far. And then Mike Sobocek. Hey, man, 24th world for me. So I love that. Welcome. Thank you for coming together. And no matter where you are, we're obviously together in this mission to better ourselves as designers, engineers, humans, I think, as well. That's a big theme we keep hearing in Dassault, is we want to be more than just product design. We want to think about how we're bringing those products to market. Are we being sustainable? Are we creating things that in 2040 we'll look back and be proud of for our children? There's so much inspiration that's going to happen this week. I'm super excited. Like I mentioned, our keynote today, Dr. Hakeem Oluseyi. I just finished his book. Dude, this guy, he is
You've been chatting to me about this.
I know. I'm so excited to chat with him. He's going to be overwhelmed. Like, whoa, step back.
But you're like leaning forward in your chair. Oh my God, you're here.
He is awesome. He has been on, most recently on Netflix. Have you seen the Baking Impossible show?
I have not. You've told me a lot about it, though.
He's one of the judges. So he judges the engineering side of things. And I'm sure we'll touch base on that. He's got a new book. And ultimately, he has this awesome story. Well, it's awesome because it turned out well. But what you see is perseverance, him seizing opportunities that were given to him. And I think we're going to hear a lot today about how, whether we need inspiration or we're giving inspiration, that's always happening. What we say or what we do, and how we move through the hard times and seize opportunities to go beyond. So I can't wait to hear from him. What else? We got the skit. We already talked about that. Can't say anymore. I already have been texted. Don't talk about the skit.
Don't talk about it.
We'll be doing that live. And general session runs until about 10:30, and then we'll be coming back here. We got GP coming by for a post-show interview.
Yep.
Go to Bernard. We'll go to Dr. Oluseyi, and that's all before lunch. So thanks for checking out SolidWorks Live. We're going to have so many cool segments, whether it's the Waltham walk-ins that Sean's doing. We're going to have Breakout TV, where we're going to take a glimpse at these great breakout sessions we've been talking about. We're going to check in with our platinum sponsors. We have 4 platinum sponsors we're going to hear from live: HP, Lenovo, Dell, Formlabs. That's going to be pretty exciting. And then, most of all, I'm just so excited to be able to go a little bit more casual with our main stage speakers, if you will, go behind the scenes and just get to know them more and understand what their messages was all about. So we're just standing by for the word that general session is going live. We have about 4 minutes to launch. You guys have been seeing some footage from our town hall room. Man, this is good. I'm getting really excited for this, even though it's so small and we're just in this office, but I know everyone out there is really amped for this moment.
I mean, world is such a great time, right? It's a great time for so many reasons. But you think about the virtual experience. Like we're still going to get announcements, which are going to be really cool to hear. It's still a big time of year. You know, you talked about, Brian, just as we have a little bit of time here, just one thing I was thinking about with the breakouts.
Yeah.
Like thinking back to those advanced surfacing classes when we were in the classroom that were happening real time. There's a specialist to that, right? But thinking about the note-taking aspect, it's almost like I got like a pang of anxiety when I was thinking about the scribbling the notes. I'm like, I'll never see this again. I'll never see this again. I have to get it now. I have to get it now. The greatest part about this, outside of the fact that this event is fully free if you sign up, is, you know, not only are the sessions occurring virtually, so you're in the comfort of your workspace, your home, you're taking notes, but you'll also be able to play them back.
Yes.
Right? You'll be able to play them back so that you're not worried about, you know, missing that tip about offset surface, you know, 0 millimeters, do copy surface.
And
we're
right? Trying to keep like the pace of world going. So when you go into the virtual event platform, you'll see the sessions. They're happening kind of at time, like 10:45 or 1:45 or 2:45, and then they'll be able to play back, I think, 48 hours after that. So we're trying to like make a cadence in there. So definitely check them out and then tune into live in between. You know, we're so excited to be virtual. Just the fact that we can reach out to everyone around the globe. It's so nice to see your notes. I was thinking about last year, some of the numbers here. Sean, do you know how many virtual event attendees we had at last year's World?
So if memory serves, that was about 37,000.
Yep, 37,000. I hope we get more than that this year.
Which is absurd. You know, think about 37,000 people in a room. That many people from around the globe, and truly around the globe. I think it was something of the order of 150 countries.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Tuning in.
Everyone gets involved with no travel cost.
No travel cost.
That's
no,
right.
No travel cost. You can tune in from your phone. You can tune in from your laptop, whichever device you're using.
What about meetups? We were talking about, you know, we're looking at some of our notes here about the numbers of what's going on. How many meetups are we having?
Yeah, so in terms of meetups, we have, I believe, about 30 meetups this year.
Okay.
And we should talk about meetups, right? They give you a chance to actually, you know, get together and meet with not only others like you, which is a huge part of what we do with the Hive Mind meetups, but also with, you know, executives, other SolidWorks users, so partners. It's a really great chance to put that sort of personal interaction piece back into World for you.
I love it. And we'll be checking in with Matthew Hall about the meetups, I think, later tomorrow.
Yeah, I believe that is scheduled for tomorrow.
Yeah, we have over 50 guests scheduled for you on SolidWorks Live, so the days are kind of blurring together, as they do at World, as they should.
As they should.
Yeah, because it takes weeks to digest this. Well, folks, you're watching SolidWorks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. We're just about 30 seconds away. Oh, there we go. Minute and a half away from cutting over to main stage. And we have our host, Tracy. I'm so excited about this. And come back after general session at about 10:25, 10:30 when they wrap. We'll be beginning the rest of the day. And, of course, the first breakout sessions start at 10:45. Head over to 3dexperienceworld.com, register, build your agenda. You're going to need 10, 15 minutes just to sort through what you want to attend. So just like normal physical world, make sure you spend your time wisely.
Man, there's something about a countdown clock. Like we're under a minute. I'm starting to get sort of the flutters of, you know, the show's about to start. It's officially here.
Although GP, man, cool as a cucumber.
Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah,
I don't understand how he does it.
No.
Just walks right in, you know, hair and makeup.
Through that number at 50,000 people, like that's not how many people are watching us, I hope.
I hope.
It'd be terrible. Like, just pretend there's no one behind that lens.
Oh,
wait. Hi.
Wait. We've been live this whole time, Brian.
Yeah. I thought we were just warming up. All right. Well, we're so excited. Go to 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com, register, plan your breakouts. I think we're ready to tune over to general session and hear from all the speakers.
Let's do it.
Hey, Paolo.
How are you?
Good.
Abhishek?
Yeah, hi, Jean-Paul.
So we are in the 3D Experience Lab. This is where people come and build their prototypes and unleash their imagination. By the way, what impresses me the most of people using 3D Experience Works is the ability to imagine things that don't even exist. And then they build upon their ideas, they create prototypes like, inspired by the greatest inventors of the past. But, the story is that innovation then happens in garage. People bring their ideas to garage and build the next amazing companies of the future. Is that true?
Yeah, innovation can happen anywhere, by the way, GP. But if you really want to check somebody who's working from a garage and innovating, probably you should check out Aaron from Rise Robotics. He's actually working from a garage.
Okay, let's go after innovation where it happens. Hey, Aaron, how are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. You actually work here.
Yes, Rise Robotics at Mike's Auto Garage.
That's amazing. You came a long way since when there was the pitch competition at 3D Experience World, 2019 in Dallas, right?
Yeah, that's right. We signed our first customer, Anthony Liftgates. We raised an investment round from the engine built by MIT. We needed more space, and so we moved out of Greentown Labs and we moved in here.
Tell me about what you do here.
Well, this is the Rise cylinder, which is more efficient than hydraulic cylinders, and it's solving one of the big problems in climate change by making heavy machinery all electric and affordable.
Very interesting. So you mentioned you came out of the engine.
Yeah, so they led our investment round in our Series Seed, and they're just down the street in Cambridge.
Hi, Emily. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
I'm very good. We are on a quest to discover where innovation happens.
Well, I'm glad you're here. You've come to the right place. We are an early-stage venture capital firm, and we invest in tough tech companies who are trying to solve the world's biggest problems through the convergence of science and engineering. We have a lot of companies who need access to capital, network, and resources that we call infrastructure, and we enable that access to help them along their path.
Tell me, what was the most difficult problem that you have encountered during your job here at the engine?
I'd say to date, the company solving the most difficult problem is around fusion. They are trying to harness the power of the sun and create clean, limitless energy free to the world.
It's amazing. Clean energy for everybody.
For everybody.
That's beautiful. So listen, I heard of a place called the Greentown Labs nearby. Do you know them?
I do. They are great friends of ours, and they're doing excellent work in the clean energy space.
Where am I? I think I'm lost. GP, Josh!
How's it going?
It's going very well. What do you do here?
Oh, this is Spark Charge. This is our HQ. I'd love to show you what we mean when we say innovation.
Oh, here you go.
This here is the Roadie, the world's first portable, ultra-fast, and modular DC fast charger in the world. We're super excited to have made this unit because it now allows electric vehicle owners to have their car charged anytime and anywhere they want.
All of this started with the pitch competition in Dallas, 3D Experience World 2019.
It did. Can you believe that from that stage where we won that award, we've been able to deliver over 100,000 miles of range to EV owners, and we're now focused on bringing that experience to EV car owners across the United States.
I can say that I really found the spark of innovation here, John. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Richard, it was so great to see you at our last advisory board meeting.
Yeah, I always love the advisory board meetings. Last one in particular was great. Yeah. Hey, GP.
Hey, Suchita. I knew I would find you here. You know, I thought that this is your second home, isn't it?
Well, kind of, but yeah, Greentown Labs, these guys do amazing stuff. A lot of our startups, companies using our software are here.
Greentown is the largest climate tech incubator in North America. We're really supporting entrepreneurs and building communities of folks tackling some of the hardest climate challenges through technological innovation.
Tell me the most compelling project you have bumped into.
One of our companies who you may have seen in the news recently, Form Energy, they work on ultra long duration energy storage, really a key piece of the puzzle for deploying a renewable grid.
That's great.
One of the partners came out of Greentown Labs is Forge. We've been working with them. They connect these startups with the companies who can make things for them.
Hello. Jenn of Greentown Labs told me to check what you guys at Forge are about.
At Forge, we help innovators on the journey from physical prototype all the way through commercial scale. We do this with a unique focus on supporting manufacturing, so helping innovators and startups first get ready to manufacture and then connect with the local supply chain.
I know of an organization called Mass Robotics. It's pretty amazing. I guess they may need to work with you.
They do already work with us, and in fact, I definitely recommend you check them out.
Hey, Paolo, glad you can make it. Thank you for coming to Mass Robotics. We're excited to have you.
Tom, tell us what is about Mass Robotics.
Yeah, Mass Robotics is an independent nonprofit that supports the robotics industry. We do a lot of things, but one of the exciting things here in this space is we really work with some young startups and get them the tools and resources they need to grow. We have over 60 companies. They do all sorts of robotics. Evergreens, for instance, they are doing hydroponic growing of primarily leafy greens, and they also have robotics to automate the way they harvest them, so make it more efficient and grow them indoors.
This is amazing. So each and every one of these companies have beautiful ideas, and they actually go out to change the world, right?
They do, and they use all sorts of other resources, including the software that your company provides. Okay. It really drives the engine behind some of these companies and allows these companies to really get out on the world stage.
The world stage, that's right. Imagine, the world stage, that's where innovation happens. Tom, I need to go. Thank you very much.
The journey from ideation to creation is powered by imagination. It's the gateway between reality and possibility, connecting emotion and inspiration to enable innovation. And it all starts when we're free to imagine how things could be instead of how they are. When we possess the solutions that let us imagine together, relationships transcend into experiences. It allows collaboration and creativity to become one, creating a spark capable of propelling humanity forward. Now is the time to dream collectively, to bring together new ideas and people. This is where our worlds become one, where we imagine all we can achieve together.
Please welcome Tracy Wilson.
Good morning.
Welcome to everyone joining us at 3D Experience World 2022 from around the globe. We may not be together in Atlanta as we had hoped, but we're still here, and we're coming to you live from the town hall at Dassault Systèmes headquarters in Massachusetts. And we have a lot of great information to share with you over the next 3 days. So let's get started. Please welcome to the stage Executive Vice President of 3D Experience Works, Paolo Bassi.
Hi Tracy, good to see you here again. Hello everybody and welcome to 3D Experience World 2022. As you have seen from my quest, innovation is everywhere. And our mission to lower the barriers of access to science and technology is a small contribution to the human imagination and creativity that is key to solve the big problems that we are and future generations will be facing. Every year, we come together with one single objective: share with you the technologies and the trends that we believe will shape the future of engineering, the way we work, what will help innovators all over the world invent and reinvent the things that we need and want to live our lives. This is progress, but it must happen in harmony with the world and the natural resources we rely on that are so precious for our very existence. Speaking of the future, I want to have a chat with a special person I have been working with for so many years, and that today takes over the special role of Solidworks CEO, Manish Kumar. Manish, please come on stage. Manish has been leading Solidworks R&D for many years, and this transition reinforces our commitment to the Solidworks community and products that we all love. My job is now to focus 100% on 3D Experience Works and continue with you and many other brands in the Dassault family like Simulio, Novia, Dell, 3D Excite, the extraordinary expansion of Solidworks to the platform. 3D Experience Works defines the future of product design, which is to model, simulate, and optimize innovative experiences.
Thank you, Paolo. I'm very proud to take the helm of SolidWorks. Do you have any suggestions for me?
Yes, Manish. Please make sure that the very foundations of SolidWorks, dedication to our customers, obsession about the user experience, passion for excellence, will continue to grow as we grow with 3D Experience Works.
Indeed, GP. This has always been our goal, hasn't it?
Yes, Manish, it has. So, now, do you have a suggestion for me?
Yeah, I can certainly say that you too should keep the same SolidWorks DNA while you lead 3D Experience Works. As you said, 3D Experience Works is a natural expansion of SolidWorks. So we have a common mission, right?
You are right, Manish. And we are in good hands too. Our teams are amazing, and we can rely on the entire Dassault Systèmes ecosystem to achieve our mission to expand from the best-in-class design experience to the best experience innovation platform. Thank you, Manish, and good luck.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
We also wanted to expand our audience. 3D Experience Works is for everybody, from companies that want to be agile and resilient to makers, students, consumers. 3D is a universal language that everybody can speak to imagine what is possible and dream large, because this is the best way to achieve a sustainable progress. This year, we want to explore the power of imagination. In my trip around the city where I live, Boston, I see imagination at work everywhere. I see the imagination of countless people nurtured and supported by this network of incubators and catalysts like the Engine, Greentown Labs, Forge, Mass Robotics, Fab Labs, our own 3D Experience Lab. We see countless startups flourish into successful ventures like Rise Robotics, Spark Charge, that I just visited. Rise Robotics and Spark Charge started their adventure right here at the 3DEXPERIENCE Works, at the pitch competition. Do you remember? How gratifying to see their success. Albert Einstein said that imagination is more important than knowledge, because knowledge is always limited to what we know, but imagination does not have such constraints. Imagination is the state between ideas and actions. When we are able to imagine together, collaboration and creativity propel human progress even further, and that is when innovation happens. We are passionate about innovation because we know that innovation helps solve big problems. This is why we are put all our determination and focus on 3DEXPERIENCE Works, because we think it is the greatest innovation platform ever developed. There is no single path to innovation. Rise Robotics started with exoskeletons and ended up revolutionizing the world of industrial hydraulics. No single path to innovation. This is why 3DEXPERIENCE Works assembles the capabilities of 5 domains: design, simulation, manufacturing, marketing, governance. You will see in detail during 3DEXPERIENCE World 2022 the impressive progress we made in each of them. But again, innovation is about solving difficult problems. And I want to show you some examples of what we are able to solve today for our customers. Sustain Waste Solutions is a new French company at the forefront of the sustainability challenge. They are specialized in the design, construction, and modernization of sorting centers for recycling waste. The main business problem of Sustain is the ability to simulate the entire recycling process, including the virtual navigation of an entire plant with millions of parts, even before ordering or manufacturing the first component. 3DEXPERIENCE Works was for them the perfect solution because cloud technology has inherently endless capability that no local infrastructure can match. Resemin, based in Peru, is the 3rd largest underground drilling equipment manufacturer in the world. Resemin priorities reliability, durability, and safety in the most exacting conditions a machine can operate. Those conditions are very difficult, if not impossible, to test. It would slow down the product development process significantly and also increase the cost multiple times. After a detailed evaluation, they decided to adopt the superior performance and accuracy of simulation of the 3DEXPERIENCE Works platform. They rely on our simulation capabilities in the cloud to get their equipment right the first time on their demanding quality and performance objectives. This reflects another shift in many industries to introduce digital simulation to replace costly prototyping and lab testing. We think everybody should have access to advanced multi-physics and multi-scale simulation. Impulse is a 25-year-old company based in Qingdao, China, specialized in fitness equipment with more than 230 patents in their portfolio. Their primary goal is to integrate research and development and manufacturing to adapt faster to the very rapid dynamics of the fitness equipment business. To reach their goal, they decided to adopt the DellWorks manufacturing ERP portfolio. This is a recent addition to the 3DEXPERIENCE Works platform that we believe will help solve many problems in the complex logistics of manufacturing and delivering products. We have so many examples where our product-to-platform transformation is helping solve complex problems beyond the state-of-the-art design capabilities. Industrial equipment is our largest industry by installed base. In this industry, many companies specialize in the fabrication and installation of automated production lines and components. Their end customers are shifting from purchasing standalone machines towards full integration of hardware, software, and services from design to commissioning. They want a smooth operation of the automation line with no unplanned interruptions. They want reliable, predictive maintenance and the flexibility to reconfigure the line as market demand shifts to new products. Therefore, the pressing business problem to solve for the automation line builders is to go to the market with a holistic and modular approach where all areas, planning, design, simulation, and operation, work together seamlessly. This way, manufacturers of production lines can deliver to their end clients a full virtual experience of the plant, from commissioning to production, in their existing or new facilities. Once again, our solution to this complex problem is an integrated and modular set of applications that complement the world-class design capability of 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks. We will release in 2022 a new offer for line builders, so stay tuned. We like to help solve problems of any type. Designing your new kitchen layout may be a difficult task, but Home by Me helps solve that problem more than 20,000 times a day in 33 countries all over the world. In fact, many kitchen and home appliances manufacturers are 3DEXPERIENCE Works users, and SolidWorks designs are easily available in the Home by Me catalogs. Last year, we launched in the summer 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks for makers, so far adopted by more than 11,000 makers. I'm happy to announce that the NC shop floor programmer manufacturing application has been added to the offer with no change in price. With NC shop floor programmer, you can program 3-axis and wire EDM with full associativity with the 3D model design in 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks. You asked, we deliver. We continue to push the envelope of mobile and browser-based application. We now have a complete set of roles specialized for the mobile workforce, and I want to announce today the launch of a new offer that includes the most complete set of design applications available on the market today. We call it SolidWorks Cloud, and it includes 3D Creator, 3D Sculpture, 3D Sheet Metal Creator, 3D Structure Creator, Manufacturing Definition Creator, Drafter, 3D Render, all included in a simple package. This is the new generation of mobile CAD, powered by the design assistant machine learning technology that you see here in action. We did imagine time ago a greatly simplified assembly design process, and now here it is, a first in the industry. As we have seen from automation line builders to makers, 3DEXPERIENCE Works helps today solve many problems that were once intractable. What about the future? Are we ready for what is coming? Are we prepared for the unpredictable? We can quip that it is difficult to make predictions, especially about the future. What we can say is that 3DEXPERIENCE Works has the agility to adapt to what we think is coming, to support those that have the desire and determination to imagine without constraints. We know that the future of energy will be drastically different. We know that nuclear fusion is coming, which means clean energy for everybody. We know because we are close to those that dare imagine that what happens in the stars can have practical and safe application here on Earth. We know that we need increasingly more intelligent machines and methods to efficiently fabricate things, but at some point, intelligent materials may revolutionize product design and manufacturing once again. We know because it's already happening in many fields, like the use of memory alloys for medical applications. We know because we are helping innovators to precisely simulate the behavior of implants made of intelligent materials that morph into a predetermined shape at body temperature. We know that robots can be as smart to build any structures out of modular components. Robots will be even able to build themselves, as we see happening in the labs at the Institute for Bits and Atoms at the MIT, led by Dr. Neil Gershenfeld. As for the unpredictable, we know that our specialists in security are relentlessly at work every day to prevent any disruption. We know that 3DEXPERIENCE Works has the architecture and the technology to provide and maintain the top industry standards for resilience and availability. And one thing we know above all, it is imaginations that fuel human progress. And it is our passion to help innovators bring the things they imagine into sustainable existence. Thank you for your attention. It is now my pleasure to introduce to you the Vice Chairman and CEO of Dassault Systèmes, Bernard Charlès.
Thank you, Paolo, and hello, everyone. It's great to be with you, innovators of the world. You, Imagineers of the world, we are tied together by the power of imagination and by the power of turning imagination into reality. You want to create a better world, a sustainable world, and we are together because the magic of virtual worlds is to expand imagination, ultimately to improve the real world. We are in the experience economy. You are in the experience economy. The use of products has more value than the products themselves. The experience economy, accelerated by the pandemic, triggers new categories of expectations from citizens, patients, learners, consumers in our everyday life. Think about mobility. It's not anymore a question of vehicles only. It's about enjoyable, sustainable mobility experiences. Think about healthcare. It's much more than therapeutics. It's about the patient journey on precision medicine. Tomorrow's cities are not only a collection of buildings, streets, or facilities. It's about quality of life and quality of services. Now, imagine the future of the global economy. Imagine factories that produce experiences. Now, imagine the role that you will play in this economy. Imagine yourself as an experience designer, an experience engineer, an experience maker. Imagine yourself as a member of a powerful and inspiring community innovation of people. Expanding your ideas, anticipating your clients' expectations, connecting with the right suppliers and partners, reaching out to new markets, optimizing supply, having traceability of manufacturing, getting qualified feedback from users. That is what we offer you. This is the world we are building together. Now look, these cubes of different materials. Imagine they could speak. What would they tell you? Listen. They are saying, I was a car for 9 years. I have been a car. This was presented at the Design Museum in London. These cubes are all what it takes to make your car. Now, you look at them with new eyes. You can see them as beautiful, desirable, reusable modules. You don't see waste at all. You imagine what you will make of them. You see the beauty of circularity. This is also what we offer you with our solutions. Together, we can manage the entire life cycle of your product from creation to repurposing. This is sustainability in action, indeed. Imagine a world where we can do the virtual twin of anything, from microsystems to everyday products. A virtual twin of everything, and by the way, accessible to all, providing everyone on the planet the capacity to reuse, produce. I like to make things clear about virtual twins. First, when we talk about virtual twin experience, we are not creating a meta or omniverse. That's not our goal. Quite the opposite. Our ambition is to create better experiences for human beings in the real world in which we live, to have a real sustainable impact on the society, on humanity, based on real scientific and industry knowledge and know-how. Second, virtual worlds have been our playground for 40 years now. 30 years ago, many of you know that we made the first virtual twin of an aircraft, the legendary Boeing 777. All planes since then are made that way. Today, we are making the virtual twin of the most complex systems, including human body. We're the only ones with such a wide and acclaimed industry legacy. And we are always looking forward. Our next frontier is to make virtual world available to everyone on the planet, to make them mainstream, as John Paolo said. This is going to change everyone's life. Some of us, like me, remember what was our life before the mobile phone. And then we had the smartphones with the apps. We were able to pay, to buy, to trade, to communicate. Well, mobile web 3D is coming, is there, and we have a big play to create all objects in 3D, reuse them, make them available for everyone. Your clients will manipulate your 3D objects. They will create experiences, reuse them. It will be inclusive, emotional. It's a new world of possibility for all of us and for you innovators. Actually, it's already a reality for innovators. You are all innovators. We have so many showcases around the world. Do you know that Dassault Systèmes animates a gigantic network of innovators? You can reach out to them through our virtual Museum of Innovation. This is what you can see. It's called the Experience Lab, the 3D Experience Lab. Startups in America, Asia, Europe access the resources for 3D Experience platform for free. You too can join the lab. Just enlist to our monthly pitch session to convince the jury and our employees who would become your ambassador. I hope to see there many of you next month. We are also bringing the inclusive power of innovation to the entire community of makers. There are no limits with that community. You can design home interior, connect to the real catalog of furniture. You can fit those furniture in your home. You can create a robot to explore planet Mars. You can create self-lacing shoe to help people with disability. You can have it for $9.99 a month only. The community is growing. Come and empower your ideas. We provide you, professionals, with powerful lever of scale-up businesses on the cloud. So many examples like Migmac Patron in India has adopted, and many more everywhere around the world. Listen to their feedback.
This is the story of how Migma Patron has emerged as the preferred vendor of leading automotive OEMs for manufacturing commercial vehicle dashboards.
We are dealing in commercial vehicle segment. This segment is very vast and very dynamic. Collaborating inside our company and with the customers both are very important. I used to collect all the information from our customer. I used to manually intervene and give it to my design team. Once the 3D experience came, I did not have to manually interfere. Once the data came, it was directly passed on to the 3D experience server and passed on to my design team. They used to run the DFMEA on the 3D experience itself and give it back to me. In case something happens to the data or the data gets misplaced or there is an issue with the server, I would lose all the data. That's why we moved on to cloud. And that's how we saved a lot of infra on IT. And as well, it gives us a peace of mind. We know our data is secured all the time.
You know, it's affordable. It's the power of collaboration. It's your own IP 24/7. Secure access to your data from anywhere. We are with you along this entire life cycle of your business. The core of your business is your imagination translated in IP, knowledge and know-how, experiences. It's our DNA too. I'm very proud that Dassault Systèmes is your partner for lifelong learning too. Imagine how you can grow.
Hey, that's me, Amy. Or that was me, 14 years ago when I was an engineering student. That's when I discovered the 3DEXPERIENCE platform, working on cool projects with my peers and being coached by my teacher who always used to say, the first step to changing the world is to ask the right questions. And my question was, how can I improve air quality in cities? The idea came to me when I looked at a streetlight. I turned it into a streetlight air purifier that converts CO2 into oxygen, just like a tree. Me again. A few years later, at my company, I developed my expertise by learning online about eco-design and biomimicry. I figured out a way to enhance my original idea and draw on additional skills from a genetic engineer and a city planner. Together, we made trees bioluminescent and replaced lamps with trees all over the city. Today, from the comfort of my living room, I teach the next generation how to use the 3DEXPERIENCE platform. Virtual twins, they can innovate, express their creativity, and make positive changes, just like I did. With these, they are realizing their dream of building a more sustainable world.
The greatest power of virtual worlds is to imagine bigger. Virtual twins combine art, science, and technology. That is why they have a powerful, truly powerful effect on how we see, we project, we imagine the world. They can take you 20,000 years back in the prehistorical cave of Lascaux. This cave is known across the world as the Sixtine Chapel of Prehistory. It's a virtual experience you can do downtown in Paris in a museum in front of the Eiffel Tower, by the way. That's the power of imagination. John Paolo Bassi and I choose the focus of the 3D Experience World 2022, imagine. Imagine all that we can achieve together. Our imagination and dreams brings together a powerful community to improve the world. Together, we really reveal a new world to make things, to take care of people, and to live in. Share your great project into your communities, the communities for startup, you know them, the communities for makers, makers on made in 3D, makers support. For professional also with, of course, the famous Solidworks user forum on the Solidworks news flow and information. For students with 3D experience education, and many more projects based on country-based community. Dear friends, community of makers, startup, professional learners, we admire what you do. We are together and we are here with you and for you. have an inspiring experience, a 3D Experience World 2022. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you, Bernard. It's amazing to hear about all of the ways virtual twin experiences have helped customers of all sizes today and will continue to do so in the future. Our next guest is a customer bringing together technology and nature in an unexpected way. La Machine develops living architecture that helps us to dream about the cities of tomorrow. Let's take a look. To hear more about the Heron Street Urban Renewal Project, please welcome Dassault Systèmes Executive Vice President of Global Brands, Philippe Laufer.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an exemplary and pragmatic illustration of Bernard's keynote and Gian Paolo's opening. Experiences Imagineering. Each time I see these creative projects combining art, science, and technology, I feel like mesmerized, like a child. To understand how these dreams become reality, I am pleased to welcome two very important persons from La Machine who are the magicians creating this city, or I should say, citizen experiences. Pierre, Marc, can you briefly introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, my name is Pierre Oefis. I am the author with François de la Rosière of Les Machines de Lille project. I am managing operation of Les Machines de Lille in Nantes since 2007. François is managing the company La Machine and the workshop, which is exactly at the center of our ecosystem.
Hello, I am the director of the design office of company La Machine since 2014. Beyond the day-to-day management, I tried to make the transition beyond from the past when we made the small physical models to the future with 100% digital mockup and virtual twins.
So Pierre, Marc, one of the main themes of this event is from product to experience. We are witnessing, in fact, a profound transformation of the economy that sets the human as a consumer, as a citizen, as a patient, at the center of all attentions. It has an impact on all industries in the world, whereby moving from product thinking to experience thinking becomes an imperative. Imagine and produce a good product is not enough anymore to win, to be competitive. After all, the experience is human. So the question I would like to ask you is, do you observe this transformation? And is La Machine part of this transformation?
Our visitors are our consumer. Our products, I should say our experience, Philippe, help people to share emotion. But very simply, we do all this to make people dream. Into the public space, our machines are questioning people. This experience, they have changed their perception of the city. The city is more sweet, more friendly. A child who discovers a huge elephant of 48 tons in Nantes or a dragon horse in front of the Olympic Stadium of Beijing, it changes his vision of the adult's world and it opens, I think, his imagination. We are not an entertainment center. We are in the real world, in the heart of the city, and our machines are alive. The key to the popular success of Les Machines de Lille in Nantes is this ambiguity between mechanic and life, between animals and machine. We are focused on small details. The mark of sculptor's tools on the wood generate an emotion, and it contributes to create the experience of the spectators. But each creation is a real artistic, technical, and industrial challenge for us. The creation of the author is in direct contact with the design office and the workshop, and this is the reason for our presence now here with you.
Thank you, Pierre. I think hearing you saying that, it's a perfect incarnation of the new horizon Dassault Systèmes has been announcing February 6, 2020. It says, from things to life. So with this positive positioning of La Machine in this experience economy, I believe all our audience will be curious about how you are organized. It could be as an association, as an enterprise, as a maker, a value network, an incubator. We have, in fact, all of this audience type represented today as inhabitant of the works universe that Gian Paolo has been introducing. And I always remember when I visited you, I had the impression that you had all facets of it at La Machine, a very professional design studio, but also the maker's part of your job. I do remember visiting one of the workshops, and it felt like a gigantic maker's shop. So what is the model, Pierre?
The machine is in Nantes because the city of Nantes owns the land and finances our creations. Of course, we have a total creative freedom, and we have a very strong relation with the public, with our public in Nantes. For example, the next project is the Heron Tree, l'Arbre Héron. The construction starts this year for 5 years with a budget of $60 million. But 33% come from an endowment fund. Today, we collected $8 million. We need more. And you discover the website www.arbrehéron.fr. So, moreover, as a cultural actor, Les Machines welcome 714,000 paying visitors per year and set up more than 40 shows a year. We invite artists from other towns, other countries. And finally, one thing is very important for us is the community maker. Originally, we participate in Maker Faire in New York and San Francisco, 3 times each time, and as guest maker artists. And François and I, we were fascinated by these young people who create and manufacture together and who dreamed that their experience will lead to products. This is the reason we create Nantes Maker Campus. With Dassault Systèmes, the meeting with Alexandre Labitte and his team was a real trigger. They understand immediately all that Dassault Systèmes can bring to makers and to La Machine for its creation, and of course for this great project, the Heron Tree. Today, Dassault Systèmes is the first partner of Nantes Maker Campus, and La Machine Design Office is familiar, fluent, and efficient with Dassault Systèmes.
And yes, and it's a very good introduction to a question I would like to ask you, Marc, the final question. These machines are sophisticated and gigantic. They are crafted with art, science, and technology. And the virtual models you build certainly need a highly scalable solution, up to very large assemblies and sophisticated motions and simulation scenario. So, what are the 3DEXPERIENCE offers you are using and your level of satisfaction, Marc?
La Machine is a non-profit organization with a total workforce of from 40 to 100 people. The complexity and destination of our machine implies a great quality assurance in the design, calculation, and the manufacture. And the safety is a major topic for us. For example, the Calais Dragon weighs 70 tons and carry 50 people on its back. And for the most technicians of the audience, has 90 digitally controlled axes. The needs to obtain this quality assurance and this security begin with good communication and good collaboration applied to all stages of a project. We had been using standard-based SolidWorks desktop for 18 years, but with project complexity growing on the pandemic, data management, single source of truth, and working remotely become essential. For us, 3DEXPERIENCE Works is a good answer to these needs with the 3 scopes that are collaboration, 3D modeling, and simulation. We are currently working to improve and augment our usage on these 3 topics. The first and main challenge for us, for now, getting people to accept the change in the way of working. When you rank files on a hard disk for 20 years, and you now use an online database, this is a large gap for a lot of people, but we are working on it, and I'm convinced of the relevance of the solution, and above all, to achieve the challenge of the Arbroaron project.
So transformation is going on at La Machine, and we also understand it's a human adventure. So thank you so much, Marc and Pierre. You have actually entered in the experience economy and are part of the works universe we are addressing in this event. And furthermore, you are the forefront of the 3D web revolution that Bernard has introduced just before us. And I'm sure you will continue, in fact, to inspire many of the people in the world of Imagineers. We have, by the way, agreed, and that's a news, that we'll welcome you with a real example, physical example of La Machine in the next 3DEXPERIENCE World, live, strolling in the event alleys in the Technifair in order for people to interact, to feel this experience. And I'm sure that everyone will love it, especially, you know, adults with the heart of child that we all have. This is, you know, the testimony we wanted to make all together with Pierre and Marc. Thank you again. Back to you, Tracy, with another amazing keynote.
Thank you, Philippe, Pierre, and Marc. And yes, we would love to be able to see one of those amazing creations in person next year. That would be fantastic. Well, our next guest is an internationally recognized science TV personality and global education advocate who has had a long, distinguished career in academia and scientific research. He is the author of the memoir, A Quantum Life, My Unlikely Journey from the Streets to the Stars. Most recently, he was stationed at NASA headquarters, serving as an astrophysicist and space science education lead. A former TED Fellow, he holds 3 degrees, 8 US patents, 4 EU patents, and co-hosts several shows on the Discovery Channel and Science Channel, and is a judge on the Netflix hit series, Baking Impossible. His success is even more impressive given his incredible background and story, which he will share with us today. So please, join me in welcoming Dr. Hakeem Oluseyi.
Good morning. Thank you all so much for allowing me to be here with you today. From what I hear, you are my fellow nerds, so definitely let's nerd out, right? You hear all these wonderful things about space science, education lead, and physicist, astronomer, all that. But look, at heart, I'm just a nerd just like all y'all, right? But let me address the gorilla in the room, Baking Impossible. Now, I know some of you engineers looked at that and thought to yourselves, oh man, I could do so much better. Well, hey, maybe you can. So get ready to audition because, you know, these last guys, they took the fall for you, right? The men and women who were on there, you know, they didn't have time to iterate to perfection. So when you got to get it right the first time, it's just like doing space science, right? But let me get back to the point here. One thing that was very surprising to me in the last year, it hasn't even been a full year since my book came out, is the degree to which so many people from such broad backgrounds could resonate with my story. And why is that? Well, We all go through struggles, basically. And right now, we've been living a pandemic for, 2 years now? Business has changed, our personal lives have changed, and we've all been facing amazing challenges. So my life started out with amazing challenges. So that's the story I'm here to tell you about a bit today. But you know, I am a nerd, so we're going to geek out before it's all over. You know what? Let's just start by geeking out. You know what I just figured out recently in this last week? I'm back in the classroom for the first time in 8 years, and I was thinking of an analogy for the universe for my students. And I was thinking about how matter is arranged in our universe. For example, we're made up of atoms, and all of the mass of atoms are in their nuclei. And nuclei are only about 100,000 of the size of the atom, right? 10 to the minus 15 for the nucleus, 10 to the minus 10 for the atom. What that means, if you think about it, is that the nuclei in our body, where all our mass is, are about a couple 100,000 times their own size apart from each other. Okay? We're mostly empty space. Now, when we take that up a level, right, to the stars in our galaxy, if you look at our sun, which is about 2 light seconds across, and the fact that stars are a few light years apart, that means that stars are a few tens of millions of times their own size apart from each other. Now let's take it to the next scale, the galaxies. How far apart are the galaxies relative to their own size? We have a couple 100,000 for the nuclei in atoms and materials like us. We have tens of millions for stars. So how many of you, by a show of hands that I could never see, think the answer for galaxies must be something humongous? Well, it turns out galaxies are only about 10 to 1,000 times their size apart from each other, right? So the Milky Way is 100,000 light years. The next nearest galaxy to us, Andromeda, is only 20 Milky Ways away, right? And if you think about it like this, those 20 Milky Ways come out to be 2 million light years. So get your mind around this. You know how the farther away something is, the smaller it appears? Well, at 2 million light years, how tiny would you imagine the Andromeda galaxy is in our night sky? Right? A speck, you would imagine, right? Well, actually, it's 6 times bigger than the full moon. It's 3 degrees across. So that thing is huge at 2 million light years away. But the universe isn't what it seems to be, and neither are our lives. So the best analogy that I found for galaxies is the air in a room. Right? If you take standard temperature and pressure, STP, and the mean free path of air molecules, you'll find that they move about 1,000 molecules before hitting. So they're about 1,000 molecules apart, and galaxies are about 1,000 galaxies apart. So the air in your room is the best analogy for the galaxies of the universe. How mind-boggling is that? Crazy, right? Well, anyway, back to me, right? Everybody's favorite topic. Look, I was born to a family where my father dropped out of school when he was 9 years old. He was born in rural Mississippi in 1933. He dropped out of school when he was 9 to work on a family farm, left home at the age of 13, and moved to New Orleans where he parked cars for 25 cents a day. My mother, she was born in the 1940s in New Orleans, and our family was an immigrant family. My mother's ancestors left West Africa, went to France, then the Caribbean, Santo Domingo, then came to New Orleans, and I was born several generations later. Now, my mother, like her mother, and like my older sister, dropped out of school when she was 16 and pregnant. So I had no history of academic achievement in my life. And to make matters worse, right, your family does teach you what they know. And in essence, my family was in some ways entrepreneurial, but some people might call it criminal. My parents divorced when I was 4 years old, and my mother took us to the West Coast where her siblings were. And there, my first cousins were members of the Crips gang, my 3 older cousins. And they taught me how to survive in that world of South Central Los Angeles. And then I moved back to the South at the age of 8, and I was reunited with my father, who I hadn't seen in 4 years since my parents divorced. And my father was also an entrepreneur, and he incorporated me into his business when he was 9 years old, when I was 9 years old. Now, my father's business was both an import business in the city of New Orleans, but also he had an agricultural growing operation in Mississippi. And if my father was alive today, he passed away at the end of 2010, he would be tickled pink to know that his business is now legal in many states. And here I am now, his son, PhD physicist. How in the world did I get here? Well, hope, hustle, and help. A lot of help. There's no way I could have gotten here on my own. And there's no way that we, as the technical people, as the business people, that we can do it on our own. For example, I once worked in a technical company as well. And engineers, I know you might relate to me on this, but you know how it is. The salespeople have to make a sale, but they don't always wait until the product is actually fully developed, right? So we then have to work with them and work with the customer to deliver on our promises. But in my life, what happened was, even though my family was taking me to crime school, I was a nerd. I bonded with books at a young age. And also, at that age of 9, I was sent to the country to live in rural Mississippi. And what I didn't realize was that all that farm work, fixing everything, building everything that you need, was very similar to what happens in my laboratory as a scientist or what I did as an engineer. And what do I mean by that, right? It's right here. We know that engineering, just like coaching isn't all X's and O's, engineering isn't all engineering. There's some art to it. And I guess if you guys are making Solidworks, there's like many layers of art to it. But you know, it's a tool that allows us to do what we do, right? And in my labs, we've used Solidworks a ton. So I'm excited to speak with you all for that reason. But what happened in my life is I was drawn to the natural world. I was drawn to technology, but there was no one in my world who could show me a way there, right? And so every time I made a step in a forward direction, it was because someone reached out, someone who didn't have to. So when I was in high school, we had taken the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery exam, and the next thing I know, a few weeks later, the Navy recruiter showed up. And what he said to me was, he said, "Hey, Hakeem, listen, man." Now, my name wasn't Hakeem then, but let's pretend it was. My name was actually LeBron James, but I changed it to Hakeem so people wouldn't get confused because, you know, I am the world's greatest basketball player. Anyway, we'll let him go with the greatest NBA player. So what ends up happening is I get called to the principal's office, and the principal asked me, "What are you doing after high school?" Now, I was the valedictorian of my high school class. I was a member of the all-state band, and I knew what the right answer was. I said, "I'm going to college," even though I had no idea really what that meant or how to do it. And he says to me, "Come into my office and let me introduce you to someone." And in there was the Navy recruiter, Senior Chief Gage. He stands up, he says to me, "Look, the most I can offer you is $20,000 a year." Now, it's 1983 in Mississippi. I am 1983, I'm 16 years old. So let me say that sentence again, but so that you hear it the way I heard it, okay? "Hi, my name's Hakeem. The most I can offer you is $850 trillion. All right, now we're on the same page. So what did I do? I signed up for the US Navy and I took the nuclear exam. I got into the nuclear program. And my recruiter believed in me, so he started putting me up for these programs that could potentially get me a position as an officer and or in education. And he found one, this thing called BOOST, which stands for Broadened Opportunity for Officer Selection and Training. And the thing about BOOST was, it was designed to take enlisted people who did not have a strong educational background and give them a strong educational background, and then send you to the university, and then you come back and you get 5 to 6 years as an officer. Well, I told you that I was in Mississippi. Do you know where Mississippi typically ranks among the 50 states in education? Somewhere in the high 80s, okay? And my schools in Mississippi were special because when Mississippi evaluated all of its schools around the turn of this century, around the year 2000, every school was given a rating. It was a number from 1 to 5, but let's call them letter grades A, B, C, D, F. Only 4 schools in the state achieved an F. 2 of them were my junior high school and my high school. So to say that I was undereducated would be an understatement. So I go to the Navy, and luckily I have this guy named Mr. Galuli as my math teacher. Now, we had 2 math classes, the regular math class and the remedial math class. Guess which one I was in? I was in the remedial math class. But in that class, we were taken from arithmetic through calculus in 1 year. Now, mind you, I never even heard the word calculus before graduating high school. And now I have a son who's like doing calculus at the age of 11, right? He's 16 now, but he was doing calculus, started at 10, was really doing that at 11. My, how the world changes, right? But in any case, I learned algebra there for the first time, which set me up for college. Now, because I had an atopic dermatitis, I was discharged from the Navy on a medical discharge that you're not allowed in the Navy with it because it affects readiness. So I get out, my friends suggest I go to college, and the same thing happens. I get there and I'm like on a remedial level, but people see something in me and they reach out to me. One example, my first 2 summers at the university, I was actually homeless. Not I'm sleeping on the street homeless, but today I'm sleeping on your couch. Tomorrow I'm sleeping on your floor, right? I'm couch surfing and floor surfing where I can. And that second summer, I didn't have anybody to couch surf or floor to sleep on. So what I would do is I would break into a dormitory on campus. My university, Tougaloo College, did not have summer classes. So the dorms, except for one, were closed. And if maintenance was working in them, then that meant that the air conditioning was on. So that summer, that was the female dorm. So I would break in and sleep on a bare mattress. Now, my classmate, a gentleman named Lorenzen Dunbar, he passed away 12 years ago. When I graduated Tougaloo College in 1991 with a physics degree, he was the other physics major. There were 2 of us that graduated with physics degrees. And Lorenzen was brilliant, amazing, charismatic, and always had my back. But I got to tell you a funny Lorenzen story. Lorenzen was like 6'6", really skinny guy, wore his hair in a high top fade like Bart Simpson. And because his name was so unusual, when people would meet him, they'd often say, "What a beautiful name. Does it mean anything?" And Lorenzen would reply, "Yeah, it means my mama black. It's a thing," if you know what I'm saying. So anyway, Lorenzen comes and awakens me this morning, and he says, "Hey man, you need to come to the admissions office. The University of Georgia called, and they said they need your social security number so your check will be ready when you get there." I had no idea what he was talking about. And this is before what we call that ID theft or identity theft. But I did know what a check is. So I went there and I called them, like he said, and they concurred. "Yeah, man, you've been accepted to our summer research program." I don't know how that happened, so I go to my science building and I run into my chemistry professor. And I say to him, "Hey, Professor McGinnis, do you know anything about this?" And he goes, "Oh, they accepted you." What happened is they had gotten their grant late in the year and they didn't have time to recruit. So what they did is they contacted professors they knew and asked them if they could recommend anyone. And I said to Professor McGinnis, "Thank you, Dr. McGinnis. I really appreciate this, but here's a few things to consider. First off, I have no idea what this thing called research is. Second, I don't have any money or a car or any other way to get to Athens, Georgia to do this program. So I'm not going to be able to do it, but thank you, man. I appreciate you." Dr. McGinnis purchased my tickets to get to Athens, Georgia. Okay. And then when I got to Athens, Georgia, I step into my lab and I'm working for a man named Dr. Michael Duncan. And he tells me what research is done by his lab. Small molecular clusters using supersonic jet expansion, right? They get really cold. Now van der Waals forces causes things to stick together that otherwise wouldn't because of thermal energy mostly. So you get these dimers, trimers. So anyway, Michael Duncan says to me, "You know what? You're going to need to be able to have access. Researchers keep weird hours. So here's a key to the building. Here's a key to the lab. And here's a key to my office." Now, I tell you this, I had received many things in my life, but trust was one that rarely came in my direction. And the reason why is because we all know these stories, right? We all know these stories. We live in a identity hierarchy in our country, right? I've been to 41 countries around the world, and they switch up, right? Here in America, I'm African-American. In West Africa, they say I'm a white guy. In most places, they think I'm a local, right? But we do have these identities. And for someone like myself, I was held in suspicion all the time. And this man just gave me the keys to the building. I was in shock. And I thought to myself, maybe science is a place where I can be judged based on merit, right? And I know what you guys are thinking. Ha, 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 you fell for it, nerd. Merit is a part of it. But, you know, we have to work hard. Reputation is a part of it, and relationships are a part of it. But listen, here is what I know. Together, we can do anything. People came together to make me, and here I am doing my best to help others from similar situations like myself. The book that I wrote, that's the story of becoming me. That was the guy that needed the help and had the hope and the hustle. Then I became me, and I'm the guy who does the helping. And so those of you listening, you could be the manager evaluating somebody. You could be the person in the struggle just trying to make your way up, right? Together, we can achieve it all, right? We can make it happen. That's what we do. Us human beings, we are dope. Listen, when I first stepped into a physics lab and engineering labs, and the manager, the boss, the leader turns to me and say, hey, here's what we're gonna do. Every time I think, you gotta be kidding me. Isn't that impossible? Right? You know what? That's the type of stuff that we do in the world of physics, in the world of engineering, and even in the media world. You know, I'll show up and say, hey, I need this. And the next day it's built. You know, the media people are so good at that, right? Instead of hiring engineers, maybe you should hire Mythbusters. That's a joke. I'm just kidding. But listen, the truth is, if we were trusting and trustworthy, we could be Star Trek tomorrow. That's how dope we are. And one of the things I study these days is life in the universe. And at this point, I'm convinced that we are the advanced aliens, right? Because if you look at what it takes to get to us, the 4 billion years that it took, and the accident of having an actual transparent atmosphere with an ocean, with early life in it that can get bathed in light for 4 billion years, so that early life can learn to use that light for energy and learn to eventually survive oxygen and then use oxygen to make multicellular beings like ourselves. And the fact that you need 3 generations of stars, or at least 2 previous generations of stars, to even have the materials to make beings like ourselves, we are definitely among the first in this universe. And we are at a testing point. We are at a transition point. And as human beings, we can do anything. So let's come together. Let's face the future together, and let's do it. Let's hack it. Let's hack the future. Let's hack our stars, and let's make it happen and optimize to the best that we can. Thank you all for having me. I'm going to be back later in today with more of a conversational discussion, and hopefully you guys will have some questions for me then, and I will be happy to answer all of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. O. Hope, hustle, help. It's so good. I appreciate how you illustrated one of the central themes of the event, imagining what we can accomplish together. And like you said, you will be back with Brian Zayas on Solidworks Live right after this broadcast, so check in and see more Dr. O just after this. Well, as you know, 3D Experience World can't happen without the help of our sponsors. So here's a word from Dell.
Dude, you're getting a Dell. Dude, a lot can happen in 20 years. Like, Dell got really into recycling. They'll take everything from desktops to batteries. Just go online, print out this label, and send in your stuff. Because all great things can make a comeback. Dude, you gotta recycle.
Thank you, Dell. Each year, a small group of our highly talented technical team creates a skit to demo the latest, greatest, and what's yet to come with 3D Experience Works. Okay, do you remember last year's Working from Home Alone? All right, I love that part where that intern Kevin foiled the CAD bandits. And All right, okay, this year's, right, okay. Anyway, the team spends weeks putting together the show. And this year, we got exclusive access to document the project in real insider access information to their creative process. So let's rewind a bit and look in on how Mark Peterson and Michael Steves prepare for this year's Don't Miss This demo.
Wow, Mark, that was an awesome R&D kickoff.
Yeah, can you believe all the enhancements in 2023? Bill of materials improvements, resolve on demand?
And now we just have to put it together for the most original 3D Experience World technology preview yet.
Everyone always looks forward to the skit, and this year, it's all on us.
Right? And we need a theme. Back to the feature. Next top modeler. CAD man. CAD cops. No, all too obvious.
A theme? Tell you what, why don't you work on the research and developing the new demos, testing the new features, you know, the hard stuff, and I'll work on the theme.
Hey, have we done a Star Wars spoof?
Oh, come on, we got a lot of work to do. I'll tell you what, I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna head to the cafeteria. You want a salad?
Yeah, salad works.
Searching. Salad works.
What was that?
Oh, it's my new phone. Some voice search feature. I think it's always listening to us. Probably harmless. Oh, look. It wants me to watch a video. You go on ahead. I'll be right there.
Okay.
Can you model it in SolidWorks by the end of the day?
I can model it in Solidworks.
That's what I said. SolidWorks.
No, you said SolidWorks. That's not even a word.
How do you say it then?
Like everyone should say it. Solid, S-O-L-I-D, works.
Come on, just make the SolidWorks model already. I'm in SolidWorks right now.
SolidWorks? Salad? Do you guys even hear yourselves?
Yeah, the guy wants a SolidWorks model.
SolidWorks? SolidWorks?
We are all saying the same thing.
SolidWorks. SolidWorks. SolidWorks.
No! All right, let's try this. Say solid.
Solid.
Say works.
Works.
Solid works.
SolidWorks.
Oh my God.
Forget it. Just make me a drawing.
Drawing?
Drawings. Oh, look, another one. The joy of designing. How can I resist that?
I'm glad you could join me today. I'll tell you what, we'll run all the apps that we'll be using across the bottom of the screen so that you can follow along. I've got my good old Dell Canvas here, and you can use any device that you want as long as it has an internet connection. There, that's the one. Now let's start by giving some critters a place to live. How about a happy little building right here? Just like that. And a little brother for her as well. Remember, it's your world. Now, let's get crazy. How about my favorite feature, but without a sketch? That's right, just click a face and extrude. Remember, we don't make mistakes. We just make happy, super features. Even though extrude is my middle name, we could change this to whatever we want. What the heck, I'll make it a sweep. So we could just twist it like a lollipop. So good. I 3D printed this one out of acorn paste for my, oh hey buddy, for my pet squirrel. Now, let's change apps by pressing the X key. All yours, buddy. It appears my keyboard's malfunctioning, but no worries, just give it a good whack. There. Now, every scene needs a good mountainscape. Just stroke your finger up and up, all the way back down, just like my crypto account. Well, let's cheer this scene up with a cactus. There, just like that. And how about some flowering deciduous friends for our cactus? Just put these wherever you want, and however many you want. Oh, look, a notification from my friend Andy. he's made some 3D patterns for us. Wow, look at all that glorious detail. Let's have some fun and experiment. Just play around with those parameters. There, that'll intimidate any herbivores. We'll finish by adding a splash of color. Wow, how stellar is that? Well, thank you for joining me, well, us, on another episode, and happy modeling.
Wow. Features without sketches, super features, generative design. That was a joy. But I've got to get back to work on these 2023 demos. 2023, what to do? One of those big touchscreens sure would be nice.
Upcoming meeting in 5 minutes.
Another meeting? How about another video?
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Mark.
I didn't see you at lunch. Are you okay?
Yeah, just swamped. Totally swamped.
Swamped? It looks like you're just watching videos on your phone. Anyways, we got to get to work. I brought your salad, extra sauce, just the way you like it.
Sauce? You mean dressing?
That's what I said.
No, you said sauce. That's not the same thing.
Searching sauce.
Is your phone still making you watch more videos? You need to figure out how to turn that thing off. You'll never get any work done like that.
Hey, I better take this.
Ah!
Hey, B-Sauce, Brian here. I've been studying clouds more closely these days. Sure, there's Cirrus with her wispy curls way up high, and Stratus with his big layers making our days cloudy. My favorite? Cumulus, those big heaps of cotton balls just waiting for my imagination. On the ground we have clouds too, and I'm not just talking about the fog on a brumous day at the Golden Gate Bridge. Just like those clouds are condensates of water vapor clinging together, data centers condense massive compute power in giant buildings, each with thousands of servers that network together to form the cloud. Here you can develop applications, services, security, and pretty soon you have a platform that's globally accessible and always connected. Like 3DEXPERIENCE. Human history has sure seen its share of platforms, speaking platforms, political platforms, diving platforms. The 3DEXPERIENCE platform can certainly elevate any of us. All it takes is hard work, Wi-Fi, and a good mouse. In his 1967 patent filing, Douglas Engelbart first mentioned an XY position indicator for a display system. Now, that sounds pretty ho-hum, but think about seeing that demo for the first time. The mother of all demos. Not just the mouse, but graphically navigating files, word processing, hypertext, video conferencing, all concepts we still use today, except today our clicks or touches can activate within milliseconds more power than thousands, millions of Engelbart's SDS 940 computer. Those clouds, they take years to transport water around the globe, but the cloud that we can connect to today can move your ideas and imagination around the Earth within seconds. And as always, thanks for clicking.
Mother of all demos. How about that? Demo. Huh, I feel like there was something I was supposed to do today.
Call from Mark. Call from Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Michael, where are you? Sounds like you're in a cavern or something. How are you doing on the demos?
Oh, right, demos. Real busy. Hey, I'm actually kind of in a meeting right now with,
John? Are you in a meeting with John?
Yes, John.
Great. He can help you with the new patterning features. Make sure you download the data set from him.
Yep, just downloading some data right now.
Searching.
Are you tired of this happening to your CAD machine all the time? Or what about this? Or this? This happened to me just last week. These types of accidents are inevitable, especially when you're trying to get some work done sitting on your favorite seat in the house. Uh-oh, that ain't good. Say goodbye to that laptop. And watch your CAD license go down the drain as well. But now, with 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks, your CAD license is connected to the cloud. So after one of life's little mishaps, you can pick up right where you left off. Your license now follows you, not your computer. And roles can be managed right from the dashboard. Just drag and drop them right onto your users. And what about that mischievous coworker Larry, who's constantly writing over your data on the network drive?
Ha ha ha! I'm going to save over all your SolidWorks files.
Not with 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks, you're not, Larry. All data is securely stored and controlled on the cloud, and you can access it from anywhere on any device. Collaboration on projects is easy, even when working remote. Try to write over that, Larry. And it's SolidWorks. It cuts, it extrudes, it sweeps, it fillets, it chamfers, does assemblies, drawings, and much, much more. And if you call now, all of this and more can be yours.
Well, for sponsored content, not bad. 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks does look better than ever. But enough of that guy. How about some more of those cloud apps?
Here you go.
What? That's a Fruit Ninja, man! Yo, let's design a Ninja Turtle head. Who needs a Ninja Turtle head? I do. I need a Ninja Turtle head right now. Okay, here we go. Pick a shape, any shape. Stretch it, squeeze it, flex it, bend it, nudge it. Oh, yeah, nudge it, baby. There we go. Crease it. Where's my head? Where's my head? There's my head. There's my head. Where's my head? Be patient, Mikey. Hide it, taper it, bend it, locate it. Boom! Print it, baby! Print it! We save Michelangelo! Mikey! And just like that, Mikey is back.
Eek! That sword did not look safe at all. Whew. But those were some tubular cloud apps. We saved Michelangelo! Michelangelo!
Call from Mark. Call from Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, Mike, just checking in. Any progress? We're flying to Atlanta tomorrow morning for World.
Yeah, totally. Hey, I'm actually driving right now. I'm driving home, so I'll just meet you at the airport tomorrow.
Searching.
Ooh, one more for the road. Don't mind if I do.
Those were some great videos, but it looks like you guys are a little bit behind schedule. Good thing they still have another couple days to figure out their 2023 demos. And speaking of watching videos from the bathroom, it's break time. You will now have a few minutes to take a break before sessions start up at 10:45 Eastern. So be sure to head back to My Dashboard, where you can browse your agenda, access your technical sessions, view your appointments, and join meetups. And I'll see you again this afternoon for our daily wrap. Have an amazing day.
Sean, that was an awesome general session. Way to start day one of World, right?
Expected, right? We got skits, we got amazing speakers. Yeah, it was just fantastic, Brian.
Oh, wait, hold on, out in the hallway.
What happened?
GP, hey, get in here, man. You're done for the day. Come in here. Hey,
not done actually.
Oh, okay. Just getting started. Yeah. All right, we're gonna snag you from the hallway here. We promised the audience we'd be checking in, of course, with our main stage speakers. So you could be the first victim.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're doing a Waltham walk-in on us.
Okay.
We're reversing the roles.
Oh, how did it feel in there? You had, what, a dozen of our closest friends in there, but behind the lens, tens of thousands, the chat was going crazy. How'd you feel?
Yeah, I feel good, actually. It went very well. Of course, the team did an amazing job. You guys are amazing, and you were able to pivot to complete online and to provide such an amazing experience. Yes, I was checking myself online. Apparently, we are delivering a good experience to our audience, and I'm very happy for that. We also have, first-class guests.
Yes.
The skit was world-class as well. It was hilarious. I saw it for the first time.
Oh, the first time.
Really beautiful. The joking on the pronunciation. I have my own pronunciation challenges every now and then. So it was.
Say solid. Say works.
Solid works. Solid works.
Yeah, but you have the works. It's very good how you say it.
We should have had you for the skit.
Yeah, actually, yes. I was part of it last year, right?
Last year you were supposed to be the bandit on Work From Home Alone.
Yeah, you're right.
But no, thank you. You're always game to be part of anything, including this sit down. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was good. Also, Dr. O was really inspirational talk. It was really touching, and what an amazing story. Of course, Bernard gives us, a huge vision of where we are all going as Dassault. It is good, inspiring to see we are part of such a big movement, towards creating a better future, because we can make a difference. If you look around you, 50% of everything is created using our technologies. This is pretty amazing. So
every one of us can have an impact. So we're going to talk to Bernard in a little bit. I'll ask him more about that. Yeah.
Also, La Machine. I remember I visited. Was one of the first clients I visited many years ago in France, in Nantes, and I was impressed. It is amazing what they do. And every now and then I go and watch the latest videos, and it is good. I think Philippe said that we are going to have them next year as well. I really hope so, because we wanted to put them in the playground for everybody to see what kind of machines those are. These are really amazing.
Wait, next year? Where's that?
Next year.
Next year.
No, next year. Next year, 2023. We hope to be, in presence, but
we can't get it out of them, folks. Where it's going to be? We got to wait till Wednesday.
We're trying hard.
No. Hey, you tried to trick me. No way.
That's why we brought you here. We pulled you in, tried to get you to spill the beans here.
Right. No bill, no spin, no beans to spill. So yeah, La Machine is an amazing story. But we are just at the beginning. We have 2 more days. There will be a lot tomorrow with the product showcase as usual. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I heard that we are almost like 30,000 online.
Excellent!
Wow, we're ascending. That's great.
It's pretty amazing. And all happened in the last few weeks, as we all know, and that's really inspiring and encouraging, because it was not easy. It was not easy to pivot the last moment, but of course, life is unpredictable these days, right?
Yeah.
So we have to adapt, and we are actually able to adapt.
Sean was telling me this morning, we were talking about just how strange it is to do World like this, but how important it is, because all of us have so much passion around World, yourself, the community members, and then it just was so evident how everyone came together to put the virtual event together in the last couple of weeks and make it special. And the breakouts are going to be starting here in 7 minutes, and I'm amazed how many people were able to record their breakouts, submit those. So I have over 200 breakout sessions available for folks to check out.
Yeah, so the learning part is so important for us, and I know for our audience, and it is really good that we were able to put together so much high quality content that will be available forever to all our users, and especially the quality. I reviewed the themes, the presentations. Really top-notch stuff. Here you see is the place. The world is the place where you have probably the highest concentration of brain power that you can see. I mean, it's amazing. It's truly amazing. It's truly amazing to see this. And also, the other thing is that is beautiful is the will of everybody to share it, to make everybody participate to this phenomenon of 3D experience world. So it's beautiful, it's encouraging. And yes, we were able to do it. It was extremely important for us to do it no matter what. Yeah. And it is happening. First day, it happened already almost. So and thank you. I want to thank everybody because the team really put together a huge effort with extreme dedication, working nights. People were here at 4:50 a.m. Yeah. I went to bed a little bit earlier than that. So it is beautiful. Once again, I think this event is what propels us for the entire year. It's fuel us, is giving us fuel for the rest, and enthusiasm, for the rest of the year. So this is how important is this event.
Yeah. One thing, GP, I mentioned it actually on our pre-show before general session, is that, we get so many announcements during general session. One of the big announcements, which you didn't spill the beans on when we were together, during the before show, was your transition, right? So you are now the executive vice president of 3DEXPERIENCE Works. We have Manish Kumar, both you guys longtime members of the SolidWorks family. Now Manish is the CEO. What can the community look forward to now with this new partnership and your new roles?
Yes, I think the community will see a dedicated focus, right? And first of all, they will see a very well-known person and professional. Manish has been with SolidWorks the entire duration of his career, so he's very, very strong, very well-known in the community, a huge technical background and also business sense. So what this means is that the two of us will continue in this tradition of expanding the amazing roots of SolidWorks, that we stay deeply into the design space. We are the authentic design space, and Manish will bring it to the next level for the next foreseeable future. My job, on the other end, will focus on the expansion. We said, design is changing. Design is not only about the modeling experience, but is about bringing the product all the way into the manufacturing world, into simulation at every stage of the design process, into data management that allows through concurrent engineering, the creation of supply chains that are so important these days, and all the way into marketing, into sales, because this is what our clients do. They don't stop their activities as design. Right. So I will be focused on that, on the expansion, while Manish will be focused, with all his energy and team on continuing the extraordinary path of SolidWorks. Now, let's repeat again that SolidWorks is one of the pillars of 3DEXPERIENCE Works, right? We said 5 domains, but of course simulation could not exist without a very strong root and basis in the design, right? Manufacturing could not exist if there were not the design assets created by the most successful and adopted CAD system in the world.
GP, I'm getting news that we got in trouble for snagging you from the hallway now. You're actually supposed to go on to your next session.
I was carried out.
We love that you can say.
Too many good news today.
I'll get in trouble, but hey, you can give us a hall pass, right, for stealing you?
Yeah, okay.
All right, well, thank you so much, GP. I wish we had more time. Hey, drop in tomorrow, Wednesday, whenever you have time.
Absolutely.
We can chat some more.
You're welcome back.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Sean.
Everyone, thank you so much for sticking with us at SolidWorks Live. At 2 minutes at 10:45 Eastern, our breakout sessions are starting. Check those out. We're going to cut away in a couple minutes to a little teaser reel so you can get a taste of what those are. They cover every topic. And as GP was talking about, all the different domains, disciplines are represented. Sean, we have an insane day set up for live. We've already,
yeah, we do.
I think we got past the hard part interviewing GP, although I have Bernard coming up.
Don't get staged right now.
I guess I have to interview him. That's cool, though. He's amazing.
Focus on the camera.
But yeah, coming up, go to your breakouts. At 11 o'clock in our live program, we'll be interviewing Dr. Hakeem Oluseyi. We heard him at the main stage. I have so many questions for him. I'm definitely going to fill up that 15 minutes. That's at 11 o'clock. Then what are we going to do? We're going to sit down with Bernard. We're going to sit down and talk about the Model Mania challenges, both of which are virtualized desktop and 3D Experience Cloud. So we'll be talking with Jenn and Gian. Sean, you're going to check in with Lyndell and Adam, talk about user groups.
Yep.
We're going to do a simulcast of the core podcast at 12:15. We're going to be exploring the shop floor with Michael Buchli at 1 p.m. Abhishek, Bali, you're going to do a drop into our 3D Experience Lab.
Yeah, we'll hear from Abhishek as well as some accelerator members at 3D Experience Lab. See some actual products. Love
Absolutely. We're going to talk. I saw in the chat people talking to Mike Puckett. I hope your leg's doing all right, buddy. We're going to have you come in this afternoon. We're going to take a look at a sneak peek of a new documentary. We're going to start talking to some of our sponsors, get that catch up with tech and what's going on, with what kind of hardware we can ask our bosses for in the new year, and so much more. So stay tuned to live. And if you really want to get in depth, up your product skills, head over to 3dexperienceworld.com, register for free, and jump into your first breakout. But for the next 15 minutes, we're going to take a look at some of those breakouts. And again, these are expert presenters, whether users, application engineers, our own product managers, the R&D people who write the code. Seriously, this is the time to go in and find a topic that you want to increase your knowledge on. Go do it. Get your pens ready. Such an awesome chance. So with that, let's take a glimpse into our breakouts, and then we'll be back here at 11 o'clock Eastern.
Let's do it.
And as you can see in the video here for the mate controller, all right, it's an easy way to create motion based off of the mates that we have defined. Let's go ahead and take a look. So in our next example here, we're really going to use our imagination, and we have this robot that the pirates are going to use to scoop and load their cannonballs into the cannon. As you can see, the robot's going to have some rotation and some extensions to it. So we want to show that with the mate controller. I don't have it up on my assembly tab, so I'm going to search for it using the search tool, but in a different location, right on the S key. Now we have the ability to just hit S and start looking for the command we want. From there, we can add it, or we can access the command right from there. Once we're in the property manager for the mate controller, right, we can select the mates that we want manually. Another great example of renaming to something that's relevant to you. Or we can let the mate controller just choose all the supported mates. Once we have the mates that we want, we have the ability to reorder them if you want. That is how they're going to show up down in the mate positions. Once we have that set, moving down to the mate positions, we have all the mates and their values listed, as well as our initial position 1. So it's best to have no changes in the first and last positions. And so we can go create our next position, then we can just create our different positions and then modify the values as we wish. We can then change the values, and update the position, and then go in and create our new positions, which we can leave with the generic name or give them something more meaningful. So here, we've only been updating one mate per position, but multiple can be done if that's what's needed. Right, because here we're going in and we're showing the steps of scooping the cannonball, right, and then rotating it over and then dropping the cannonball. So our last mate here, it's a limit angle mate, so we can actually slide the slider down there to position it, or go in and type the value if needed. We can even go in and choose the configurations option to create a configuration of the position shown. And one final thing I like to do here is go back to that initial position and then create a final position so that it shows that motion from the beginning.
So let's review Act 2. I gave you a little introduction to input formula functions. We talked about that magical string X from list, very powerful function that you can use. Showed you how to disable multiple controls at once by adding them to a tab control and then using control logic on the tab control. And we were able to clear checkbox controls using some input formulas. And so we're to the grand finale. So I thought we'd have a little bit of fun. I've attended many SolidWorks conferences over the years, so I thought it might be fun to actually do something related to that. And so I've created a card that I'm going to import and actually not save it. All I'm going to do is pick the controls off of the card and paste them in place. I had these arranged a little bit better, as you'll see. And what I'm going to do at this point, I've already built this cards. I wanted to show you the results at first. So you'll see that if I choose a conference year, not only will I get the city, but I will also get the state. Those will be saved to different variables on the list. So what's the magic behind
blank slide? I want to make a really good image here that has underneath it all of like an image, maybe like a stock image or something, right? So let's switch over here now to my favorite image website called Unsplash. This is the one that I like to go to. And let's search here for maybe drone. Hey, this is a cool shot. But remember, these ones up here are gonna be cool because they're the premium ones. These are the ones that we're allowed to use, okay? So since I'm doing a drone, maybe I want a drone image. No, I want maybe this one. Cool, let's do that. I'm gonna download it, okay? Here it is right here. And I'm gonna drag it off so it's over on the side of my screen here, so that all I need to do is switch over to my presentation, drag and drop it in. Now there it is. But I'm gonna zoom out a little bit, okay? And I wanna make it full size, okay? I want that. Okay, there we go. Drag it up and over. And now the design ideas are getting in the way, so I'm gonna stop suggesting. Now I manually have to go in and get it under design ideas if I want to use it later. Okay, just like that. Now I'm gonna crop it so that it gets out of the way. PowerPoint starts snapping to it. Love it. Right, boom, like that. And then now I'm gonna just do an image here that goes from end to end to cover it up because I like this look and feel with a nice transparent image. Okay, so first I'll do no outline and then shape fill. I'm gonna do gray maybe. Yeah, like that kind of gray, like that. And I come here, right click on it, format shape, fill, and I'll bump up the transparency so you can see through it, okay? Like that.
Is that it gives you visibility on where this component is being used, what are the related components to it, before you do any decision of modification. So it's really one of the most important apps that helps you to take decisions in such cases. So first, let's focus on the product engineering release. So this is the application. We see here on the left side that my hatch has a hybrid design. So it has two sub-assemblies. One is Solidworks, and I can see it from the CAD master. It's visually easy. And I see that the other sub-assembly is designed in CATIA V5. So within one click, I can see in this panel different engineering information which I can navigate. I can have more access to more attributes. And again, I can see that the CAD master here was Solidworks, which means that this sub-assembly was designed in Solidworks. And from here we can update the attributes if needed. Now I'm going to focus more on this engineering definition so I can maximize this view. I'm less interested now in the 3D visualization of this assembly. And I can start navigating on the structure. So it could be a single structure or multiple structures. I can simply start navigating on the complete structure or the complete definition. And since this could be huge, I might want to focus on a specific type of components. So for example, we can colorize the components based on their CAD master. So using the tagger, I can colorize the relevant components.
First up is XDesign, part of the 3D creator role. Now, some of his superpowers are patented super features. Also, we have a range of artificial intelligence driven accelerators that we call the design assistant. We've also got design guidance to inspire brand new designs or optimize existing ones. We've got the single modeling environment, so we don't need to really worry about what should be a part, what should be a multi-body part, what should be assembly or a sub-assembly. It's all fluid. We can chop and change. We can start doing several parts. We can break them down into features, and we can group features into parts and then sub-assemblies. Really, really flexible and fluid to get going with parts and assemblies. And we also have really nice immersive environments to design in the context of experience. So it's really nice graphics, quite realistic, and not needing a really expensive graphics card to get the benefit of that. Really nice environment to work in. So let's take a look at some of that. So the first thing, super features. So this is patented, it's exclusive to our X apps. Now we've got a little design here. We've got a cutout for an O-ring, which we've done as a revolve, just a revolve cut. But if we needed to change that to more of a kind of rectangular shaped gasket, we can do that just by editing the revolve feature and change that to a swept cut instead, because they're basically the same code underneath. So we can just change the references that we're selecting, choose different ones instead, and going back and forth between a revolve, a sweep and an extrude. So you're not having to rebuild and reattach different features and references. You can just get on with the design job in hand. So really, really powerful stuff there. Another superpower that XDesign has is design guidance. So this is really useful if you're not really sure what shapes you should be looking at. We can apply real world loads, and we've got little references built in there, like the weight of a car or the weight of a person, just to give you some frame of reference if that helps. But you can also type in your own values. And you can either start with some geometry and kind of optimize and chop material away, or you can start with just sketches as references, so you don't even need to know the kind of environment, the overall space that you've got. You don't need to work with an envelope. You can just create that on the fly and just work from sketches. So really, really powerful to get started and inspire new designs or do some optimization. And then the third one that I really like to focus on is the design assistant. So smart assistants are really part of our everyday lives. You know, we use them to turn on our heating or air conditioning. They tell us the weather, play us music. You can even change the colour of the lights in the dining room, or even order us some extra soap for the bathroom. So now we've actually added them to our design tools. So instead of us having to make lots of manual selections, for example, we can let artificial intelligence predict the selections based on the first one. It recognises what we're trying to do and makes all the other selections for us. We've got the same for sketching. So if we use some kind of underlying geometry, the design assistant can predict where we want to maybe add some more sketch entities. So really powerful for both of those kind of workflows.
And we can see this impact if we run the same model on 8 cores in the cloud. Now, by leveraging the cloud compute, I can see a 4.5 times speed up compared to the baseline, and better performance running on the 8 physical cores cloud provides. At this point, I'm working within the capacity provided by the structural mechanics engineer role. But can I do better than this? 60 minutes is a reasonable time, but what if I need to run lots of these simulations? The sooner I get results back, the better. So if I upgrade my cores to 18, I can again half the expected turnaround time to 8 minutes and achieve over 8 times speed up compared to the baseline. And this is the kind of additional capacity and speed up and benefits we can see when we start using our compute licensing framework with SimUnits to access these additional cores. So this is a nice demonstration of how to go from over an hour to get some simulation results to 8 minutes by leveraging 3DEXPERIENCE Cloud Compute. Next, let's have a look at what we can do for electromagnetic simulations. This example I've chosen is a printed circuit board design, which we find in most electronic devices. This particular one is a FIFA wireless card, and the analysis looks at high-speed signal and power integrity analysis using one of the time domain solvers provided with the electromagnetic engineer role. The role itself comes with 16 cores embedded compute as default, and this can be used to run locally or in the cloud. For the baseline, I chose to run exclusively on the 6 physical cores on my laptop, and that gave me around 4 hours and 20 minutes turnaround time, which is a good portion of a working day that my machine has been locked up for. This role does allow me to run on 16 cores in the cloud, and already I can see benefits as I can get my results back twice as fast by using the cloud hardware. But there is also the option to run on additional configurations on 36 cores, 144 cores, or even on GPUs. And as I leverage these top configurations, you can see I can get my results back now in under 30 minutes and over 10 times faster than just using my local hardware. And again, this is all done by accessing the sim units and our own compute licensing framework. Next, we're going to look at some fluid dynamics simulations. This example is a fairly straightforward steady-state aerothermal analysis of our computer circuit board with some heated components and some heat sinks on it. The model is fairly small, about 1 million cells. Running this on the 6 physical cores on my laptop gave a solution time of around 45 minutes. When moving to the cloud, even using just the 16 cores that are included by default with the role, I see an immediate 4 times the improvement over the baseline. There's still the option of adding more cores, this time moving to 36. Although there is an increase to 5 times faster, the sweet spot for this particular model probably lies with the 16 cores in the cloud. Additional cores may be better suited to models with higher cell counts.
Hello, everyone. If you're not watching a Breakout, hopefully you're watching us here at Solidworks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. We promise to take you behind the curtain and talk to some of our main stage guests. I am so thrilled for this next guest, Dr. Hakeem Oluseyi. He is joining us for an extra chat and to take some of your questions that you had in there. Hey, Dr. O, can you hear me okay?
I certainly can. Thank you.
Hey, how did that feel, giving a keynote to tens of thousands of people from your home office?
Well, you know what? It was kind of weird because I couldn't see tens of thousands of faces, but I did get some feedback on Twitter, so it's all good.
Hey, I know you're asking for some questions, and I have so many questions for you, but I like this one from chat. Sarah's wondering, what's your favorite celestial object?
Ooh, that is a good one. It all depends on how I'm looking at it, right? So when I'm looking with the naked eye, there's a cute little constellation, more, and for those actually guys out there, asterism, known as Delphinus the dolphin. Love it.
Never heard of it.
When you're looking through a telescope, Saturn beats them all.
I love it. So I got some other questions, but I think I want to circle back to them because they look at the future, some of the inspiration you've brought us. I want to talk about something a little bit more serious, baking impossible. Yeah. Can we talk about that for a few minutes?
Let's do it.
All right,
Let's do it. I'll give you all the secrets.
Well, great show. I think what I enjoyed most about it is you were very positive with your critique, I think, on the engineering side. One of the themes that comes out in your book and in your talk is that sometimes in life you need to be inspired, and sometimes you're the one giving inspiration by how you speak. Do you feel like you were thinking about how your words to these young engineers might resonate with them throughout life, and maybe a little bit more generous sometimes than they deserve?
Well, now mind you that what you see in the show has been edited to the degree that I have, but I would tell you this. Here's an insight. After the very first episode, before the boats made of cake went into the water, I got a chance to look at them. And I told the executive producers, I said, hey, look, about 3 of these are going to float. Are we sure that these, we want to do it like this? And they're like, oh, no, they'll come around. We know, don't worry, right? But yeah, it really is, as a leader, as a mentor, what does the person need? Do they need encouragement or do they need a kick in the pants, right? And you have to figure that out, customized on an individual basis based on what they respond to. And so, engineer, they wanted to make me look good and kind. So they probably, I may have been a little harsher than they showed.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about, in your book, there's so many places where your teachers gave you an opportunity or said the right thing or, recommended you for a certain program. And I'm thinking you must be paying that back, as much as you can to these young engineers.
Man, I am trying because I know that I would have gotten nowhere fast without help. And so, I'm trying to pay that back every day, whether it's young scientists, young engineers. I realize that there are people out there who are incredibly talented, but, for whatever reason, everybody doesn't have the same level of preparation. Everybody doesn't have the same education. And I'll tell you a quick story. I have a son who's now 16. When he was like 4 or 5, my mother said to me, I think he's smarter than you are. To which I replied, no, the heck he ain't. His dad has a PhD in physics. Yeah. Neither one of my parents graduated high school. He has a better education than I do.
Well, you said something last summer. You said to Neil deGrasse Tyson on Star Talk that you were coming out of high school drastically undereducated, like remedial level, as you say, but you were passionate. So a lot of times maybe what we need before we get to that opportunity is just someone to light our spark. Like, what would you say to young folks, no matter what their circumstances? How can they stay positive, stay hopeful, keep the passion alive, no matter what their setbacks?
Absolutely. Well, my job as a scientist is to observe and report, right? Make rigorous observations, report what I see. Yeah. Let me tell you something I've observed over the course of my life. Everybody that I know who wanted to be, and I've known a lot of people who wanted to become something and work toward it, outside of sports and entertainment, they achieved it, no matter how wild it seemed. So imagine me, this little kid, living in a trailer in the woods in Mississippi. Parents didn't graduate high school, and I'm out here talking about, I'm going to be a nuclear physicist. I'm going to be an astrophysicist, right? we live in this land of opportunity. And I tell you, sometimes the people who immigrate here can see it better than us, you know, and you have what's known as immigrant hustle, right?
Yeah.
But if you don't accept no for an answer and you strive, you will make it. It is the truth. This is what I see.
You can only go so far alone. One of the things, Baking Possible, one more question. These teams, what I think was unique, these teams were complete strangers, and I'm sure they got to know each other, but some of the teams gelled, they were cohesive, they excelled, some of them fractured. What did you notice, or what can you comment about observing interpersonal dynamics about the teams that came together well, and then the ones that fractured? Are there things we should know about when we're working in teams?
Yeah. You know what? I tell you, there's this a sort of train of thought that comes along that is wrong-minded. And we call it in the world of logic and effective thinking, reliance on authority. So if I saw times where the baker would give the engineer good advice, and the engineer would basically respond with, I'm an engineer, I know what I'm doing, hush up, right? And the reality is, you know, when I wrote my book with Josh Horowitz, he's a professional writer. And at a certain point, you know, we were deciding where to go, you know, because, you know, I have so much, I had to make choices about what's going to be included and what's not. And he said something to me similar. And I was like, Josh, dude, it has to make sense to me.
Yeah.
I don't care who I'm talking to. It must make sense to me for me to move forward. So demand that from your world. I forgot what the question you asked me was, because I'm a slave to context. I went all the way around the world before answering.
I'm just thinking about, you know, when we're working in teams, sometimes with strangers collaborating in this brave new world. Did you see some kind of behaviors that led to fracturing on the show versus people who just work well with others because they, what are you saying, open-minded, demanding excellence of each other?
Absolutely. When you saw Cindy and Taylor, right?
Yeah.
They worked together. They were both open and willing to accept. And the same thing with Rodolfo and Sarah, right? Then there was other teams. Like there was this one team, I'm not going to name them, but man, I thought at a certain point they were going to come to fisticuffs. But it was completely edited out. There's no indication that these two players hated each other. But again, these two, Baconeer teammates. But again, you had another team like Steve and Renee, who actually got along incredibly well and are still great friends that people thought had some sort of a conflict, but they really didn't. They really got along well. They were really loving toward each other. If you could, imagine Steve being loving, right?
I'm picturing.
He never changes his expression. Yeah.
Well, go back to what I was saying about, giving someone the right inspiration, the right message at the right time. Renee, especially, it seemed like, she needed to hear encouragement at certain points. Obviously, a very young junior engineer, very smart, probably a little shaken by all the pressure, and I think you probably helped her through that.
Yeah.
I
tried, man, because the thing about it is that it's sort of like, I heard this from Celine Dion, I think it was. Her husband told her, you don't have to be on all the time, but you have to be on when it's time.
Sure.
Right. And so that key element of timing is as important as knowledge, right? Especially when you're rolling out products, when you're in a competition, right? Timing matters.
I want to talk about books. One thing that I loved, and by the way, I love your book here, the Audible version. You and I were chatting last week. I was just telling you how much I love when the author does their own book, because you get that whole other level of passion. So great job. Recommend everyone to pick it up and listen to it. And I'm thinking about how you discovered reading books at a very young age. Roots, Encyclopedia Britannica. Your mom got you the set at the new house. How important is reading to you today? And do you think getting into reading, having a proclivity towards that's entry stakes if you want to be a scientist and a thinker, just reading?
It really, really is. But again, I have this son who's 16.
Okay. Yeah.
And he likes this other technologies that include video and things. And he surprises me with his knowledge. I'm like, how do you even know that, man? And he'll say, oh, I was watching this or watching that. And during the pandemic, I did the same thing, right? There were certain things that I studied. Oh man, talk about cells. I had no idea what a ribosome was in 2019. Today, I tell you all about how the cell works. The same thing with geology. And so I think now we have such an opportunity for information gathering. And I tell you this, one of the main sources of information are the people around you. And one of the issues with democratizing knowledge, as we say, is that knowledge is proprietary. Knowledge would stay in certain families. But now that we have social media, people are just putting their knowledge out there on something like TikTok, for example, you know, because giving new knowledge drives views. So you get the inside story of other people. And, you know, it reminds me of, you know, one of my favorite stories from history is when the second Abbasid Caliph, who was this guy named Al-Mansur, had this Hindu guy in his court named Manka. And at this time, you know, the Muslim Empire had taken over, you know, the known world at that point, and they thought highly of themselves. They thought they were the be-all, end-all, but then they learned from the Hindu culture about the Greek philosophers and the ancient Mesopotamian knowledge and the ancient Egyptian knowledge, and they realized we need all human knowledge. And that's when the Muslim world goes about translating all the manuscripts from around the world, and many of them were introduced back through Western Europe. And today we have, for example, Greek constellations, but all the stars have Arabic names. But what I'm getting at is, it's a story from history, but that idea of gathering all the world's compiled knowledge, we have that. Yeah. It's called the internet. Yep. And for anybody that wants to gain knowledge, you can have humans like me, right? Who's like, hey, here's my knowledge, have it. Or you can just go watch videos from institutions like PBS, Veritasium, you know, all these others. Kathy Loves Physics and History is my new favorite.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah. Oh, you know about her. Yeah.
Well, I love that.
There's also Sabina Hausfelder. I love her too.
I don't know her. Do you know Vsauce? That's one of my favorite channels.
Oh, yeah, I know Vsauce.
Yeah.
The thing I love about Sabina is that she's so German, and she is like letting them have it. All the physicists, she's telling physicists, yeah, some physicists think, and we all know exactly who she's talking about, but she's busting everybody out over and over. So I'm just like, oh, I love you, Sabina. And the thing about it is, when she doesn't know, she says, I don't know. And when she's wrong, she says, I was wrong, right? And that's how we should be.
I mean, you're so right in that, you know, when you were a kid, you had books. There was no internet in the state we know it now. So there's no excuse for us not to be constantly enriching ourselves. And on YouTube, you got to be careful. You know, sometimes you got to watch 3 videos on the same topic and average out that knowledge. But you're right. No matter how you learn, you can go out there and watch it. That's a big part of what 3D Experience World is all about, Hakeem, with our user breakouts. You have 200 people submitting videos that we can go watch to get, you know, level up in your skills. Now, you didn't. Are you a SolidWorks user? You were telling me you've seen SolidWorks used a lot, but
SolidWorks was used all around me. But like I said, you know, you only have like, okay, engineers. you know, when I was so it was always even in my lab we use SolidWorks, right? And but I wasn't using it. You know, the people who worked for me were using it. But yeah, it's everywhere. You know, so in our labs, you know, OrCAD, SolidWorks, and ComSol are those 3 main commercial products that help us to make things happen.
So I know we're running out of time here. I'm thinking about design into the future. The theme of our conference is Imagine. What do you imagine our world looks like in 2100? And I'm thinking from a product standpoint, but also, have we gone into space? Have we sent manned missions into deep space by then? Like, what do you imagine we'll do in the next 80 years or so?
Well, number one, we will have found signs of life elsewhere, perhaps in our solar system or one of our wet worlds. And perhaps the combination of the test satellite, which is looking for planets around the nearest stars, the brightest stars, and most of them are bright because they're nearby. And those are the ones that have enough light that you can spread out and do spectroscopy and actually figure out the composition of these atmospheres. So if we see some biomarker molecules like oxygen and water and methane, that would be a strong sign that perhaps there's life on that world. So I think that's a really big one. We have these technological revolutions that are occurring, right? With vehicles, there are vehicles that are going to be self-driving. There are hypersonic vehicles in the world of the military. There's all sorts of robotic vehicles and autonomous vehicles coming down the road. And of course, you know, the thing that I noticed a long time ago are our medical advances, right? And the fact that we were able to respond so quickly to this particular pandemic, as bad as it has been, is a new thing, right? We didn't have this capability 100 years ago, or even 50 years ago, probably. So things are changing more and more rapidly. And that, when I was in my 20s, 30s, I thought there was no way it can continue, but it's sped up even more. So for sure, the difference between 2000 and 2100 is going to be as drastic as between 1900 and 2000.
It's amazing. Speaking of the search for extraterrestrial life, you said in Washington Post last summer, there's a high likelihood that there is intelligent life, but a very low probability we'll ever communicate or interact with them. Is that just kind of the ultimate irony of life? Like, you're out there, but you're so far away, we're never going to be able to communicate within our existences.
That's right. That's right. So if you look at our planet and the history of life on our planet, there are certain signs that we see, but then there's also things about Earth that are unique in comparison to most planets that we see. The first thing is, as early as we could possibly find signs of life geologically, we see it. So that means that early life, getting it started, is pretty easy under the right conditions. And the right conditions are to have fluids and a thermal gradient, let's say. But then what makes Earth so special is that we have this incredibly thin, transparent atmosphere. The only reason why we have that is that because we have a strong magnetic field. And the only reason we have that is because our planet is sufficiently large and it spins sufficiently rapidly that we generate that magnetic field. So that means that for 4 billion years, we had a bowl of water with early life in it, blasted it with sunlight energy. Okay. And so that life evolved, right? Eventually, it learned to use oxygen and do photosynthesis, but that oxygen was deadly to it. But just as we create antibiotic-resistant bacteria by exposing them to the antibiotics, we created oxygen-resistant life. And so life could live with oxygen in the environment. And then life said, hey, that pathway chemically is more energetic. Let's use that oxygen. And that is what allowed multicellular animals like ourselves. But it took 4 billion years to get there. And you had to have the right chemical ingredients, which took 2 generations of stars. So we are early, I believe, in becoming intelligent and technologically advanced. Because we exist, it exists in our universe, but we're probably early, and and so any others are going to by default be very, very far away.
Hakeem, I wish we had so much more time to chat. I know we're running out. I have one last question. One thing I noticed in your book is that you got into all these different things, good and bad, in school. The tuba, for example, on the positive side. And you really went all out, man. You're like, I went to the science fair and I killed it. I did tuba. I got all-state band. So one of the things we're talking about in this conference is, you got to imagine and be inspired. But then you got to, like, when the getting gets tough, you actually go do it. So any words of inspiration for folks? They have great ideas. They're imagining the world. But how do you buckle down, get it done, and go all out on the things that you choose to pursue?
In a 2-word, stop tripping, right? we get in the way of ourselves is the problem. And so what I tell my students quite often is, if you do anything, you have done something, right? And so it's that whole act of doing something and moving forward that, our ego finds it hard to get started, because we have perfection. We want to be perfect. We want it to be a hit, and no matter what you do new, you're not going to be good at it, chances are. So there's a big reluctance to get started and do it. But the thing is that if you put in the time and the work, like what I realized is that, after doing it a few times, not knowing that that's what I was doing, if you put in a good 18 months at anything, you could be one of the world's best at it. And now, I'm not talking about something that 1 billion people are doing. There's not 1 billion people doing the things that we all have in mind. I want to build this. I want to study that, right? There's not there's not even 1 million people studying neutron stars on the planet. So if you decide you're going to understand one thing about neutron stars in 18 months, you could be the world's expert about that one thing, right? And so we all have stories. We all have ideas. Put it out there, and you see in the modern world, there's somebody who's going to appreciate you for it.
Dr. Hakeem Oluseyi, thank you so much for being here. You got to check out his book if you haven't already. I keep recommending it. It's Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman meets Spike Lee. It's amazing. You got to check it out. Dr. O, thanks for being on the show. Thanks for being a guest this morning. Take care.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys for having me.
SolidWorks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. We promised you insider access to all of our general session speakers. This morning, we got to hear from none other than our CEO and Vice Chairman of Dassault Systèmes, Bernard Charlès, and we're so lucky to have Bernard joining us virtually. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hello, Brian. I'm so pleased to be connected with you today.
No, me too. The honor is all mine. So this morning, you were telling us all about the virtual twin experience. I want to get to that. I want to take a step back in time because last year, Dassault Systèmes, we celebrated our 40-year anniversary. So congratulations on that milestone, first of all.
2 generations of innovators, and we still have the same passion, Brian.
Fantastic, and I'm so excited to be a part of this. And you know, SolidWorks, a lot of the people watching today, that's where they come from, that background. We weren't always a part of the Dassault Systèmes story. You acquired SolidWorks in 1997. It was a 30-person startup in Boston. And last December, before the new year, you were telling all of us a story about that acquisition. Had to do with a salmon bagel. I figured, could you share that story? The audience will get a kick out of that.
I think the audience will love salmon and bagel after this story, I'm sure. Think about it. I was based in Paris, of course, SolidWorks founders in Boston. Mm-hmm. Every month, I would take the flight, go and take the breakfast with the founders, breakfast in Boston, salmon and bagels.
Yeah.
And we would discuss about the future of SolidWorks. And it took me a year. 12 trips, over 12 trips, to convince the team that they should not IPO the startup, they should join Dassault Systèmes, and finally, in a year after our own IPO, which happened to be June 1996, a year after, I successfully convinced the team to join us, and here we are now, creating the world-leading standard for a mainstream market.
It's fantastic, Bernard. You know, it's so much about the imagination. Like you had the vision of SolidWorks joining the Dassault team, but then the hard work to make it happen. That's a theme we keep talking about on live today. Speaking of anniversaries, this month, I believe, is the 10th anniversary of our identity as the 3D Experience company. You know, and we talk about that a lot. We were chatting earlier with some people whose first time it is at World this year. I was wondering, could you tell us real quick, what does that mean, the 3D Experience company, and what does that mean to someone who's maybe just starting as a CAD designer?
Yeah, or you know, I was born in the world of 3D design. My thesis was to represent 3D on a flat screen when I was at the beginning of this journey. And you know, when you think about it, we resolved very well the possibility for one person to create amazing things on the screen. And you see the SolidWorks users now, they do amazing design. But the trend is to be together, real time. So the platform is aimed at creating this instant, real time collaboration where there is no more need to send files, receive files, manage them. You just can do conversation, communities, tag information. So it's very similar to what we see with our kids and grandkids and ourselves when they use social network. In our context, of course, it's 3D enabled everywhere, browser-based everywhere, so you can access from anywhere, anytime, from any device. And this is what makes the 3D experience so cool for SolidWorks professionals, innovators, and I hope everyone will discover how much they can do with it.
Bernard, that was a fantastic pitch for 3D Experience. I agree. And everyone here joining for the first time, us at World, you're going to learn all about that. Make sure you check out the breakouts and learn about all the multidiscipline tools that we have. Bernard, I know you think well beyond 10-year horizons. So 10 years ago, 3D Experience Company, you always tell us about your imagination, your vision for 2040 and beyond. I'm wondering, what do you think our world will look like in 2040, and how are the builders, engineers, designers, scientists, everyone watching today, how are they going to play a part in that?
Well, I think I have a few conviction on that, you know, without knowing everything, because your question is so wide. But Brian, I think that for SolidWorks users, for us loving to imagine, create, and produce, in 10 years from now, we will always think about reuse, about how, when we have created something, it will be recycled, it will be disassembled, reused, recombined. And that by itself it's a beautiful world, because it's a world where you don't think about one moment for the creation of that object that you are doing. You think about an entire life cycle of the materials you are using. And you know, circularity is seen as a constraint. It will become a very fun way to design with a new horizon, and this is what we want to do with new design experiences.
I love that you're opening up so many possibilities for the fab sector, you know, not just for them to create new categories of value, but to create products that are novel, desirable, as you put it, but also sustainable. I know that's been top of your mind. You talk about that to us all the time. So what, if we take that to heart and we start to embrace the sustainability aspect of our product design, do you think the world could look different 20 years from now than if we don't?
I think so. If you think about the young generation, they think about reusing. They think about repairing things. They think not about throwing away something. And for many of the makers, the innovators in the SolidWorks community worldwide, that's already a mindset that we have. We like to take things that exist and transform them to produce a new value, a new experience for the others. And I think the methodology to design things will change. And it's exciting because basically it's the beauty of designing things, not for a moment in time, but for a much longer period. There is so much waste. We should transform waste to value. There is so many products you cannot repair. People want to repair them. They want to understand what's inside. Think about Web 3D, having everything digital, being able to reuse on a mobile, understand how you disassemble and you repair. It's a fulfillment by itself. So the world of design and the world of making and the world of producing will evolve in that direction, I think.
Bernard, it's so great that you think so far ahead. You're thinking about that world in 2040. I'm thinking about getting through 2022 successfully. What would you challenge each of us this year to think about differently or do differently with that longer term mindset?
Well, you know, if you look at the world today, there is so much waste. Waste is a problem. It's not only a waste from an energy standpoint, from a material standpoint, but also when used objects are thrown away, it's not good. There is a lot inside. So I think all of us in our daily life, we can rethink about how, especially for the communities that we really are member of, the creators, the people who are imagining the future, I think we need to think about how we do circularity. And you don't need to do big things. Just if everyone is attacking the problem and sharing ideas with others, we will make this one of the most renowned and loved community in the world.
I love the ambition. I also love the passion of our community. I can see the chat flying as we're speaking here. Hey, one thing I picked up from your last chat with us internally is that there was a certain group of people that are so passionate that they were on our 3D Experience platform on January 1st. Do you remember who those people are?
Yeah, it's amazing. I was playing with the platform on January 1st after the New Year Eve, and I discovered that there were so many people. They were the makers. You know, those guys who are freelancers who want to do things. They were back inviting new ideas and connecting with people. And that's a very strong signal about their commitment to do something and have a positive impact.
Think about that, taking your own time to develop, a passion project or something for the future. I'm so excited that you've made 3D Experience SolidWorks for makers available this year. We're going to talk more about that throughout the week. I know we're above 10,000 members of that community. That's so huge to give that access, 3D Experience everywhere. Bernard, is there anything else you'd like to leave us with before we wrap up our chat today?
Well, I think that the power of imagination is a collective, inclusive, and multi-culture horizon. And I think, Brian, that if we continue, and we will continue to develop those communities, we'll make them successful. And together, we can have a bigger impact to make this world more sustainable. That's why we are having fun, and that's why that purpose is a great purpose for everyone.
Bernard, merci beaucoup for being with us today. This is so inspirational, and we keep talking about world is so much more than just technical skill. It's about leaving inspired with a fresh breath of air in your soul. You've done that for us today. Thank you, sir, and I hope I get to chat with you again soon.
I'm back. We're back. We're here at 3D Experience World 2022, SolidWorks Live, and I am joined here by a very special guest, Gian MARTORANO. How are you, John?
Good, Sean. How are you? I mean, I love what you did with the place. This looks fantastic.
Just where I live now. Live for the next 3 days, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, John, we brought you on why to talk about the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge, right?
That's right.
So what's the big idea behind the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge?
So I believe everybody's familiar with the Model Mania Challenge, and I think the big idea with the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge is to bring in elements of the 3D Experience platform into design and to offer a creative challenge for those who want to use the cloud apps.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have a video here that our team actually produced to give people, if we could show that. Yep. Just to give people an idea of how you can actually participate. So essentially, what is that process?
So the process is pretty simple. So there's a link. You go to solidworks.com/cloud challenge, and there's a hyphen in between there. But and basically, you fill out a form, a registration form with your 3D Experience ID. And you can get a new one there if you don't already have one. But it's important to use the actual email you use to sign up for 3D Experience World to be considered as for a winning prize. And you basically design and then post your design to our SolidWorks Cloud Challenge swim community, the Model Mania 2022 community. So we've already seen tons of submissions, and I will say they look absolutely fantastic. So if you're not, going to submit something, you'll definitely want to be sure at the end to see the winners, because I mean, I'm sure they're going to be absolutely fantastic.
For sure, yeah. And if we take a look at my screen here, what we were looking at is the 3D Experience World 2022 website, and the way that we got here, right? We went to 3D Experience Playground. And then right here we go to Model Mania. So this year it's interesting. Brian and I were going over just a bunch of different metrics on the event, numbers of interest. So one was, how many Model Mania challenges do we have this year, right? So we have the SolidWorks Model Mania challenge, right? We have like you were mentioning, the SolidWorks Cloud challenge here, where you can watch a video that I was alluding to earlier, where you can see exactly what that process is like, right? And then, we can also see right here just the official challenge rules as well as the prizes, right?
Yep.
So if we look at this image over here on the left, we see that we have a bunch of tire rims. What was the idea? So we know that with the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge, we're using apps like XDesign, XShape, but why a tire rim?
That's a great question. So in previous years, this isn't a brand new challenge. So Michael Steves was running the challenge last year, and I believe it was design a motorcycle. So this year, we wanted to incorporate something that is also offers creative elements within kind of like a construct, kind of a frame of mind. And Gian is actually the one who initially designed a tire rim when we were first kind of offering our webinar series. This was even before exploring 3D Experience Works, and we really thought, why not revisit that idea? And because the tire rim is so versatile, you can use both XDesign and XShape to design whatever you want. We thought, why not? That's a fantastic model. And we actually have models for people to use for inspiration, but we're primarily looking for probably the most creative submissions, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's that one question that I had kind of heading into this when I was looking, at the SolidWorks Cloud challenges. What do judges base the decisions off of? Is it just creativity? Is it something else? Like, what are the consideration factors there?
Yeah, there are a few consideration factors. One of which is definitely the creativity. We do provide those models. However, we would like to see people kind of think outside the box, and the more different they look from the ones that we offered, that will kind of bode well into helping us pick the winners, right? So we'll be looking for some originality for sure. And then another consideration that we have is not necessarily complexity, but effort, right? We can tell when something took a decent amount of time to produce.
Usually, yeah.
So we want to reward those that took the challenge very seriously and put in a fair amount of effort. And finally, we want to reward those that offer us a model that is overall aesthetically pleasing. So that includes playing with the aesthetic, the background, and really just getting creative all around, not just with the actual tire rim.
Yeah, and we've heard so much from other speakers here at 3D Experience World already how engineering, SolidWorks users know this full well, right? All of us who have used 3D CAD, a lot of design is there's a mix of engineering, but a lot of that is there's art there as well.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah, and we think about the SolidWorks Model Mania challenge. Awesome. These are kind of different challenges, though, right? They're not. It's not just the SolidWorks Model Mania challenge that we still know and love, just ported over to our cloud apps. It's not that.
That's right. There's no solution video, right? So, you think of maybe the Model Mania challenge is having a right or wrong answer. You're coming to
and the fastest.
The fastest, right? There's no time bound. I mean, obviously the submissions need to be in by end of day tomorrow. But with that being said, there's no start the timer. Start creating. It's truly a creative challenge. So there's no right or wrong answers. We're not going to be looking for mass properties. We're honestly just looking for creativity, aesthetic, and of course effort.
Yeah, and it's interesting if you thinking about a tire rim, right? It is in that sweet spot, right, where there's form, there's function, there's aesthetic. There are so many different combinations of different rims that you could create. So what we hope, I think, speaking for both of us, John, is that you feel inspired to go ahead and participate in this challenge. So again, if we look at the prizes, right? First place $500, second place $400, third place $250.
That's not bad. That is great, actually.
No,
That's fantastic.
I would love to have $500, $400, or $250.
Right, of course. Yeah, and it's important to note that we also have separate prizes for VARs that participate and actual customers. So there'll be actually overall 6 prizes awarded.
That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So you're here now, obviously. Will you be back? Will we hear about the winners of this challenge? Will we see any of that later on SolidWorks Live?
That's right. Right here on SolidWorks Live, you'll definitely want to be able to, or you definitely want to check that out on the 9th at 2 p.m., I believe. SolidWorks Live will be, showing off the winners of the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge. So you'll definitely be sure to check that out.
For sure, for sure. Well, John, I want to thank you so much for jumping on SolidWorks Live. Obviously, we will see you very soon. And for those of you who are watching at home, be sure to check out, again, on the main navigation, hit 3D Experience Playground, Model Mania, and then just scroll down right to the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge. Once again, if you click the watch the video link, it tells you all about the challenge, just like we did here. It gives you some nice visuals. And we can't wait to see what you come up with.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, Sean.
For sure, John. So we're back here on SolidWorks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. And yes, we're not in Atlanta, but we wanted to still bring a little bit of the industry, the education, the academic flavor here to the live desk, and through to all of you here who are watching at home or at your offices. We have 2 special guests. We have Lyndell Duvall, a coordinator of applied engineering technology as well as Adam Ebernickel, who is an engineer over at Altec. How you doing, guys?
Doing good. How about you?
Doing good, Sean.
Doing great. So again, we wanted to talk to you guys specifically because again, you guys are educators, you guys are engineers, and you guys represent the industry of really what was to be our home world. So Linda, I wanted to start with you here. You know, I was really looking forward to talking with you because you are an educator, right, at Mainland Community College. What kind of engineering and design programs do you have at Mainland Community College to offer to students?
Mainland operates the OnSpock Advanced Manufacturing School here in Burnsville, and so we're teaching students advanced manufacturing technology. That's mostly CNC machining, 3D modeling, rapid prototyping, and automation.
And what do we have here in the backdrop, I have to ask?
We're here in the OnSpock Advanced Manufacturing School, and our design lab is in the background. That's where our folks learn SolidWorks. Wow,
we're here. This is all the learning's happening right at 3D Experience World, where we have learning virtually, we have learning right. There's tons of learning that surely has happened there over the years, which is awesome to see. So, advanced manufacturing programs. There's 3D modeling, rapid prototyping, CAM, right? Automation, mechatronics. You know, what kind of goes into the curriculum building there?
Well, it's I was involved for quite a while developing the program in North Carolina. I helped out with the person who originally conceived of the idea of applied engineering, and then we've kind of adapted it here. But basically, what we try to do is make sure that our students are exposed to as much technology, as much advanced manufacturing technology as we can, so that they're when they finish school here and go for employment, that they're on the leading edge rather than just keeping up with the industry.
Yeah, and that's just not talk, Sean. That's actually a lot of work that he's done and producing that and having that available to the students. When he says a lot of technology, they've went and invested in a lot of different things through scholarships and things that have came forth for them, whether it be 3D printing, 3D scanning, different sources of SolidWorks, solid cam, and even into CNC and robotics. So they have a lot of stuff on that camera.
Yeah, we actually have the capability of doing DMLS 3D printing, that direct metal laser center. And so we've got an EOS M290, if any of the listeners are familiar with that.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of students come through the program where they have really it's been only limited by their imagination.
And in terms of the students that are going through the program, you know, we're always thinking about, of course, getting the right education when you're in school, whatever that means for you. What types of industries are students in your area looking to get into once they leave the college?
Well, one of the big employers, one of the places where a lot of our folks are interested in going to work after they get done here is at Altec, where Adam works. And they've got a lot of folks there who do design work for the truck bodies that they fabricate. And we've had a number of students who went to work there as designers. We've got other industries in the area. We have BRP, which is Bombardier. The local facility does lost foam casting, and so they make engine blocks for outboard engines and also for automotive companies. And we're kind of on the outskirts of Asheville, North Carolina, and there's kind of a blooming aerospace industry there. We've got GE Aviation and also Pratt & Whitney coming in pretty soon. So also some medical. We have Baxter Pharmaceuticals nearby, and we also Buck Stove. They make the really warm. These days, it's something everybody's looking for is a nice warm fire to sit by, and so they make the really nice Buck Stove fireplaces and that sort of thing. So we've got quite a wide variety of industry that we serve.
And when we think about a conference like 3D Experience World, right? We're all coming together. We're all learning from each other. You know, Lyndell, why do you find it super important to continue your own education as an educator? I know there are tons of educators listening at home who would love to hear it.
Well, we're in a really rural area, and the students that we serve are from a wide background or wide demographic. You got people who are coming to train, mid-career or retrain. We've got a pretty good program that we work with local high school, Mountain Heritage High School here, and also 2 other local high schools. And so one of the questions that always comes up with students is, why do I need to learn this? How will it benefit me? What can I do with it once I learn it? And I think that the best thing that I can do as an educator is to be able to answer that question for them. And so that's the reason that I think it's beneficial to have to attend and participate in things like 3D Experience World, because I can answer that question for them. I can tell them what's going on,
right? And
I can stay up to date, make it relevant to what's going on in the world.
Yeah, that's amazing perspective. And again, thank you for sharing it, because we have so many educators in the audience.
Sure.
It's interesting, right? It's a little bit harder to tell, like when we're all virtual, and it's like you feel like you hear the numbers, right? There's thousands of people at this event, but there's surely, I can see the registrations. Like there's tons of educators here, so it's great to hear your perspective.
Yeah. And the other thing is this solid modeling and all the applications for it are changing so quickly that it's really hard to keep up with it unless you stay involved constantly. And so the 3D Experience World is a really good way to do that.
For sure. And Adam, I want to just turn our attention to you here. So you're a product engineer at Alltech. And I actually wanted to share my screen here. I have a pretty cool graphic that will show on that. But kind of looking at it, I know you're an adjunct professor, correct? You're a product engineer at Alltech, but you're also a SWOGN committee member for your area. So how do you kind of intertwine the two, right? In terms of taking that knowledge and educating through user groups. Tell us a little bit about your work at Alltech as a product engineer, and how you kind of put your first step forward really in helping the community as a committee member.
Yeah, so Alltech is a very big proponent in working with the community and helping people out, helping them achieve their goals and their dreams as well, which I think is what really got me in touch with Lyndell to begin with. 6 years ago, Alltech's working with Mayland, helping getting some of this facilitated with their engineering program, their applied engineering stuff. And during that, we had a small little course. We came down, I think, to see the 3D printers and stuff. And a colleague of mine introduced me to Lyndell over lunch one day, and just found out how inundated and swarmed Lyndell was with this program. There was so much going on, and at the time I think Lyndell was a one-man band, and boy, he was tackling as much as he could. So he invited me along the ride to kind of help him and work with him through that. And of course, Alltech, being the company they are, who really wants to help in the community, was very positive with that. So yeah, I do adjunct with them, and Alltech themselves, they are one of the leading providers in utility trucks for telecommunications, tree care, and different markets, whether that be aerial devices, digger derricks, boom trucks, and stuff. Through that, one of my main managers, Steve Anderson, actually noticed that we were attending a local SolidWorks user group in Asheville, and he had challenged me to be more involved and get more of a part of that. So I did that as well. And through that became the co-leader of the Western North Carolina Asheville SolidWorks user group. And then from there, just kind of grew in from that to being the Southeast regional group leader as well. So I help all the groups within the Southeast region. But yeah, at Alltech, yeah, we do a lot of different things. We worked with you, Sean, I guess, when you were over the Champions program, the SolidWorks Champions program, and developed the visual that you guys have, the splash screen, if you want to show that, where we were able to take one of our structures or one of our booms and apply that to that splash screen on Visualize. Hopefully soon to be coming with SolidWorks splash screen too.
Yeah, let's show that again, guys. So what we're actually looking at is one of your products right here on the screen. This is the SolidWorks Visualize Connected, and then we have the Visualize Professional graphic. Yeah, and this is for your involvement in the Champions program. So I think it's interesting through both of your guys' perspectives. We're seeing how involvement in communities, continuing to educate ourselves, and really just putting a premium on education and involvement is so important.
Yeah, definitely. With that splash screen, I mean, there was myself and Brad Meter, who was another SolidWorks user group leader who helped work on this, as well as, of course, our legal department here at Altec to make sure everything kind of worked together and meshed together. That just shows the enthusiasm that Altec has to help the community, work with the community, and be a part of all that. We like to stay on the cutting edge. I know you asked Lyndell, and I have to definitely agree with what he said. As far as there's so much changing in the engineering world, the software going from SolidWorks maybe to 3DEXPERIENCE now, makers, you got X Design, X Shape, and without going to World or being a part of these communities, how do you stay on the cutting edge? And that's what, with Lyndell at the community college or with Altec, that we want to stay at the forefront and have the cutting edge experience. I know because of attending World, we have encouraged a lot of people within Altec to get their certifications. At one time, and I'm not sure if it's still true, we were the only company who had the most CSWEs within one company. We had 5 or 6 at that time. Right now, I think we're sitting at 3 or 4 CSWEs, as some have moved on to other ventures. We have CSWA cert parties where we try and get people to at least get their CSWA. We're really encouraging that. So anything we can do to work with the local community college, with Lyndell or anybody else, to just try and stay hip on what's going on.
Yeah, and from our standpoint, the best way that we can answer the question, where would I use that? We can always say Altec, who's a few miles down the road, they use it and they're looking for folks to do their thing. So that piece of it, the industry involvement for us is critical.
Awesome. Yeah, and I just as we go, and I wanted to thank you, both of you guys, for your time and your investment in the education and connection. Wanted to show off, give a quick plug here on my screen to the WNC Asheville SolidWorks meetup group, to your user group, Adam. So you have any upcoming meetings you want to talk about? I see you're advertising 3DEXPERIENCE World, of course, but then we have
sure do.
March 17th.
Right there, if you click on that one right there, that one is actually the one that's coming up March 17th. It's going to be about PDM. We have our user group leader from down at the Pirate Bay user group leader from Tampa, who's going to actually be presenting for that for PDM. He's very involved in the PDM world, and so we are going to be really glad to have him present. We had some local individuals that were inquiring about SolidWorks PDM, so he's going to give us a real quick down and good detail on that and how we can use that. And also some other good meetings coming up. We are working on an awesome experience down in the Broward County area, Miami, Fort Lauderdale SolidWorks user groups, where we're going to have a meeting on either 29th or 30th. That's going to include the battle bots. That's Witch Doctor and Hypershock. They're going to be there. And we're going to talk about bots and really get involved and check those robots out. So it's going to be an awesome experience, Sean.
Fantastic. So you can just go right to that meetup page, click request to join. You'll be part instantly of Adam's community. Once again, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Sean.
Model Mania. Those two words can strike terror, excitement, optimism in the hearts of all of us who have been in that little booth with the curtain drawn. This year we're doing Model Mania virtually, and I'm so excited to invite onto live Jenn Doerksen, and she's going to take us through what the live competition, the virtual Model Mania competition looks like this year and what it's all about. Hey, Jenn, how are you?
Hey, Brian, I'm fantastic. How are you?
I am.
Good to see you.
Thank you so much. So what I want to do is make sure everyone knows what Model Mania is about, and then we got to be clear, the contest is going to start here in, 55 minutes over on the virtual event platform,
Yes.
right?
Exactly.
Okay, so we'll make sure and remind folks so they can get over there in time to participate. For people, we know there's a lot of first-time world attendees here. What is Model Mania all about? What should they expect?
Well, Model Mania is a contest for both SolidWorks users and resellers. And what happens is you get a drawing of a part and you need to go and create that in SolidWorks. And the contestants who have the most accurate models in the fastest time will win a prize. So we're going to have 6 prizes, like always. We'll have 3 prizes for the top users and 3 prizes for the top resellers.
I'm so excited for that. And I've been a competitor before. I've been there helping people at the booth. We've been doing this a long time, right? How many years have we done a Model Mania?
Exactly. Yeah. This is actually the 23rd year, if you can believe it. The first Model Mania was in 2000. And then I'm sure that everyone here knows who Mark Schneider is. And Mark Schneider took over Model Mania in 2002, and he ran it until last year. That's 20 years. Can you believe it? So here we are 20 years later, 2022, and he handed over the reins to me. And so I'm going to be running Model Mania from this point forward. I'm really excited, and I'm very honored to be doing this. So
I know it's such a big part of World for a lot of us. I mean, folks come to the booth with their USB, with their S key settings and everything.
Totally.
So what's different with
I know, people take it very seriously.
Oh, yeah. So what's a little bit different with the virtual is that you have to bring your own SolidWorks, right? So you could run it in the comfort of your own environment. So there should be no excuses.
That's true. Yeah. So it's going to be, if you participated in last year's virtual Model Mania, it'll be similar to that. And now in past years, just so you know, I have some examples here. So in past years, what you would do is contestants would go into a booth, and we would have 6 booths set up in the playground at 3D Experience World. And they would be given a drawing similar to this, right? And they would be given a little 3D print and say, there you go, create that model. And then they would get through that as quick as they could. And then just like in the real world, you know, we have, you know, engineering change notices. We have things that need to be changed down the line. So what we do is we have, once you finish phase 1, we would say, okay, guess what? Here's your changes.
No.
And you need to go make those changes.
Yeah.
And that's all part of it. And then at the very end, you would need to run a quick simulation study just to determine the minimum factor of safety, to make sure it's going to, you know, be able to stand up to the environment it's in. So what's different with the virtual tester is that you don't have a phase 2, first of all. We just give you
one
drawing.
Okay.
One drawing.
Yep.
You draw that, you create that part. And the second thing, of course, is you're sitting in your home office instead of having the, you know, the stress of having people peek in behind the curtain and keep an eye on you. So you'll be doing it from home. And so because of that, because we've basically reduced some of the stress by having only one drawing and nobody peeking in on you, we made it just a little bit harder. So I really am excited for everybody to try it this year.
I think it's really. Oh, go ahead, Jenn.
Oh, I was just going to say, like you said, Brian, we're almost there. The contest starts at 1 o'clock, which is in less than an hour from now. And actually, we're going to open the page a little early. You know, when you attend a session at 3D Experience World, of course, the doors open a little early so people can get in, get settled. So we're going to kind of open the page a little early at 12:50.
Okay.
So basically, you've got another 40 minutes until it'll actually start.
Well, I'm so excited, and thank you. You know, you were passing around that drawing internally to kind of calibrate the difficulty. It's going to be good. So I'm really excited about this. We have, like I said, 40 minutes to get into 3DExperienceWorld.com, register, go into the playground, and we want to be really clear. We want to see a lot of participation in this. We think it's so fun. So we're going to roll now the instructional video to give you a head start on what to experience and where to find the event. Jen, any last words of wisdom before we roll the intro video to Model Mania?
Just want to wish everybody good luck, and I hope that you all have a great 3D Experience World.
And then Wednesday, we're going to have you back, and we'll announce the winners and see the solution video. I'm so excited. Let's go ahead and let's roll the instruction video, and then we'll see you over there at 1 o'clock.
Perfect.
Welcome to Model Mania. This is the place to show the world, at least 3D Experience World, that you're the champ when it comes to modeling in SolidWorks. This is the 23rd year of the Model Mania SolidWorks Challenge. The top 3 users and resellers will win a prize, $500, $400, and $250 for first, second, and third place. Here's how it works. You'll use your own computer and license of SolidWorks. Any version will be accepted. To participate in the 2022 challenge, log in to 3DExperienceWorld.com and go to the 3D Experience Playground and click on Model Mania. Then add the challenge to your calendar. You can also click the next button, enter Virtual Tester, which will take you to the Virtual Tester page. Initially, you will see Virtual Tester's main Model Mania SolidWorks Challenge page. You're watching this video, so you're already in the right place. You can watch this instructions video anytime leading up to the challenge. On Monday, February 7th, Model Mania begins at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, and we will open the page a little early at 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time to give you some extra time to get ready. The Model Mania Challenge requires you to model a part and then run a simulation to determine the minimum factor of safety under a certain load. You have the option of using either Simulation or Simulation Express. If you've never used Simulation Express, please be sure to click on the 2 links here, how to activate Simulation Express and Simulation Express Tutorial. At 12:50, this page will change to the entry form, where you will enter your personal information. You will need to fill in the form and get your SolidWorks part ready to go, and at 1:10 p.m. Eastern, the 2022 Model Mania drawing will be revealed. The timer will start when the drawing is revealed, and your time will stop when you submit your model. As always, parts are judged on accuracy first, then on speed. Make sure you go back to the Model Mania page in the 3D Experience Playground, or you can even bookmark this page directly, modelmania.virtualtester.com. Be back here ready to go at 12:50 p.m. because after 1:10 p.m., you will be locked out if you haven't completed the entry form. In Model Mania, SolidWorks resellers compete against resellers, and SolidWorks users compete against users. So while filling out the entry form, choose one of the radio buttons to identify yourself and fill out the personal information. You must accept the official rules before proceeding, and we encourage you to review these rules by clicking this button. When everything is filled out properly, the Enter Model Mania Waiting Room button will be enabled. Click this button and you will be taken to the waiting room. At the top of the page, you will see a countdown to when the drawing will be revealed. Below that is where the Model Mania 2022 drawing will appear. On the right, you will enter the results, and below that are the instructions. Now first, don't close this browser. If you do, you can't enter your results or save your model. If you made a mistake on your entry form, you can delete your registration and redo it. You have 30 minutes max to model the part and run a simulation. If you have participated in previous Model Mania challenges, there was a Phase 2 where changes were to be made. For this virtual challenge, there will be no Phase 2, so no changes. Just model the part and run a simulation. For the simulation part of the challenge, you can use SolidWorks Simulation or Simulation Express. We are only asking to run a simple analysis to determine the minimum factor of safety. Whatever simulation tool you are using, make sure that it is added in or activated and ready to go. Feel free to tile your windows or place this browser window on a second monitor, whatever is most comfortable for you. Start SolidWorks and create a new part. Make sure that the units of the part are set to millimeters because the drawing is in millimeters. Save that part to your computer and name it with your name and company name. Add in your simulation or make sure that your Simulation Express is activated, whichever you will be using. You are now ready to go. In the virtual tester, feel free to resize this panel or collapse it if you like. At 1:10 p.m. Eastern, the countdown will reach 0, and the Model Mania 2022 drawing will appear and the timer will start. Now before you hit the screen capture button, this is last year's drawing. There will be a new 2022 drawing that pops up. So now you are on the clock. Study the drawing and start modeling. Don't overthink it, just model the part. If you click on the drawing, it will expand to fill the window. Click outside the drawing to set it back to its original size. At the bottom, there is a button to open the drawing in a new browser tab and a button to print the drawing, but remember, at this point, the timer is running. When you finish modeling the part, apply the material and enter the weight of the model in grams in the results area. 2 decimal places is sufficient. Then run your simulation by fixing the faces and applying the load as shown on the drawing. Then enter the factor of safety from the simulation. 1 decimal place is fine. And for both, use the period, not the comma, as the decimal separator. Make sure the part is saved to your local machine and then use the Browse button to locate your part and hit the Submit Answer button. The clock will stop as soon as you hit Submit Answer, and your file will be uploaded to the virtual tester. As a reminder, here is the timing of the Model Mania Challenge. The entry form is available from 12:50 to 1:10. Then, at 1:10 p.m. Eastern sharp, the drawing will be revealed. Don't be late. Make sure that you tune in to SolidWorks Live at live.solidworks.com on Wednesday, February the 9th at 12:30 p.m. Eastern to see the winner's announcement. Enjoy this year's Model Mania, and I wish you the best of luck.
So thank you so much to both Jen and Brian for overviewing the SolidWorks Model Mania Challenge rules, conditions, just hyping us up in terms of how we can participate as an entire community this year. I hope you guys are as excited as I am. So this next session is a little bit different. You know, think about that ideal conference experience. You're going through the hallways, you're bumping into old friends, you're meeting new ones, right? You're making those connections whenever we're together. So we wanted to bring a little bit of that spirit here together, or to you here at SolidWorks Live at 3D Experience World 2022 via the Core Podcast. So if you're unfamiliar with the Core Podcast, it's hosted by both Johnny Harrison and Kirby Downey. They are SolidWorks user group leaders and SolidWorks champions. And they want to give that spirit to you. So we're going to simulcast that feed, the core podcast feeds, to SolidWorks Live for the next 40, 45 minutes or so as they run a session that is quite literally called Hallway Hangouts. Let's take a look.
Request for a specific child versus the other way around, because we needed a kid that had body strength, upper body strength. Are they cutting across? Okay. So on our stream side, I'm going to be replaying our little intro thing, which will play music. You won't hear any of it, so you don't need to worry about that. That's just kind of like introducing us into it. So hopefully that should go well. I'm actually going to play the intro now. He's still chatting. Because remember, they're going to be a few minutes behind.
Absolutely minced the audio. It's got us in the background already.
All right.
So we could work 40 hours. So I had 7 weeks of vacation every year. And if you know Europe, it's got art museums in every corner. So I'd go and visit these art museums and stunning large works that stimulated me to continue to do my art. Right? And I did finish a couple of paintings in Paris. And then when I came back to the US, I continued taking courses and sort of playing on that on the side. And when I decided I was heading towards retirement, I'm a little bit older than you guys, so I do it with honesty and having worked for 43 years. But I didn't know what I was going to be when I grew up, right, through retirement. So I had 4 or 5 different options, and the one that really took hard, passionate interest in was painting. So I've continued the training with some of America's best artists. I've continued investing a lot of time in paintings. So here I am. I start with some small paintings to get down the technique, and then since the commission started 3 years ago, really getting into some good size canvases with some pretty challenging topics.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. There was a little bit of a technical glitch there in the intro, so we'll just introduce you again. But they did hear what you were talking about. So we've got Mark Olga. He's a fine artist who's done a few commissions for SolidWorks. The first one that we saw in person was the one in Nashville with Magic Wheelchair, depicting the creation of a magic wheelchair.
Awesome piece of artwork.
Really, really awesome. It was in the registration hall. And then the second one that you did was the Grand Challenge. featuring so many different engineers to be able to build that. And your latest one is Women in Engineering, and celebrating all the things that the community and the women in the SolidWorks community are actually doing.
They're achieving.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I mean,
that was a challenging one, because they started off with interviews with the 6 women who would be focused on.
Okay.
And each of them had a different story with a different natural setting that I'd capture them in, and to put it together on one sort of contiguous landscape with each of their different roles was it was an interesting challenge, but we got through it.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of conversations with Danielle. We're looking to meet Megan tomorrow. Melissa's based in the UK, so we've worked with her.
We've done stuff with Jade as well.
Jade and Betty. So we've worked with many of these women already, and they all do awesome, fantastic things. And they all do their own individual things. But I mean, what would be your process to create this painting? And by the way, I'm showing this on the stream.
On the stream, yeah.
So people can see.
Talk us through how you would attack this as a concept through to completion.
Each of the paintings I've done, even right back from the original Magic Wheelchair one, was a good discussion with Susan Locke and the team, the youth community team, Sean O'Neill, to figure out, so what is the theme that we want to explore? And last year's is probably the most difficult, because the theme changed dramatically in the middle of sort of our brainstorming. But after the brainstorming has finished, we know what the theme is, then I usually get some raw material, some pictures. In the case of Magic Wheelchair, it was 1,000 pictures I got. In the case of the Grand Challenge, I've actually got the model of the spaceship that I had to work in. I could twist it any way I wanted in order to capture it properly. And this year was probably the most challenging, because I started off with the 6 interviews with the women, and then from those interviews determine what visually would best represent who they are and what they do.
Yeah.
So Daniel, for instance, it's all about the Ekgar and giving it out to children. I started off with something really crazy, crazy sketch that was in mountainous area, outdoors and everything. But that didn't seem to feel, and when I had a group session back with Dassault, it didn't seem to reflect really the some of the classroom learning things very well. So we changed the setting, but and then injected people in. So I would say it's an iterative engineering, in the same way you do a model of something physical, is the same way I come up with the composition of the painting. And usually when I finally hit on something, like which woman do you put in what corner and why?
Yeah, how are you going to lay it out?
Where does the light come from? Where do the shadows drop? What is your color structure? Now, this one happens to be a lot of blues and yellows, right? So you got a little bit of ultramarine and cobalt blue working with the Indian yellow and even brighter cadmium yellow. And then you know when you got it right, when it resonates to you, the artist, right? You take a look at your sketches, you take a look at your painting color tests, and you say, bingo, I've got it. And then I continue, of course, to work with Suzanne and her team, and Anna, and just to progress it. And we have a couple of check-based sessions. Is it too big, too small, relative? I also have an art coach, Susan Dell of Tennessee, who I can engage, and she says, well, look out here, because the color seems to not be achieving what I want in terms of a focus, or she looks the perspective, scale, and that sort of thing. So I usually attend her session once every 2 weeks, and any painting I'm doing, we just have a session of feedback and sharing. So
that's good.
Definitely.
It's a lot of work. Like whenever I design stuff, I have a dumb idea and I just do it.
Yeah, and it gets thrown together as quick as possible to the printer, print it off.
So like Johnny's traditionally trained in SolidWorks, so he does it by the book.
I don't know about traditional, but it's more by the book than the mess that you create.
I just wing it, but I mean, I mean, is an interesting analogy, and I can't remember where I heard this, but like Johnny and I are both big fans of Lego, and it leads to Lego that, and this is for almost anything, is that there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's, say for example, you go to 100 people, give them a box of Lego, and ask all those 100 people to make a duck.
You get, yeah.
You're going to have every single one of those ducks are going to be different, but they're going to be a duck.
And that's much the same as painting. 100 artists could have come at it, and it'd be really interesting to see what they come up with. How do you reflect the people? And the bigger space I gave Melissa and Betty at the back, because of the setting I had them in, it had to be bigger. So that was a natural decision. The ordering of the women on the more front side was a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, balancing art, and this was an interview that I kind of picked out of. You're balancing art with engineering and design.
Exactly.
And I'd mentioned before that I'd written a paper back in university of challenging the idea whether design is a form of art or engineering in terms of product design.
Yeah.
Because essentially I'm a trained product designer, I'll be taking what an engineer would create and make it...
You blaming me for your problems?
No, and make it and make it sellable, make it look pretty.
Yeah, and then I get it back and make it actually function and work.
Make it function. But yeah, they're go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I had exactly the same problem. Do you see the painting there in front of you?
Which one? The women.
The women in engineering.
I'll pop that up there.
I had that kind of a struggle with Megan's microphone. How do you paint a picture of someone who has podcasts? All right, so I had to say, well, let's go back to the 1950s radio mic.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't conflict with every other station has like a SolidWorks station right there. Right? But she wasn't using a SolidWorks station because I could have put up a computer terminal for her to do the podcast, but completely different function. So I brought in a 1950s mic, and then it was a matter of placing it so it grounded her rather than have her floating in a chair like a Buddha.
Yeah.
You see, how do you ground her on the ground in the middle background? So that was I used some tricks to make that work out, which is kind of neat. But it's the same thing as product design, right? You have some constraints, and if you're really good, you can push the limits of those. I could have used a lot more different colors, but I really figured the painting would be more tied together, all these different individuals, if I use sort of the same color palette. So you see a lot of the people having blue in what they're wearing, except Danielle, who asked special for a ribbon dress.
Yeah, she really likes. She really likes to really show off her heritage and talk about it and really help educate people about it. I mean, I wouldn't know much about her heritage and that stuff without having conversations with her and that. And she's a smart girl.
She does. She's a real good educator on that side, and awesome robotics teacher as well. So that's all part of the journey. And then the last half of the journey comes to how tight do you get on the portraits, right? These people have to be recognized, at least the 6.
Yes.
In fact, Danielle's mentor is there, somewhat realistic as well, but to capture their faces so that they would be recognized if you passed them on the street, that's something that I'm continuing to explore and improve on. But they had to be, like the lines across the painting had to drive a viewer from one to the other rather than just let the viewer go loose. So the metric I'd have, if we talk more engineering metrics, but for a painting, is how long is a viewer in front of the painting and where does his or her eyes go? And the metric is you want to capture them for as long as possible.
Yes.
So So that's a trick, and I hope I've done the 6 women.
I mean,
a good enough job. So
initially looking at it, there's it's 6 women in their different environments, but as soon as you start, and I'm doing this now, I zoom into each individual one.
You got all the little details.
There's all these tiny little intricate details that is portraying the story of what it is they do. And
see, I just noticed Kirby up in the top there. Yeah, we've got First Robotics.
Yeah, some robots.
So we've looked at this painting however many times in the last few weeks, and I've just noticed that the whole arena's up there as well. So
yeah, being able to just to watch
that level of depth
and that number on the robot is precisely the number of Betty's robotics team.
Oh wow!
So it's very realistic, and the girls on the robotics team that year, which was I think last year, the pictures come from, they had probably recognized themselves, though I did a little bit loose and a little bit free, but they're based on real people.
Yeah, it's really the amount of intricate detail you can get into these. I mean, like I'm sure you feel the same way in certain aspects. Like when we were working on our magic wheelchair builds, and anything that we create, we spend so much time up front, looking at it so close, and I'll know where all the little errors were, the parts that I had troubles with. And for, it can be kind of draining a little bit, but it's that day when you finally reveal it and everybody has a look at it. That's that moment that you get to have that same. You step back as well, and you have a look at the overall, and you start to take in what people are saying. And I'm sure you feel exactly the same.
Exactly. That was fun being live with the picture of the painting when it was launched at Nashville, because I could just stand back and listen to what people were saying when they came up to the painting. And for sure, you don't want the wheels to come off a magic wheelchair. so although you got to get some of the basics engineering right as well.
That nearly happened on ours. The whole thing was held together with PVC pipe and little George went full speed along a cricket field in it, and it was just bouncing everywhere, and we just it's going to fall apart, but it actually held together.
The PVC pipe was actually perfect because it had a bit of flex in it. If it had been rigid, it would have been in pieces.
Yeah.
The flex in it really held it together. Otherwise, we'd have had issues with the terrain. He was full throttle across this cricket pitch.
So I'll tell you another story about art and engineering. I was at Nashville, and I was there for the whole 3-4 days, and amazing that the number of engineers who are there for their day job, doing engineering, learning the tools to the better, going to the certification, everything like that. And then they'd swing by and they'd quietly put their phone up to me and say, "Hey, here's a painting I did last week in my garage." And some of them are friggin' awesome.
Yep.
And it's a matter of how their brain works to match those two sides, right? Just the loose, colorful, artistic, and then they go back and design a car or some kind of working machine. So I would say, in my observation, about 5% of the people going to these shows are really good artists. I mean, they could be commercial artists if they wanted to be, and people like Chinlu who can go down rabbit holes talking about painting theory and color theory and composition, and she's right with you every step of the way.
Yes.
And it's just an awesome awesome conversation you can have, right?
Johnny and I experience that exact same thing every year. For those that are watching, Johnny and I actually met at 3D Experience World in Dallas.
We did.
We had a similar experience like you were there. We were there because we use SolidWorks, but we really got on because we're big fans of Star Wars and prop making and cosplay and that kind of stuff. And
building crazy ideas.
Making things with our hands and just doing, having a fun idea and just executing it. But one thing I've always discovered is that people are there for SolidWorks, but they make their connections, they make their contacts, they go back to hang out with those people that they nerd out with. While you'll be nerding out with people that are artists and into art and painting, we'll nerd out with SolidWorks, and there will be those that cross both barriers.
Yep.
And like that's the whole inception of the concept for our hallway hangouts that we're hosting now for the second year in a row. We all hang out in the hallways talking about this stuff. We're jumping from session to session, running into someone, chatting to him, and being introduced to the person that he's just met, or the woman that they've just kind of been introduced to, and have that conversation, and then you start to network and learn.
It's the network points, the natural meet-ins and pass-ins that you can't get from anything else. Me and Kirby met by chance, and we share so many common interests. We get along like a house on fire. We have a good time, a good laugh, and without SolidWorks World, which is now obviously 3D Experience World, we wouldn't have that. So
we wouldn't have this podcast.
No, we wouldn't have the podcast or our hallway hangouts that we're doing this year and last.
That's what I miss in not having a live event, is there's a magic in letting the conversation roll over you and then connect in funny ways that you didn't expect it to. So on something like this, it's more, we sort of down a channel of expectations. But when you're live talking with someone, they say, oh, by the way, I'm also a gardener. And,
yes.
And then you get into something completely different, but fun and personal for both of you.
Yeah.
That's what we love.
Yeah.
It's so for those that
for next year.
Exactly, and we will get to hang out in the real hallways.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We'll still have the mics though. we carry these around with us everywhere.
Yeah, they're like
part of the furniture
now. Yeah.
For those that are watching on the SolidWorks channel, when we finish up here, we're going to carry on being live on the Core podcast. That's our YouTube channel. We've been live for 2 hours. We're going to go live for another 5 hours. Contact us on there. We'll give you the Zoom meeting link, and you can come and join us and hang out.
Let's hang out. Let's chat.
Whether we've never met before, it's your first time. One of my fond memories of last year was, even though it was virtual, we met someone at one of the meetup events. First time at 3DEXPERIENCE World, and she had some crazy ideas about designing teddy bears in SolidWorks and using sheet metal to flatten it out to create patterns. And we knew people that would just happen to be in the conversation with us, Will, who had done that before, and they just started talking.
We've made connections, natural connections for people, like you would in the hallways, like you would, as you're walking out of your session, you meet someone, you exchange business cards or emails, and that's what we're trying to obviously pull together and recreate. And we love introducing people, don't we, Kirby?
Yeah, we love meeting new people.
We openly say we don't go to many sessions when we're at World in person, but we love to introduce people, make connections, and help the network grow.
Socializing, we're just social butterflies.
Yeah,
we should get that on a shirt, Johnny.
I'll leave you to design that one, or we could commission Mark.
There you are. But I mean, butterfly, right? Got it.
But I mean, you also do paintings of people in places. You like to travel a lot.
I do travel. I have the opportunity of traveling a lot with the companies I worked for. So 4 years in France and 2 years in New Zealand, as well as US and Canada. But then you also travel to places like Budapest, and a lot of time spent in India. So I'm working on a current painting there of market scene in downtown Bengaluru in India.
Right.
And I got another one half done of my hometown. So I usually have about 7 paintings underway at a time, because if you're doing two colors close to each other and you want them to separate, so you need to let one get sort of tacky dry. And now that I've moved from Arizona to Ontario, paintings take about 6 months to dry rather than 3 months. So that sort of stretches it out. So I have a number of paintings around me here that are not quite done, and I'll just work through them as the mood hits me in the morning. I want to paint a brewery, or I want to paint India.
That sounds like our kind of painting, the brewery one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's right here on the back. This is Myers Creek Brewery here.
Very nice.
That's cool.
Here in Belleville, and just a microbrewery that. Now this is not quite those stainless steel bins for the hops and everything will be quite a lot of highlights.
Yep.
They make them look like stainless steel. That's the background. So yeah, I just go. 99% I paint where I've been and I've felt some energy, something hit my core, right? Like old Dubrovnik.
Yeah.
Got some paintings done from that. France is where I go every year to paint, partly because of the 4 years that I lived there. But the other thing I recognized, and sorry, I haven't spent as much time in the UK, but when I meet people in the streets in France, they have original pieces of art in their cottages, in their bathrooms, in their dining room, in their living room. They just seem to have this this vibrancy and a need to have original pieces of art surrounding them in a way that people in North America just haven't got there yet.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny and I, when we travel, we just get shot glasses from Hard Rock Cafe.
Yeah, that's our thing. Every Hard Rock Cafe we go to, we get 2 of the classic shot glasses, and they go on our shelves. We love traveling, and it's a nice way to have almost like a list of places you've been, but we go Hard Rock Cafe.
Yeah, so everybody has their own little travel heirloom from different places that they go.
Ironically, it was something that me and Kirby both did before we even met, was we both collected these glasses, so now we do it
together
as a podcast, as a two.
That's a bizarre coincidence.
Yeah. There's a few. It's a bit creepy sometimes.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. we call each other, you know, the best 2 drinking buddies in the Outer Rim.
Yeah, we're the 2 best drinking buddies.
Yeah, we just like brothers, basically. That's why we always fight. But yeah, just having those kind of connections, and everybody has their unique way of nerding out. And going to an event like SolidWorks World, well, 3DEXPERIENCE World, you know, everybody's there because of SolidWorks, but they're connecting because they have a passion for something outside of SolidWorks. I mean, I don't actually use SolidWorks professionally. I work in manufacturing, so I did product design and that. I just make props from video games and that. And like you were saying, that you only go and work on your paintings when you feel that you feel inspired, or you have the right kind of, you're in the right mood. It's the same thing for me. I'm not going to try and force myself to make something because I've got people on the internet screaming at me to make it.
Yeah,
I'm making it for me, and that's why stuff that I make are free.
You make it to have a good time making it, to fill a bit of spare time and get creative and, what's the word, let your hobbies and your imagination come to life and work through it.
Yeah, I take even when I was working, it would take me about a week to get down to what I call a chill zone when I go on a vacation. So I love to have vacations 3 weeks long, so 2 weeks of that would be productive on my hobbies. But now that I'm retired, I still have to get into that sort of quiet zone. And that's one of the reasons I go to France every year to paint, is that I'm completely by myself in an area of France that has no cell phone coverage, no Wi-Fi. I have to go a mile or 2 to get food, and I just sit there, and that's the most productive I've ever painted.
Yeah,
like a painting a day just flows off the easel.
You got to be in the right mode.
Yeah,
It's
get in the chill zone.
I mean, it's with the Magic Wheelchair projects that we've done. It's very, very similar.
We find our element, don't we?
Yeah, we just get it done, and like the last one, we spent 2 weekends together.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Carving
pace.
polystyrene, just doing things, using techniques we'd never done before, pushing the limits of our own skills, and just learning as we go. And
that was it. I mean, when Kirby arrived for the first weekend that we had to build this Magic Wheelchair, this dragon creature out of foam, and I'd worked on the evenings to basically come up with this PVC tube frame, and we looked at it and we went, yeah, I guess it looks dragon-ish. So we just started putting blocks of polystyrene on it and just started carving it out, and we just had to use what we had in our head to come up with this shape that was like a dragon and did look right, and that we knew that the kiddo that we were going to present it to was going to love it. But we didn't have a plan. We never plan. We just fly by wire, see what happens.
Incremental innovation.
Exactly. We just took it step by step. We knew it needed a tail, a head, and some wings, so we did tail, head, and wings.
Do you do much in wood, or is it more PVC and polystyrene?
We use whatever we think might be the best. Is it what's the word? The best medium for
the application.
The application we need. Yeah.
Yeah. So
we had everything on it, didn't we?
With doing a magic wheelchair, you've got to be mindful on weight. It's got to be something fairly lightweight and durable. All right. As well. Oh, someone has just subscribed to us, Jonathan.
Ooh.
Thank you very much for that. So we get a little bing bong in our ear for that.
Very good. No, that was another one of the things that I was exploring, was becoming a woodworker with designing interesting stuff. But I really find that oil painting it gives me more degrees of freedom, all right? Though I am still so far on two-dimensional, but I can see moving to three-dimensional at some point with my oil painting. I'm talking things that would be sculpture-like, but different shapes and pieces that are painted. So.
We just got a donation there, Johnny.
We did.
So while we're live streaming this, we're raising money for Magic Wheelchair. We just got a donation. Yeah, we just got a donation for $20. We've raised $220 already for Magic Wheelchair.
We're doing really well. We always set this target.
Today.
Just today, yeah. Well, just in what?
2 hours.
2.5 hours. So yeah. We always set this target, and we always somehow with the SolidWorks and 3D Experience Dassault community, we always blast past our target, so we're very much appreciative to the community for that one.
The SolidWorks community is really supportive.
It pulls together.
And, you know, it's we all look after each other. We all looking out for each other. We're all there to help each other, and it's like this is why we love this community so much.
I think it's in the DNA, if I may say, of Dassault and SolidWorks, because I noticed that from my first meeting with the first person from Dassault Systems, that it was forming a relationship, not going after sales, where I had a stream of vendors coming in looking for how can you spend some more money with me, and that was Catherine Norman, and she just broke the mold on coming in and trying to help me. And it wasn't necessarily where I was or where she was, it's just that's in the DNA of Dassault. Every person I meet at Dassault has got this whole human energy around who they are and what they are.
Yeah.
And the hearts on every person that knows SolidWorks is usually twice as big as other,
It's inspired us to be community leaders within SolidWorks. Like they're working with the big industries, but they're also working with the little people. I was just a dude using SolidWorks and 3D printing to make props for my favorite video games, and they're like, that is cool, let's chat. And now I run the SolidWorks user group for London.
And don't be modest, he's also the committee member.
Yeah, for Europe, I'm the committee member for Europe, helping the rest of Europe grow. So I roped him into the gig as well.
Yeah, someone's got to fill my spare time, and Kirby at the minute loves filling it.
So he's now the user group leader for the northeast of England. We're both SolidWorks champions, and we like to help and support each other in the network and help grow it.
You need one for the northwest, I think. That was what Jade was.
Yes, Jade has now jumped in on that as well.
Jade took up the gauntlet, the challenge, and has started her own, I think.
Yeah, so it's growing. And it is because people are discovering the user group network and discovering this community, and
starting to grow, isn't it?
Yeah,
finally get a bit of a foothold in the UK.
There's a very good benefit from World being a virtual event, is that it can reach a lot more people, and a lot more of these people are finding this community.
Well, I was surprised to see the number of people that are registered for the live event. What is it, over 22,000 now?
Yes. Yeah.
Something like that. Whereas the actual physical attendees at say Nashville was, I don't know,
I think it was close.
6,000?
Yeah, it was 5,000 or 6,000.
5,000 or 6,000, yeah.
Which is a lot of people, but yeah, we just giving that content to more and more people, and I mean, being together is the best part for us for World, but that's why we have our hallway hangouts to try and facilitate that.
Yeah. So Mark, we've actually had a couple of comments asking questions. So we like to be community based, so we'll pass them on to yourself. So Sarah is asking, who are some of your artistic influences?
I would have to say,
good question.
It's an excellent question. Besides my coaches, so there's Susan Dale, who I work with, and before that, woman in Dallas who's since passed. But from the previous artists, I would say Monet is one of the, it's the way he did color that impresses me. Now, also being in Canada, I paint a fair number of pictures with snow. So the Russian painter Levitan is one of the best I've seen for painting snow, really. He's a master at it, so I do that. For faces, to be able to get the energy coming out of a face that has an expression on it, clearly Rembrandt. And this is what I was able to do when in Europe, was to go and look very closely at the sketch marks and the paint marks of Rembrandt's painting. Stunning as well.
Mm-hmm.
So those are, like, say, three of the older ones, and then in terms of drawing, I would say Mike Little of the Scottsdale Artist School is the one that's taught me things I didn't even know I didn't know on drawing. So, but those are more vehicles for my education, whereas the ones I mentioned who are from the previous centuries are really the ones I can go and study their work for examples.
That's great. Any other questions there, Johnny?
We do. We have one more. It's more of a compliment to you, actually, Mark, I think. So Nelly Lorenzo says, thanks, Mark, and the Core podcast. I had a great time listening to the conversation. Mark's really inspired me to start a new painting.
Ah, good stuff. That's what you like. Even if it's finger painting. I mean, and by the way, I do use my fingers every so often on a painting to just get the right texture and the right mix of colors. But, oh, that's good. There's something about, oil paint is basically dirt, right?
Yes.
Dirt with some linseed oil. It's just a matter of what color dirt did you use. And maybe that's why I like oil paint, because I used to be a great kid in the sand pile making pies out of mud and clay and everything like that. So I just love the dirt aspect of it.
Yes. I think this is a good place to wrap up the SolidWorks live section of this. You said you've got another 15 minutes, Mark.
I do, yeah.
So I think we're going to carry on this conversation on our channel, The Core Podcast. You just, in YouTube, search The Core Podcast. We're currently live there as well. We also, like I said, it's the hallway. So I see there's someone waiting to come in as well. They'll join us on that side. Thank you very much for joining us, Mark, and chatting with us. And thank you for Sean and all of his team.
Yeah, for everyone.
The opportunity to stream onto this.
We really appreciate it.
The truth is, they wanted pizza.
Yeah,
and they needed someone to cover.
They needed
for them.
someone to cover the lunch break. We heard the rumors.
Pizza break. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. But yes, I'm going to play a little outro video for them.
Thank you so much, Kirby and Johnny, for letting us tap into that core podcast, give us a little lunch break here at Solidworks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. Now, 3D Experience World wouldn't be World without building stuff. Usually we have the playground with the shop floor, but we're going to bring you the shop floor virtually. And to do that, I'd like to tap into Michael Buchli. He's joining us from Charlotte, North Carolina. He's down there at Ellison Technologies. He's hanging out with some friends, Doosan, Delmia Works. You got John Milbury, I can see. Michael, what are you guys fabricating down there?
We have all kinds of awesome stuff. It is really cool. Check in for the next few days, but we're going to start with John because it's not complete without the hard hat. So John, welcome.
Thank you, Mike. Pleasure to be here.
So what are you making?
Well, I am making shot glasses, and we've got both the Delmia logo as well as the Solidworks logo engraved on the side. And Mike, it's a 2-ounce shot glass. That's what kind of sized?
Yeah.
Texas sized.
I mean, I was going to ask how many ounces because that's what we really are concerned with here, right?
Exactly.
So tell us about the machine. What is this machine?
This machine is a Doosan mill-turn machine that has 9 axes. Incredible machine. It's got dual spindles. And actually with this particular machine, the raw material comes in, fed in a bar, and the finished parts come out of conveyor over here over my left shoulder. And they drop down into a bin. And this will basically, you could run this automated and unattended if you had a robot loading the aluminum.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you run it?
Yeah.
Can we look in here?
Yeah, you want
to?
to?
Yeah, I want to look in here. I want to see it.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and fire this up.
Here we go.
Michael, tell us more about the dual spindles. I mean, you can do 2 at once.
Feel free to get close.
Yeah, so the dual spindle means that we have a spindle on each side, and we can actually machine 2 parts at once. You'll also see the dual turret. I think it just went and did a pinch turn.
It did a pinch turn, and that's for massive material removal. Now what we're doing is we're using a button insert to give a really nice super finish on it, so that when we take it over to the polishing wheel, it's going to turn, like a mirror finish instantly.
Well, because we can't wait for shots. We got to have it as soon as it comes off the machine.
I agree, Michael. 100%.
So what, you hear people talk about live tooling all the time.
Yeah.
This thing obviously has something if we're engraving it, right? So
it does.
So explain a little bit about what live tooling is.
Sure. Live tooling is really the ability to take an end mill cutter instead of a traditional lathe tool and put it in a lathe turret and actually do mill work with it. So you've got a motor for each one of the turret positions that are live, and that motor will turn the end mill. So we get a great combination machine here. We get all the capabilities of a lathe and the capabilities of a mill and the ability to have 2 spindles. And I think later on you're going to see how we make these handles or these spindles handshake. It's really incredible. I can't tell you how cool it is.
Yeah, so we're going to be making a couple more shot glasses because there's a few of us here at Ellison. So we're going to let John do his work, and we're going to jump over and talk about shop management because the other part of this component is we're making it. We also have to monitor to make sure that we're making money while we make shot glasses. So John, thank you. We'll see you in a little bit later.
Thank you.
And let's go over this way. We'll go see our friend Buddy. Or our buddy friend Buddy.
How's it going, Mike?
Not too bad. So Brian, this is Buddy. Buddy, can you tell us who you are?
My name is Buddy Bump, and I'm a product manager with Delmia Works.
Okay. So what do you have to show us? Because Brian and I were talking off screen about some of the cool stuff that's going on here. So can you explain a little bit about that?
Of course. So this is our new shop management software. This software is designed to get out of the way of manufacturing and so that you can do what you love, which is machining.
Okay. Just tell me why that's important.
So for the first big thing that's really important about this particular software, the way it was designed, it was with your feedback. So the biggest feedback that we saw was that people didn't want to spend a lot of time implementing new software. So this shop management software is designed to be used right away to get out of the way of that manufacturing. So you can do everything from create new jobs, see your whole schedule at a glance and get the whole health of your company minute by minute.
Okay. Brian, what do you think seeing this for the first time?
Well, my eye was drawn to that schedule there at the bottom. So I guess in the machine shop, time is money, right? Cliche, but I assume with this tool, you could schedule out each of your stations and make sure you're constantly having the jobs queued up. Is that a big part of what it takes to run a good shop?
Yeah, absolutely. So, buddy, can you expand on the scheduling? Because Brian would like to see a little bit more.
Of course.
First thing he caught was how we can schedule this stuff. So explain a little bit about this.
All right. So up in the top, you see the resource list with all of your machines and all of your operators. And over on the right is your main schedule page, which can zoom in and out at different time frames, depending on what kind of things you're trying to do. Down here at the bottom, you'll see that we have a list of projects. And I'll just run through the control arm that we were going through earlier today. And these are all the different operations that need to get done for that particular machine or that part to get made. So this page is really all about getting that information onto somewhere that you can see to organize your shop.
Very cool.
As you lay out the resources, the people, the machines, all the steps have to be created, does it help you figure out what to quote for all that, rolling it up?
Yeah, absolutely. So, buddy, the question is we have the schedule.
Yes.
What about quoting? How does this all roll into a quote? Can you sort of show us what that would look like?
Of course, of course. So if we're to create a new quote, say you have somebody who's on the phone or just walked in off the street, create a new quote, a new project right here. So we start off with selecting customer. Now you can select a customer that exists already, or we can just type in, let's say, Mike.
Mike is amazing, by the way.
Very
Great
discerning.
customer. Love to work with him.
Yeah.
So Mike is our new customer. What would you like to make today, Mike?
Shot glasses.
Shot glasses. All right. And we're going to have that. Let's say that's going to be due
Friday.
Perfect. So we're going to create that project. And now what we can go through is all the different manufacturing operations that are required for that shot glass.
So like we have our setup and our cut, but like if I already had some of that stuff, let's say in the 3DEXPERIENCE platform through our M-bombs, those are manufactured. We can bring all that in too, right?
Of course.
Yeah. So it really, we're connecting the CAD and the design into the workflow that we have for shop management. So Brian, is there any questions that have come in or anything like that? Anything else you want to figure out?
Let me check the chat. Welcome to the shop floor. Hey, Tandy. Thanks for being here. No questions yet. I think this is really cool. I mean, it seems like you have to have this type of software. What is new and unique about what you're showing us with this shop floor management solution?
Sure. So, buddy, the question is, what makes this unique to traditional shop floor management software?
Powerfully simple.
Okay.
Traditional shop floor management takes a lot of complex setup, takes a lot of input data. There's a lot of configuration. This is meant to be as simple as your spreadsheets that you might use as a workaround, maybe the piece of paper that you use as a process traveler. I'm not judging, but it's the simplicity of the solution, and it's flexible. Because of its simplicity and flexibility, it's powerful for your end user.
Doesn't it also run on the cloud?
And it runs on the cloud.
That's right. So we don't have to install all that hardware, right? We don't have months and months of setting up an infrastructure internally at a facility. We have the option to log in, do my data. So
Michael, what's coming up next?
Sorry?
What's coming up next on the 9-axis mill turn? Is it just shot glasses all week? Do you have anything else? And you said you have a 4+1 down there. Or is it only shot glasses all day, every day for you?
So for the mill turn, we have specialized into shot glasses because that seemed to be a hot topic this week. A little bit of stress going on around here as we get all this stuff set up. We do have some cool stuff at the Doosan mill for the 4+1, and we have a really cool presentation with the cobot that we have coming up as well. So we're going to do some cool stuff. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag too early. Everybody has to tune in later on this week.
So it looks like DelmiaWorks gets our foot in the door with cloud-based shop floor management, all the process, scheduling, quoting. Now, when it comes to the CNC, you want to remind everyone about maybe NC Shop Floor Programmer, and is that what you use to program the 9-axis?
Yeah, so for the 9-axis mill turn, we're actually using our mill turn programmer app, but for the 4+1 that we have that we'll show a little bit later, that one is actually done with Shop Floor Programmer. So we have a little bit of a mix here. You know, you get into 9-axis mill turn with main spindle, sub-spindle, main turret, lower turret. It gets a little more complex than we would do for like a traditional shop floor programming, but the shop floor programmer is actually making a pretty cool part over on the other side.
Okay. Can you name all 9 axes for me?
No. I leave that one up to John for this one.
Okay.
He's actually been the one that's mastered the shot glasses and all the engraving and everything that went into it.
What kind of raw material, what stock, what material type and grade are you using for those shot glasses? How does it go into the machine? Is it like just a rod stock?
Yeah. So we actually have bar stock, and the bar stock is 6061.
Okay.
It's easy to clean up. These machines are actually already sold, so they're going to their new home here shortly. So we tried to run on something that was a little bit simple this week for the cleanup.
Okay, so 6061, just super soft, easy to cut.
Yep.
Nice, man.
Yeah, I think these are actually T6 bars, so 6061
okay.
T6.
Okay. So when are they going to get up here? Because we're having a long day at the live desk already. I could use one of those 2-ouncers. Do you know if we have any up here? Or are you going to ship us some?
I don't know if there's any up there, but I'm pretty sure we can overnight those to you guys.
Can this cloud-based shop management solution, can it help me go all the way to that actual packaging, fulfillment, shipping, tracking notifications? I mean, how far does the DelmiaWorks go in the process?
Yeah, so we can actually go start to finish. So we're gonna zoom into the screen here a little bit. Buddy's gonna show us the workflow that comes up so you can see how the communication and delivery actually happens. So Buddy, can you show us a little bit about what that workflow would look like with the timeline?
Sure. So let's go to, you wanna go through this one? We should go to control.
Yeah, let's go grab a control arm one.
All right.
We're not done with my shot glasses. I haven't approved the prices yet.
All right, so we'll go back to the control arm for my quick access projects, and now we're gonna go into the timeline. So to give you just a broad overview, this is already a completed project, but we start off with quoting, moving into prepping, scheduling, when all the production's been scheduled, then to in process, that's when you're making the part, completed once you complete the parts, delivery, billing, and paid.
And paid is the most important part.
I like
the
that
most
one.
important.
Yes.
So each one of those steps has a dedicated entry into the app. So when the project was created, Lisa had requested a particular part. Let's zoom in. So this is the control arm that she wanted to make. This was the 3D data, the engineering data that she provided. So I gave her, hey, thanks, Lisa. I'll be in touch, and I'll let you know if we need to have any other information. So as you can see, Lisa would be able to follow me throughout the entire process as I'm completing things. Generating a quote. Once the quote's been generated.
It's really the power of the community, right?
It's the power of the community. Having that real-time back and forth conversation, the socialization of a business process, incredibly powerful. She even saw when it was scheduled and also complete, which is to her the most important part.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like Amazon, right? I order something on Amazon and I get it tracking all the way through to the time it shows up at my door. We're allowing everyone now to have access to that same type of technology without being Amazon.
I think this is a very concrete, tangible example of what Bernard and GP and Manish talk about all the time, which is we're creating experiences for our customers to create experiences, which in other words might be, hey, use this cloud-based, community on the platform so you can actually have better visibility into what I'm doing on my end when it enters each stage. And like you said, Amazon, we kind of expect that now to be able to log in and see the status of anything from a pizza or apparently my shot glass, my machining order. Now I have a question. Could they also post in there, I guess all their PMI, if I have a step 242 or I'm using a PDF or I have a physical product on the platform, would that all be kind of memorialized in this thread as well?
Yeah, yep. So any of the data that I would get as I work through it with my customer, I can upload it. It can reside in this timeline. I have full traceability. There's no longer that I create a file with a revision, then I put it in a zip folder, and then I put it in a special place that I don't know where the special place is. Everything related to the project is actually all in that one list.
That's awesome. Looks like you have a very clean shop down there. I don't see any paper strewn about. I guess a kind of a side question, not being a machinist, how long does it take to dial in that 9-axis? So you have your step 242 of the shot glass, you take it into the mill turn program. Is it right the first time, or is there some calibration you have to do? And like, what are the most important fine tunings that like John would do over on that machine?
Yeah, so one of the great things about using some of our Domia solutions is we actually have the virtual machine inside of our Domia programming apps. So as we're programming, what we're actually seeing is what runs out here. So it allows us to be correct the first time, and it also allows us to remove all the guesswork that's happening. So as he's programming it, he can look at it just in a simple part mode like you would see in any traditional CAM solution. But by a click of a button, I can turn on the machine and actually check for all the collisions and kinematics. Because when you look at that 9-axis machine, it's actually running 2 programs simultaneously. There's a lower program and an upper program, and they're all synced together. So it's a little bit different than a traditional machine where it's like one program goes in, a part comes out. But using Domia, we have the ability to do all that in a virtual environment, so we know what's going to happen here when we actually turn the machine on.
Well, tell me about that again. There's a lower program and an upper program? Well, what does that mean?
Yep. So when you have 2 spindles and you have 2 turrets that are cutting, you actually have a program that controls the lower half of the machine and a program that controls the upper half of the machine. So when we program that and when it runs in the controller, the upper and lower get synced together as a program. But in the machine, you're actually loading 2 programs into the controller.
So being able to simulate having like a virtual twin, if you will, of the machine becomes pretty critical.
Yep.
Why?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, it is very important because what happens today with a lot of customers is they actually go write the program, they go out to the machine and they run it at 10%. Well, while they're running it and testing out the program, that machine's not making any money. Or we're not making shot glasses to ship up to you. And that's a big problem.
Yeah. What's the, I think I should know this. What's the benefit of having like 2 turrets in one versus them being separate machines? Is that you can do it start to finish at one station, one program?
Yeah, so as we all know, right, there's less and less people that are actually doing the work. So we need to be more streamlined with everyone that touches a part to be manufactured. So when we're talking like the Doosan TT machine, what we're actually talking about is raw stock goes in, completed part comes out, it never left the machine. So you get higher quality, better accuracy, and less employees that are actually going to be there manning that machine. So we can make more parts per hour, make more money.
Okay, here's a dumb question. How does it hand off from one spindle to the other? Is there a robotic mechanism in there? How does that transfer work?
So it's a little bit of black magic.
Okay.
No, actually what it is we can actually bring the second spindle comes over and grabs it. So we have a video a little bit later where we're going to go through a lot of that detail.
All right.
But we're actually grabbing the second spindle or the part with the second spindle, and then we grab it and we take it to the back. So it's actually a pretty cool handoff because both turrets are spinning in sync and it grabs it while it's all turning.
Well, that was my next question. So these are coaxial or concentric mated cylinders. So you don't have, do they spin opposite each other to kind of counteract the forces? Or do they spin the same way?
It's a little bit similar to the concentric side of things. So they're already in line across one another. So when we bring them in, we're just syncing the RPM. And then we're using, the chuck or the collet to grab the part at the right pressure so we can actually go through and machine the backside off.
And how does the engraving of the SolidWorks on the side, that's happening at the same time in that same machine?
Yeah. So we're doing all the engraving, all the pockets, everything that John showed you in there. So we actually there's a tool in there that actually gets sped up through an amplifier. So we're actually spinning that thing up to like 15,000 RPM with a little itty bitty tool. So the part is rotating while we're cutting on it to actually get that engraved logo, as well as the triangles that go on the bottom.
That's amazing. How does the last cut happen? And sorry, these are all basic questions. I know you want to show the shop floor, Joel, but I'm wondering, the last cut to get the clean surface and then you select the bottom, how does that happen inside the machine?
So
Yeah, so when the part comes over to the back part, then we just actually come and face off the back side. And then there's a part catcher that just comes down and grabs it when the spindle lets go. And it goes on a little conveyor out the back end and makes a cute little dink noise to let you know that it actually went out. So, you know, it's when we get the part actually separated to the back side, it's more of a traditional, you know, finishing pass that we would do on any lathe.
What's the total, you called it what, a cycle time, but what's the time from that bar stock to the cute ding sound?
5 minutes.
Oh my gosh, okay. That's pretty amazing. Is that because of aluminum? I mean, if you're doing a harder material, like you'd have to do it slower. Is that just aluminum allows you to do it that fast?
Yeah, I mean, depending upon the type of cutters and things that you have, right? But we have this one set, it's running about 5 minutes apart with the engraving. The engraving takes a little bit longer. So, you know, we have a couple different programs that engrave a few different things on it. You know, there might be the Doosan Puma or the Ellison Technologies or SolidWorks and Dell Mia.
How about
logos.
SolidWorks
So
Live?
we can actually switch up.
I can send you the live logo right here.
Yeah. You can send it on over. We can see what we can do for you.
All right. We'll see. Okay, what else do you want to show us today? We got about 8 minutes left. Is there anything else you want to show us on the shop management solution or from the over what's cooking on the 9-axis?
So I think for right now, for this episode, again, I don't want to give away too much because we have a little bit to do later this week. But I'd like to have Buddy maybe talk a little bit more about some of the shop management for just a few more minutes. You know, maybe we can talk a little bit about the details component of this.
Of course. Of course. So something that we didn't get a chance to go through earlier is all that information that you're putting into the quote, all of that detail, that hard work that you're putting in to understand really how to make that control arm, how to make that part. That flows directly into a process traveler. And it's incredibly easy. With a push of a button, the start timer button over here, we can actually record how long it's going to take. This one's in production completed, so the timer's not going to go. But we can take how long that actually took to do that setup. And what that allows us to do is help you improve over time. You'll become more and more accurate because every single time you're running through a manufacturing process, you're capturing real data about how long it actually took your people to set up that machine. So the next kind of part that I'd like to show off is the fact that we have this notes and fixture field. So the notes field really allows you to communicate across multiple team members directly on the piece that they're working on. So I don't have anything in this particular one, but say I have an additional work instruction that my boss put in because I'm a new machinist. Well, I can access that right there in that notes field. Or I could let my production manager know that this part or this particular process, that they had to make some kind of creative solution. And because we all know that sometimes things are a little different in reality when you're making parts.
Well, and I think one of the things to point out too, right, is a lot of these new controls. So if you look at the Doosan controls we have here, we can actually remote desktop in. So we could pull this up from another machine so the operator could actually hit the stop start as they go, right?
Excellent point. Excellent point. Yeah, because it's a web application, any machine that you've got the ability to point at a particular website, you can put that directly on the HMI to make it so that your training process is standardized.
What about revisioning? Can we revision this?
Of course.
I mean, nobody ever has revisions. Okay, I want to make that clear. We don't do revisions. We're always perfect the first time.
So if we're going to make a new revision in this part, obviously we're going to start with the costs. And we have the details of this part. So let's see. Let's say that the lathing the pinion turns out that this particular operation might not take as long as we originally thought because we changed the stock. Let's say that. So we're going to come back into the time here. Let's say it's going to take 15 minutes.
15 hours might not be the way that we want it to go. We probably want it to be 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, you're right. That's why.
But what I noticed is as you were typing this right here, what was happening is you were automatically getting a real update on the cost, right? So you can see like 15 hours versus 15 minutes was the difference between, I think, $2,300, $37, a little bit different.
Big difference.
And that's a good point to bring up, because these very specific numbers, $41.67, would give my customers, if I'm the shop owner here, it would give my customers confidence that I'm not just pulling a number out of thin air, that I'm trying to give them the best value for their dollar. So let's say that we'll put that in place. Is there anything else that we will need to change in this revision?
No, I think for this revision, I think we'll be all right.
All right. That's very good. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into our timeline. And let's move that to prepping. Okay. So now we get a nice overview of what that new revision's costs are going to be.
That looks pretty clean.
And it's only going to get better with more feedback.
Even better. So does that help Brian a little bit fill in some of the extra stuff we were talking about as far as revisions?
Michael, I think this is awesome. Give Buddy a high five for us. You know what I really like about what you guys are doing? This is the shop floor. This reminds me of going into the playground, coming over and watching what you and John are cutting, or the big touch screen that you have set up. Thank you so much for putting in the time and effort to make this a special experience for us. You hinted at we're going to check in with you tomorrow, Tuesday. We're going to be talking about collaboration, 3D Lean, and Wednesday you've been hinting at it. We also are going to check out some more of the robotics and what that looks like. So thanks for setting this all up, Michael. It's been a real pleasure. Day one. We miss you up here, but hey, I'm glad you're having fun. And by the way, in the chat, we got several folks who are raising hands to be testers, quality assurance, if you will, inspection experts for your shot glasses. So I'll be the first one to raise my hand for that as well. Send it up here.
Yeah, send them on over. We'll have to do some high quality vetting, but there might be a chance for some shot glasses for people.
Okay. Thank you, Buddy. Thank you, Michael. Thanks, everyone, for staying with us here at SolidWorks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. Mike Buchli, we're going to be checking in with him again on Tuesday and Wednesday. We talked about machining and management today, and then we'll be talking about collaboration tomorrow and automation and robotics on Wednesday. So really, really special. Thank you so much for sharing that. Today, we're now about ready to get into some more breakouts. If you haven't had the chance so far, head on over to 3dexperienceworld.com, register. It's free, and check out the next batch of breakouts. I believe they're starting at 1:45. Hopefully you already caught one this morning. And remember, they'll be available for replay within 48 hours. But for now, let's take a sneak peek at a few of the top most registered for breakouts, and we'll see you back here live in 15 minutes.
Use that Windows calculator, use Windows shortcuts to make that faster, to make it open much more quickly. Copy and paste values to and from SolidWorks, and also don't forget the power of this modify box. This modify box is kind of small and unassuming, but it's really powerful, and you can do some pretty advanced functions even just inside this box itself. So cool tip from Ivan, all about automation, shortcuts, making things faster. Thanks a lot, Ivan. A general table is a great place to capture other information that you might not see in a bill of material, you might not see in a note call out or anything like that. A general table is a great place to capture some of those extra bits of info. So let's take a look. We'll jump over to SolidWorks. Once again, we'll close what we have open at the moment, and we'll open Theodore's part here. And this isn't the part that he showed, but it's similar. It's just a part that might show some different examples of machining, right? Some different stages of machining. Maybe some lathe, some mill, some drilling, depending on the shop and how you would produce this. But the point was, let's make some values, some properties in this. So phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, just to say, hey, in phase 1 we take it to the lathe, phase 2 we take it to the second machine, CNC, and then finally we drill the center hole. This, of course, is just an example, not Theodore's part. So as we take this part and make a drawing of it, we have a really simple example drawing here with our standard views and an isometric, and then we'll add a general table. So I know that Hole Wizard creates 2 sketches, one for the location and then one for the actual hole, one for the cut revolve that it creates the hole with. And I can change these parameters, but that doesn't necessarily go back and change those selections you made in Hole Wizard. So there's that moral dilemma, right, of lying to Hole Wizard. So Eric showed us and reminded us really that, hey, when Hole Wizard actually was introduced, it was more so a quick tool to add holes based on the parameters you edited. And now we call that legacy hole. So looking at legacy hole here, legacy hole, if I'm choosing just a counterboard legacy hole, I can type in whatever values I want, whatever items I want.
I'm a self-taught SolidWorks user, and for the past 3 years I've been a content creator for the SolidWorks blog. Once I knew molding a 3D print was successful, I started to wonder if I could speed up the whole process of molding a model further and just 3D print the mold. Now, it's not yet possible to 3D print with plaster that is absorbent enough to slip cast from, as the plaster is fused with glue. So I decided to 3D print parts that I could just fill with the plaster and create the mold parts. This in the ceramic industry is known as a master mold. A master mold is usually made up of a much tougher and more resilient plaster that you can mass produce the molds from, and therefore mass produce a ceramic piece. So with all that in mind, I decided to 3D print a mold of a mold. This is the model I will be creating the mold of. It is a similar sort of concept as the others, again with crystals attached to a vase. This time it is a third segment of a vase. This is just so that I could line up the edges of all the crystals and then repeat it round with a circular pattern. One thing I like to do with my models is, when I have a fixed component like this, is mate the planes together, so the front planes are together, the top planes together, just so that the model is center to the assembly. But this also helps me when I go to File and Save As, and save my file as a part.
Ultimately, choosing the right appearance is a stylistic choice, but let's take a look into how we can use appearances to make the model that we have look that much better. Let's carry forward using the model that we imported using the automatic mode, which allows us to individually add appearances to all the instances. So from here, we'll take a look at the appearances that already exist on the model. You have selection modes. Appearance selection is automatically turned on when we enable the tab for appearance, but you can always come right down here and choose it. This allows me to select and see the properties of the appearances and also cross-highlight which of those appearances are selected. You can do it this way too, and it will show that all of these are applied. Click here, you can see that there's a part in the middle, 2 of them actually, that have that red applied. So we're not stuck with these appearances, these are the ones that came from SolidWorks. And in a lot of cases, they're good enough as far as passing the visual quality test. But sometimes we need more. We need more detail, we need higher quality. So that's why we have the library for appearances within Visualize. This library is full of appearances that are categorized and organized into folders. These folders contain appearances that are set to different types, and these types come with options that allow them to be dialed in to look more lifelike and match the appearances that you're after. So for instance, we'll go back into metal, and we have a black powder. Now this is more than just a shiny metal. I can drag over gunmetal and show you that, right? That's just very shiny. Black powder comes with a texture, and it gives the illusion of bumps on the surface. And
so here's just a reference of where the machining wizard is. Just for your reference later on when you look at these slides. It's here on the top right, and to toggle that in and out, we can hit the little question mark up top, and we can go down and select that to turn that on or off if that ends up going away on us. Okay. So programming section. So we also can go down to the bottom of our user interface and grab and click on these tabs that you see down here in these menus. What's nice about this is we can interface through the wizard, or we can actually go into these tabs. And after you get the flow of what you're doing, you're quite a bit down here into the tabs yourself, because you know where you want to go. Okay, but the wizard is a nice tool for learning, as well as I still use it sometimes when I'm trying to do things, just to make sure I have my processes right at what I'm doing. Okay, well, we begin at the bottom here on the programming section where we do the setup tab. So the setup tab is kind of the top of the wizard if we use the wizard. You'll use the wizard for a while and you find yourself down in here in these tabs, bumping around and using these buttons down here. But the mount resource import tab here, and then you'll see these we'll go kind of left to right with these, and we can import the part that we want to machine, and also resources. So what machine we want, so we can bring in and put in a machine ourselves if we want to put in a CNC machine inside here, or the bed, or whatever we want to do with the fixtures and all that. We can import those items there. We can apply a generic machine. If you say, hey, this is my machine, whatever it is, it's a Haas, and then we don't want it, we just want to show just the part level of what we want to machine and not want to bring that in, we can do that as well. And that's where we can go in there and define the machine, and then it defines the post. We can put in there what post we want to use. And
if you have an advanced software that you can pause, you can allow print queues to be paused so that inserts can be placed into a part when printing. So in a case like this, I might, if I wanted to put a nut inside of a part, what I would do is before putting a top layer on, I would leave a square or a round, hexagon opening there, so that when I got to a point, I could stop it or pause it, and then insert my hardware, and then continue on with my printing. Okay, some things to consider if you want to add hardware and insert it into your part. When you save these files out, if you don't need something that looks really, really smooth, and you just have maybe a prototype, then use the coarse setting. Okay, the file sizes, of course, are so big when you start getting custom, but if you needed a part that looked a lot smoother, then, go up to a custom size. One of the 3D printing rules of thumb is if you can count the triangles, you probably aren't going to like the finish. So as you can see there. Makes sense? This slide is for those SolidWorks users. What I talked about earlier was not image quality. That was your STL settings. What image quality is something very different. This is how your arcs and circles are going to look inside of your SolidWorks model. So in the application, when you open up a file and you see that you have a round edge that looks very jagged, that is the image quality, not STL resolution. So please leave this around the 3.5 mark. Unless you need to take pictures or something along those lines, you want to make sure that you have a good performing model, so make sure that this stays down, again, unless you need to make a picture. We also, if you're using like a PolyJet printer, we can also take these parts and add a durometer or color to each of these shells. And you can see here, this was built as a multi-body part or assembly, where we had everything, each of these parts with appropriate clearances that we need for those balls to roll around in the spinner, and then we could apply them to each body, each color. And last but not least, I want to talk about printing parts. We'll talk about part orientation and building times. When you build a part, the position of the part can affect the surface. You know, if you put something flat, it could give you this stair step where from stacking these 2D layers on a 3D shape, especially if it's a curve or a round. Remember, we can also apply some self-supporting angles to the build as well.
Now the stringers are 1/2 inch by 1/8 inch balsa wood strips pretty frequently. And the skin could be like a vacuum formed plastic or a draped over a shrink formed plastic coating that adheres to the stringers and the ribs. But the techniques that we'll learn to design these rectangular cross-section stringers are intuitive to expand to the general case of other types of cross-sections. For instance, in commercial full-size aircraft, often the wing box is the spars will extend all the way to the wing surface, and then so the stringers, which will be more like this aluminum T-section or another type of extrusion, those themselves will often bend and twist along the wing surface. And I'm sure there's lots of other applications where long, thin structural members bend and twist along surfaces. Before we get into the course, I'll just introduce a bit about myself and my background. I've been designing in CAD since about 2011. I was working at the time in science in Alaska, and in my spare time I designed this bicycle hub. And when I returned to Montreal, I did an engineering degree at Concordia University, and that's where I was introduced to team design projects in SolidWorks like this steam car. At that point I was hooked. So then there was this wind tunnel project, and being inspired by how neat it is that airplanes and helicopters are used in Alaska and BC, I joined the SAE Aero Design team where we designed and built RC aircraft like this. My engineering work experience has been a year at Bombardier in internships in loads and stress, and then 4 in Bell Helicopter in airframe stress on the 525 model. Working those years in analysis alongside designers, I now want to work on the design side of structures. So as part of that path, in March of 2020, I started a tutorial channel on YouTube with SolidWorks. And so here I am with a SolidWorks instructional course. One part for the stringers that go on the top, and then a different part for the stringers that go on the bottom. So we'll just do the example for the ones that go on the top. So the layout, let's go back to this point. So we'd be putting in more lines. Something like that. So then we'd be putting in the offset sketches. So 0.25 bidirectional. And we would close them all. Continuing like that. So the layout can look like this. Now the wrap, you can see it's all in one feature here. It can look like this. So taking those offsets and applying them to that surface.
Welcome back to SolidWorks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. We hope you're having a great day, and if you haven't so far, please head over to 3dexperienceworld.com, register, and check out great breakouts like what you were just seeing. In fact, that last one by Matt, amazing. They're all amazing. Register now. But hold on, you don't have to go, because you should stick around and watch this next segment. You know, we think about World, we've seen the shop floor, we've looked at breakouts, we had special speakers. What about special beakers? Let's check in, do a Waltham walk-in with Sean over at the 3D Experience Lab. Sean, can you hear me? Hey, there you are, buddy. What's going on in the lab?
Brian over here talking about beakers. Brian, it's not that kind of lab. But with that said, we are in a lab. We are in the 3D Experience Lab, and I'm joined by Abhishek Bali. How are you, Abhishek?
I'm good. Thank you.
Awesome. You know, when most people think of Dassault Systèmes, they think of software, right? But again, we are in a lab. I see tons of 3D printers and other types of machinery. But what really is the 3D Experience Lab?
Well, the 3D Experience Lab as a program is the startup accelerator and open innovation lab of Dassault Systèmes globally. And where we are standing right now, just outside Boston, the 3D Experience Lab in Waltham was set up in collaboration with MIT Center for Bits and Atoms. And at the program, we are looking for amazing startups that are working on tough technical problems for a better sustainable tomorrow.
Okay, and you mentioned that the 3D Experience Lab is in part, it's an accelerator, right?
Yes.
Do you have any accelerator members that we can talk to today?
Oh, definitely. In fact,
yes.
There are two of them. And let me introduce the first one.
Absolutely.
This is Jose from Dynacardia.
Jose, how are you?
Good, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well. So tell me, what is Dynacardia, and what challenge do you aim to solve?
Well, happy to talk about it. In 2015, MIT and Tufts Medical School, along with support from the NIH, created a fundamentally new way of measuring blood pressure, so non-invasively, without external calibration. And it's kind of a wrist-worn device.
Gotcha. And what stage of maturity would you say that the device is in today?
So we're in, I'd say, preclinical trials. We're actually out in hospitals measuring and collecting data. We're also doing usability studies as well to see how the device performs and how we should improve it to inform the next level, which would be more of an alpha device, or what I would call like a works like, looks like device.
Mm. And we talked about earlier, we kind of teased it in the lead-in with Abhishek, right? When people think about Dassault Systèmes and when they think about 3D Experience World, we do talk a lot about software. So with that said, with this device, which Dassault Systèmes solutions have you been using to get it to where it is today?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we've been, I think we're just touching the surface or scratching the surface on the platform. We've used the planning tool to help plan out our project and our sprints. We're also using SolidWorks for our mechanical and industrial design work, simulation for finite element analysis, 3D Lean for collaboration with our kind of more of our extended network of collaborators. Also Innovia for database management, as well as the facilities here in the lab, which have been great to help us actually build prototypes.
And you guys had probably been using SolidWorks maybe even before that, right? So you're going into this new journey, this new leap with 3D Experience, not as a way to replace SolidWorks, but as a way to complement it, right? And its capabilities with planning and collaboration, simulation. I mean, when you think about the tools that you've used recently, maybe in conjunction with SolidWorks, which one stands out as like, the coolest tool, the best tool that's really helped you most significantly?
Well, I think the Innovia stuff is great for like managing, kind of the workflow. I think that's been really helpful. The other is Lean. I think just because, we have a lot of external partners all over the country, all over the world, and it's great to be able to collaborate, kind of real time, or even off cycle, right? They can actually add stuff, things to the board, and we can look at it later and then get back to them.
Yeah, right. Or even for meetings, right? So 3D Lean, you can put up a quick post-it, kind of see right where we are in the meeting, understand everyone has the same notes. What are the key takeaways? Where are we going with this after this meeting? Just being more purposeful. I love that. Where do you see you guys going next? Let's say over the roadmap for the next year? Like if we were to look at your project planner sheet, where are you guys headed with Dynacardia?
Yeah, so we're in the next year or so, we're going to advance the technology more. We're also going to be collecting a much larger data set for the clinical trials in order to get to that kind of works like, looks like model. Our initial business is going, our business target is the critical care environment, so the operating room and the ICU. But we are also looking kind of across the care continuum. So things like emergency medical services to remote patient monitoring. That's all relevant.
Awesome. And how can the viewers at home keep up with your progress?
Just visit us at our website at dynacardia.care, or just follow us on the 3DEXPERIENCE, the social network.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you so much, Jose.
Thank you.
So, Abhishek, another accelerator we can check in with here?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So this is Cormac and Ted from Lobster Lake.
Hey, Cormac. Hi, Ted.
How's it going?
How's it going? Good to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
So tell us a little bit about Lobster Lift. What's the product? What's the aim of the business? All that good stuff.
Yeah. So Lobster Lift was starting to create a new whale-safe type of lobster fishing gear. So lobstering traditionally has ended up causing a few issues with whale entanglements, specifically in New England especially. So the North Atlantic right whale is on the brink of extinction, about 350 left in the world.
Wow.
And it's mainly just due to the way that they currently fish. So right now they're using a rope that goes from the bottom of the seafloor to the top with a buoy. And so Lobster Lift is ropeless, which the whole system gets submerged, so there's no rope in the water. And when they need to pick up their lobster gear, they send an acoustic signal out to it. It inflates a buoy that actually creates enough buoyancy to actually lift the whole lobster trap up to the surface.
Wow.
Yeah.
And we have the product right here. Could we actually see a quick demo?
Yeah. Absolutely. Typically what would happen is you'd have the lobster trap set somewhere in the seabed with the lobster lift device connected. And when the lobsterman wants to come by to lift up the trap without using a vertical rope line, they would just open their app. They can check out to see whether or not the device can talk. So right now we're getting some back and forth communication indicating like how far away the lobster lift device is. I can then also command the inflate command. And so that'll start to inflate the buoy and then lift up the whole trap up to the surface.
Wow.
And this is going to change the density of the whole system enough that it will begin to float. And once it's inflated enough, it'll actually rise up to the surface.
And all this from your cell phone.
That's right.
And when we're talking, we're talking about getting rid of a lot of rope, right? Like you guys even have all this rope here.
Yeah, this is an example of how much rope is used for one lobster trap. And there's roughly 1 million lobster traps in New England right now. So there's a lot of rope in the water that we're trying to get rid of.
So what stage of maturity is Lobster Lift at now?
Yeah, right now we're working through functional prototypes. And so over the next 6 months, we're going to be building out about 15 to 30 of these systems that we're going to be trialing with lobstermen, getting their feedback. And then the next phase is to be building a much larger scale of the units. But the main thing is really getting the lobstermen's buy-in to prove to them that the system really does work for them, because it's a drastic change of a technology that's replacing the old rope and buoy, which is hundreds, if not thousands of years old.
And I look at this product, obviously, essentially.
Yeah.
And which Dassault Systèmes solutions are you guys using?
Yeah, so the whole system is modeled in SolidWorks, and so managing it, we've been using the whole cloud platform with it. One thing that we're really looking forward to doing more so as we're bringing it into different environments, so for instance, rocky terrain, mud bottoms, simulating that prior to actually having to go out and test it in the real world, as well as even potentially seeing some ocean tides. And then visualizing that for people to see and not have to actually get out in the water and look underwater, potentially in the 3D Excite platform.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really amazing.
Also, as someone who doesn't have a 3D modeling background, it's really nice to be able to see Cormac's designs on the platform. I don't have to have any special software installed. It's all in my web browser. I can click and drag around, rotate, see different views, click and comment. And Cormac gets all the comments and criticisms that I send.
That's what makes a good team, right? Just,
He can make
open communication.
Yeah.
Right, make tasks, fix this, fix that.
Yeah.
No, but it's a great point, right? Just using something like 3D Play where you can just rotate around. You're not sending JPEGs back and forth and emails, anything silly like that. You don't require, a seat of SolidWorks full CAD system just to open and look at something.
Definitely.
It's a wonderful thing. Kind of a fun question. I mean, what inspired you guys to name it Lobster Lift?
Yeah, when we were sort of playing around with a few different ideas, the one thing that stuck out is we want people to get it as soon as they, hear it. And so Lobster Lift, it essentially does lift lobsters from the ocean floor up to the surface. And so it makes it easy to understand.
Yeah, it certainly does. Yeah, I mean, you definitely get a picture of what you guys are after, very quickly after just reading your company name for sure. So what's the roadmap look like? Next year or so.
Yeah.
Next 12, next 16 months.
Yeah. So we're going to be continuing to build out the system and test it and see what the capabilities really are of the system as it is today. And then we're really going to be just spending a lot of time fishing with it with lobstermen. So right now there's closures due to the North Atlantic right whale entanglements, which are stopping lobstermen from fishing. And that's not because there's not lobsters in the water, it's because the whales are there. And so with ropeless systems, you can be fishing during those closures. So we'll be using this system, and then we're ultimately going to be building out many more systems for lobstermen to be really spending a lot of time with.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for spending time with me here. It's been great, right? It's been great to head over to 3D Experience Lab and just hear from two of the members of this accelerator. We're going to send it back over to Brian at the desk, who will be with Mike Puckett to discuss certification shortly.
All right, Sean, thank you so much. And thank you to Jose, Cormac, Ted, Abhishek for letting us in the lab. Hey, there's something I didn't know. 1 million lobster pods in the water, 1 million ropes. Wow, I mean, that's such a tangible example of how we can use connected systems and IoT to solve a pretty big impact. So awesome work that's very inspiring. We look forward to the next check-in. I think we still have another drop-in on the Waltham office. So Sean, looking forward to that next one. Well, something near and dear to many of our hearts is the SolidWorks certification program. You can see my well-worn, well-loved CSWE, Certified SolidWorks Expert mug here with my third espresso of the day. Hope you guys are keeping up. But, certifications are something that mean a lot. They memorialize when we reach a certain level of skills. They stick with us. They differentiate us as applicants to jobs and all the designers out there. So to talk more about the certification program, I would love to invite on Mike Puckett. Hey, Mike, are you there?
Hey, Brian, I'm here. Yeah.
Hey, buddy. How are you doing, man? How's the leg?
It's doing well. You may see me grimace a little bit here and there if I get a little spasm in my thigh, but I'm doing well. Staying upstairs and avoiding the stairs as much as possible seems to do well for me.
Well, I'm so glad you could join us virtually from Las Vegas. Man, you got a heck of a studio there. So this is awesome.
Yeah, I hadn't used it in a while, actually, probably since last year. So it was luckily I'm able to get up here from the ground floor and use it looks a little more professional, I guess.
Hey, what does your shirt say? Is that 10 years of CSWE?
Yeah. So it's we celebrated 10 years CSWE back in 2020, and you can't see it on the back, but we actually, for the team, I actually had the CSWE logo embroidered on the back, and I looked up everybody's CSWE where they fell in the number. So mine says 0001 because I wrote the original exam. So, but I should have put it on the front, but that would have been probably a little egotistical, I think.
It's like a little prisoner number, but it's a certification Squid Game number. But yeah, I think you being the first one, I guess, and then of course we met with Rob Walker's, right, the first customer who got the CSWE back in August or September, we talked to him about what's new. So speaking of certification, I was showing off my mug. What was this? The CSWE party 2 worlds ago? Yeah, World 2020.
Yeah, the last time we were all together.
I know.
In Nashville.
In Nashville.
So, yeah, you were trying to get those 2-ounce shot glasses sent up to you from Buchli. I mean, that's more than 2 ounces there, buddy. So if that's not enough for you, I'm not sure what is.
And look how much I've used. I'm kind of sad, actually. Maybe you have some extras. It's just, it's so worn off, but I love this thing. I reached for it, and I do feel pride. You know, CSWE is no joke. I mean, that is a difficult test. I think, a couple of years ago, you guys made a Rev 2, and it got a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, we added some more questions to it, yeah.
Yeah, added some more questions. Man, there's a couple doozies in there. Let's see a shout out in the chat if you're a CSWE. Again, something to be very proud of. Now, Mike, usually Monday nights, that's the CSWE party. I'm sad we're going to miss that. I know last year you guys had a virtual streaming session to celebrate that, but that's always one of the highlights of World is getting together, because you're within this special subgroup that have reached that CSWE level. So I'll miss that tonight, but that's not all that happens around certifications at World, right? You have events where users can go and take the test, use that focus time, use some computers. What are you guys doing to virtualize some of the testing opportunities we provide?
So the problem with the on-site event is that we're limited by the number of computers that we have there. And it usually varies around about 150 computers at the most, 120, 150. Mm-hmm. So basically what we did is through the wizardry of our technology vendor, Tangix, we've been able to just basically expand it to as many people as we want. I mean, I think we did like 12 or 14,000 people last year that had the ability to take exams. This year, it's obviously going to be much greater.
That was just during World? 12,000?
That was just during World, yeah. And so we're going to set some records next week when the sessions open up. So basically, the way we did it is we broke it down into 2 groups this year because it happened so late. The switch to virtual, we had a number of people that were prepared to go on site, and we really wanted to thank them and reward them for making that commitment early on. So they're going to get access to a different set of exams. They're going to get more exams, access to more exams than everyone else. So
let me
everyone
bring
else
up the. Sorry to cut you off, Mike.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I got my graphic up. If you guys can pull up the graphic, I think this makes it a lot easier to see which exams are going to be available for people who registered or all virtual attendees. There we go. So yeah, Mike, take us through this. Like CSWE, for example, like we've been talking about. That seems like a special opportunity.
Yeah. We've never given away access to CSWE. And it's not because we want to make money off it. We just want to keep it exclusive. We want to maintain the value. For us, that's the number one thing about certifications, is the value that they hold. We want people to get something for it when they earn it, that it means something. So the on-site people, they'll get access to that. And that's something I wanted to break with you here, is that session is not supposed to open up until next Monday, but it's open as of about half an hour ago. So any people that had signed up to go to the conference as a virtual, we've given you basically an extra week. So you can go start taking exams today. Everyone else, you got to wait till next Monday. But so those sessions are now open for the on-site attendees. And then everyone else in the virtual world will, on Monday at midnight, basically they'll be able to log in and take exams. And some information will be coming via email later this week about how to take exams.
Wow. So these exams, I'm just looking at this list, these are all available, almost all for all virtual attendees. So again, go over to 3DEXPERIENCEworld.com and register. But there's over a dozen exams that you could take here, plus the new 3D Experience exams.
Yeah,
awesome.
We've been meaning to add up the amount of how much free stuff is available, but we just got lost in time and everything else. So, but it's not about the money for us; it's the value, and especially the new 3D Experience Works exams that are there. We have the first version of the CSWA for the roles, and also CSWP now. So that program is growing rather quickly.
Yeah, talk about this. So we're looking at on the screen 3D Sculptor Professional, 3D Sculptor Associate, 3D Creator Professional, 3D Creator Associate. So this is the first release of these SolidWorks Cloud certifications, right?
Yeah, and so imagine if you ever thought to yourself, man, I wish I could have been one of the first people to ever get CSWP. Well, that opportunity is available now for SolidWorks Cloud. I mean, we're in the early days, but the numbers are growing fast though. So we're well beyond 100 already in both those cases. So it's fantastic to see the numbers grow. Just out of sheer desire, I think, by our customers to kind of learn about the roles and perhaps adopt them and start using them.
Yeah, we had John Martorano on the show a little bit ago talking about the 3D Experience Model Mania Challenge. You know, that's going to be a lot of folks' first chance to get hands-on with 3D Creator role, what we call the X Design app. That's really cool. Might as well go ahead and do the associate exam while you're there, because it looks like that one's going to be available. That's awesome. I didn't even know we had a Lean Team Player exam, so I think I should try that one. That's one of my favorite new roles on the platform. And Collaborative Designer for SolidWorks. We've definitely heard a lot about the Innovia brand tools, that cloud-based data management. So you guys have really expanded and embraced the 3D Experience Works. Are you guys going to do more of that in 2022? Like, what other exams should we look forward to your team launching?
That's a good question. As quickly as the R&D can roll out the roles, and as quickly as Joe Russo's team can roll out some training, then we develop an exam. So we're lacking simulation right now because we're waiting on some training materials to come through and be available for customers. So this is where we've taken a different route than we did with desktop back in the day. Is that the exams are tied to training now, whereas before it was kind of loosely there. So now there's actual training you can go through and the exam is built off that. So, so it's definitely some of that with the shop floor programmer role. That one will have one coming up pretty quickly. And then also the motion controller as well.
So as you expand into multiple disciplines, multiple domains, Mike, are you just writing these yourself? You have a team of experts handling these? Like, maybe you want to give a shout out for all of them, because that's a lot of knowledge to try and test against.
Yeah, I just push the paperwork around. The guys on the team do all the work, and really it's a testament to them and their expertise and learning the platform and the roles. 2 years ago, none of us knew anything about any of this stuff. And it's really exciting to hear them talk about how they see their roles growing and changing and becoming like usable, especially some of the guys that have been around forever. You know, Yannick, who used to work closely with when he was a simulation technical manager, and Avelina, who's been, he's as old as the paint on the walls pretty much, to say that they love these roles and that they're fun to use. And that's really inspiring to me, because then it's like, well, then I guess I should use them. And then also Daniel on my team. With all the education stuff, those guys are they make it happen. I mean, that's the reason we did nearly 100,000 certifications last year alone. And it's without them, we just wouldn't be able to do it.
That's amazing work, providing the opportunity for each of us too, to highlight our skills, make a tangible certification that we can put on our LinkedIn profile and make sure that people know we're ready to go, especially with the latest, greatest 3D Experience Works. You said 100,000 certifications last year, and you were sharing with me earlier that the total number of certified users it went over 600,000 last year.
Yeah, it on my Facebook, memories. It was just back in 2014 that we were counting down to 100,000.
Yeah, I remember that.
And now here we are, 8 years later, 6 times that, right? 500,000 came and went in a flash, really, last year. And now we'll hit 750 sometime probably next year. And then 1 million probably in 2024, I'm guessing. I don't know. The growth is incredible. And if anything, we've done things to limit the ability for people to take exams. We've closed some piracy loopholes and stuff like that.
Right.
We've made it more challenging, but it just continues to grow.
I think it's so incredible. I mean, I feel like I'm behind. I need to go in and take some more of these. 1 million, that's huge. So 2024, we couldn't get from GP where World's going to be next year. We're going to hear from him, I think Wednesday, he'll tell us. But 2024, that's going to be one heck of a CSWE bash. So everyone out there, make sure, get your CSWE. I would say set that as a goal for this year. You can take an attempt if you're pre-registered here. And you can also purchase access, right? So if you didn't get the pre-register, you don't have a CSWE attempt, how would I go about taking that?
Yeah, you can go to solidworks.com/certification, and that's where we maintain the catalog of exams, and they're broken down into the domains of the 3D Experience Works platform portfolio, and you can purchase them from there. But there's also sample exams on there. There's a list of functionality that we test for in the exam. So I always tell people, look at that list. If there's something you're not familiar with, get familiar with, because those topics come directly from the exam. And it's, again, they're not super costly. Depending on where you live in the world, they may be, but again, it's not a revenue generation tool. I always like to joke around that we probably pay for the electricity bill in Waltham 1 month out of the year with the revenue. But again, it's the value behind those certifications that we're looking forward to. And if you want to do well and really show your skills, you'll make it happen.
It's a great way to look at it. And you're doing more, like you said, closing some piracy loopholes. You're also sharing with me developing some digital badging, maybe to be, again, a little bit more traceable, more, I don't know, non-counterfeitable, or what your word would be. Tell us about what the thought is with digital badges and what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, PDFs are one thing, right? We deliver a PDF that has a QR code that's scannable, but you can always Photoshop those out. And we see, believe me, we see everything. And so it's a little bit of a cat and mouse game to chase them down and track that. But we're going to start embracing and issuing more digital badges. And digital badges they're used by companies to hire people. So there's firms out there or sites where you can go and you can look for these digital badges, people that have them on their LinkedIn profiles, and then send them out a request to, hey, looking for a contractor, or we're looking for a full-time employee. So it's good to share those. And when we first launched the program a little over a year ago, the adoption and the sharing rate of the digital badges for the SolidWorks certifications was the highest that Credly, which is the organization we use to deliver them, had ever seen. So they and so our problem is volume, and so we pay for those. But so we're going to expand a little bit this year and really give people a chance to show their skills and be hireable and be rewarded for being certified.
It's fantastic, Mike. Any words of advice? You already mentioned if people want to take the exam, we actually list out SolidWorks.com certification. We list out the topics. Any other words of advice before someone attempts like a CSWP or CSWE? Because there's a wait period, right, if you want to retake that. So how do you go prepared as well as you can be into one of those?
Well, don't be afraid to fail. I managed the program and I failed the CSWP exam the very first time I took it at SolidWorks World 2006.
Okay.
But that was it was in Las Vegas. And it was on Sunday morning. So you can imagine what went on Saturday night to help me fail the next day.
What exactly happened?
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of drinking with friends in Vegas till 3 a.m. and then showing up to take an exam at 7 a.m. Didn't work out very well.
No.
And the next year we were in New Orleans, right? And so I was back in the hotel at 10 p.m. and was able to pass the next day. But so don't be afraid to fail.
Okay.
The waiting periods do vary. For most exams, they're 14 days. For CSWE, you're going to wait 6 months.
I heard, so it's still 6 months. I remember that when I took it, it was a huge deal because I got I think a bonus if I got it, and I did not want to fail that and wait 6 months. So another way you're kind of making it more scarce, right, and more special. Wow.
Again, it's such an elite group of people, and it's still a small group. I could look up the numbers, but I want to say it's still under 5,000, somewhere around there. Where we have 500,000 CSWAs, so it's still a small group of people that really want. It's a challenging exam. We never give it away, basically. So the people who get it are the people that really want it. But study those topics and go through and make sure you're clear with. If you don't know how to do belt and chain, study how to do belt and chains.
Yep, I remember that one on there. Weldments, 3D sketching. I can think of a few problems that are very, very tough. But yeah, awesome work on the exam. And I'm going to hold this mug very, very close now that I know how special it is. And everyone out there, like I said, get your CSWE. And when we get together next year, Mike, I hope that you put together a typical Monday night CSWE bash. By the way, do you know where we're going? Wait, don't tell me if you do. You probably do.
I do. I know. I actually have the next 5 years kind of but I'm not going to share. But it's a shout out to the events team, to Byron Knoll, his team, Elizabeth, Simgay. They do, as GP said this morning, the shift to virtual was not easy. It's difficult. We were trying to manage our end. I was still laid up in the hospital. We were going back and forth on emails to get it done, but they had a really great venue for us picked out this year, and I have zero doubt that where we end up next year, we'll have another great venue for us, and I hope to see everybody there.
Mike, I hope your leg heals well. I know you're chatting with some folks, and you're well respected,
I got my walker here.
Well admired. So I guess there's a bright side here. You got the virtual testing set up for everyone, and then you don't have to put in those 10,000, 20,000 steps that usually comes with a World Day.
Yeah, I can. I was actually going to go, come heck or high water. I was going to go no matter what. So I think it might have been a blessing in disguise for my recovery health that they canceled it. Otherwise, I might have ended back in the hospital with another or a even more broken hip, if that's possible.
Mike, you take care of yourself, and everyone else out there, make sure you head over to 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com, register. Of course, there's another set of breakouts that are going to be starting at 2:45. You can get further instructions on the certification. And like Mike said, the certification period starts February 14th at midnight. So if you're doing nothing else, Valentine's Day at midnight, start a certification exam, and then you have until the end of the week, February 18th. So again, take advantage of those opportunities.
Yeah, if they're registered to attend on site, you can go start taking exams right now if you want.
Perfect. All right, Mike, thank you very much for joining us, and I hope to see you soon.
Yeah, see you soon, Brian. Take care.
Well, back in the 90s, of course, SolidWorks started a CAD revolution. We talked to Bernard this morning, and he told us a little bit of story about how he approached John Hirschtick in the beginning in 97 with a salmon bagel. But, a lot of vision went into SolidWorks and how it became mainstream, back in the 90s. And it was facing an uphill battle, wasn't it? If you think about the incumbents in CAD at the time, and, desktop PC computing was very new. SolidWorks really got a foothold. And one of the things that our marketing team has done is create some documentaries to kind of tell the story, the history, if you will, about how those tools came to light. And we were able to get a sneak peek at one of these pieces of documentary. This is called Future by Design to Boldly Go. And it's going to tell us about the challenges, triumphs, and perseverance that fueled SolidWorks coming to market. And of course, the same passion that's going to drive our next evolution as we create more and more cloud-connected, cloud-centric architecture apps. So guys, let's go ahead and run this documentary, and we'll be back in about 12 minutes.
I used to live in Los Angeles, and the first time we had to visit SolidWorks in the Concord office, I was driving up to the Route 2 on a rental car. I'm like, what the heck? Where is this place? In the boonies or where?
I worked at GE actually for 7 years. Worked in the CAD group, did sort of the CAD admin, did a lot of automation programming, a lot of programming, and then again backed my way in by mistake. My wife saw an ad in the paper for a job at this new CAD startup, and that was it.
Company meetings could take place. We could fit most of the people in a single training room.
At that time, I was a student finishing my PhD degree at MIT. I heard there is a new founded CAD company by 2 MIT alumni. I applied for the job.
I started my career with manufacturing and consulting services, working on the milling package. SolidWorks came to one of our users groups and took most of our customers. So, if you can't beat them, join them.
At computer vision, I guess for me, that's the before SolidWorks timeframe. We were developing on Sun microsystem workstations. It was Unix-based. It was really an industry for the really privileged customers at the time to be in CAD.
I came from GE where we had Unix machines, which were high-end, super expensive boxes, and in a cooled room, special area where you had to keep the machines cool.
Every CAD software product were based on either mini computer or workstation. Software and hardware was put into one. That you can imagine, that whole system will cost you like $1 million.
When I was at Computer Vision and SolidWorks had just started, It was an extremely novel idea in that SolidWorks was actually democratizing access to CAD/CAM. It was on PCs, it was made available on Windows, made available to everyone.
But SolidWorks is the first product to release a CAD software based on the PC, personal computer. That is really a revolution.
This product at that time, it was pretty new, and PC-based CAD software was not even possible before.
SolidWorks, the product back then, was not as strong as the 3D product that I had implemented at the company I came from, but I could see how fast it was growing, and I could see the biggest difference between SolidWorks and the product that I was trying to implement was by far ease of use. Previous product was Unix-based. It was hard to use, powerful, pretty powerful, yes, for 1996, but there were so many people that couldn't utilize the power because they couldn't figure out how to use the product.
Our competitors' reaction to SolidWorks at first was that it was a toy and it wasn't a threat.
Our competitors, the high-end competitors running on Unix said, oh, SolidWorks is a toy, it'll never work.
Their mindset was like, if you don't spend like hours, days, even weeks, or if not months to learn my software, your software is a joke. That's their mindset. And at that time, we just like, okay, we'll see what happens.
In the early days, people don't understand how much we actually did lose to our competition. Even though SolidWorks was easy to use and it was capable, it lacked a lot of the functionality that our biggest competitors did at the time. So it was fun to go out and present and demo SolidWorks, but at the same time, we would have a lot of feedback on what it was missing, what it could do better. And that was when I think the nature of the company came into play. You know, SolidWorks with their partners was very in tune to what the customers in the market wanted. So they would listen to us, they would gather their feedback, they'd go back to R&D, and they would turn around these updates very quickly. And we quickly overcame a lot of the challenges that we saw early on in the early days.
In October 1995, Stephen Wolf, who was industry analyst and his computer-aided engineering newsletter was very popular among the industry. And he wrote, you know, move over, Pro Engineer, the next generation is here of CAD.
Computers were already changing every life, so people knew that, you know, the pen and paper was not the way. So in a way, we were creating a new paradigm on a vision that was already established.
We used to do what we would call a benchmark. The customer would drop some drawings on front of you and say, you got to make this. There were 4 vendors in the same big conference room at the same time, all in 4 corners. And the customer would come around, look over your shoulder at various times and say, okay, now I want you to build this part. And, you know, so you'd build that part, and then the other one would have to wait to build that part. So you were building, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 part assembly. And the reseller that I was going with, they were really good. And they brought a printer in with us. So every time I would get done with a part and a drawing, I would print it. So our competitors would hear the printer go off. And it would make noise, you know, as it did back in the day. And they'd be like, oh, geez, that guy just got another part done. He got another part done. He got another.
If there was any fire anywhere, I was the guy who can go there and try to work on that part because I had to learn a lot. And I enjoyed all that stuff. So if you think of early challenges back then, everything was a challenge. It was 98. SolidWorks was still an upcoming CAD software. It was not mature at all. If you look at SolidWorks the way it is today, of course, everything looks as if it just happened, but there was a lot of hard work to get where we are today.
I can still remember Mike Buchli, and he was the VP of R&D at that time, and he always had a paper in his hand. Okay, these are the bugs we need to fix. If we want to kick his ass, you gotta do this job. Finish up these bugs.
The spirit at that time is
You find the problem, you fix the problem. So there's no pushing around. And you see a bug and you fix the bug. Doesn't matter that code belong to who. There's no ownership in SolidWorks. And there are always disasters, multiples each day. The spirit is you have to make mistakes to create something great. And so the founders has that great spirit to allow you to make mistakes. And they also very frank and they helping you by fixing it. So remember the rule is you find the problem, you fix the problem.
There was a major problem 3 weeks before one of the SolidWorks releases went out. We were able to get it solved within the 3-week period, but we knew that we had introduced some difficulties in the system. And with every single person working like crazy for the next week or two, we produced probably the quickest Service Pack 1 that ever went out in SolidWorks. Life isn't predictable, and the world can throw a curveball at you. And when it threw a curveball at SolidWorks, it was difficult, but everyone really hung together. There was no release party. Everyone was sweating it out to the very end.
What used to be said, John Hirschtick and then John McElhenney after him at every single company meeting, that hiring is the most important thing we do. And they reiterated that constantly. And it really, I think it made a huge impact. I mean, the people that, joined, the first 10 years and a lot of them still here are phenomenal. I mean, they love the work, they love the industry. They're, everyone's respectful of each other and everyone wants to do the right thing and help the customers. And that just makes it such a fun place to work.
At that time, we work as almost like a family, all right? Even though the pressure to release is very high. However, I think we work day and night. So every other Friday, people will bring some dishes to the office. Then we will have the a dinner together to maintain the family environment.
The user experience was one of the biggest challenges. By that, what I mean is, even in order to create the simplest possible designs, people had to go through they had to jump through a lot of hoops. SolidWorks was perhaps the very first CAD application which focused first on user experience, then on functionality. So our motto right from day one was that we are a customer-driven company. We listen to our customers, their needs, how they want us to grow. But we also focused on solving their needs by giving them the easiest possible way to get things done. That is still part of our DNA. Even today, when you see things, we still do it in the same exact way. So that was part of our DNA, it is part of our DNA, and it will be part of our DNA in future.
We need imagination. We need to imagine a future. We need to imagine new ways to solve old problems. And for me, one of the best ways to do it is to empower as many people to use what the human brains are designed for, which is to imagine, to be creative. Experience is human, right? When we create this human connection, things goes very well. That is why we invest so much in our community, because we like the human touch, the human exchange. And this makes everything easier and better. And we intend to continue to do so.
Innovation doesn't stop at SolidWorks. We listen to our customers, we take their problems, we solve their problems. And again, we are moving more from 3D design into this world of experience that we have.
Scientists dream the world, engineers create it.
One of the things that's always been top of mind for us as power users, of course, is hardware. We heard all about it in that documentary, and I remember our first computer being a 486, you know, if you guys remember those days back in 1995. And I imagine that some of you out there, Jeff, have a SolidWorks 95 copy running on a 486 with a DX Math coprocessor as we speak. So, of course, times have changed. But one thing's for sure, we need to keep abreast of the latest, greatest in technology. That's one thing I always love doing at World, is checking in with our sponsors. I'd like to invite Matthew Allard to join us from Dell and hear a little bit about, well, what's the latest, greatest with hardware. Hey, Matthew, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey.
I don't hear anything on this end.
Oh, can you hear me now, Matthew?
We have a little bug in here, I think, because I'm not hearing the program audio.
No problem. We'll get it squared away.
Ah, there you are.
Oh, hey.
Hi, Brian. Hey, now I can hear you.
Hey, that's not bad. The first glitch of the day, and we're already, I don't even know, 6-7 hours into this. How are you doing, Matthew?
You're doing great. No, awesome. I'm doing really well today.
Hey, we were watching a little documentary talking about, SolidWorks, how it became mainstream, and a lot of that had to do with, the democratization of computing with PCs. And, I'll be the first to admit I used to be a lot more into hardware, keeping up with it, building my own systems and all that. I mean, it's changing so fast now. Thank you for being a sponsor, and B, thank you for coming on and maybe giving us a little update of what's the latest, greatest that Dell has, and maybe we can all put together a list of what we need to ask our bosses to get us this year. So I think
excellent.
You have a presentation?
I appreciate that. No, it's I think the nature of technology and the nature of computing power, something just keeps advancing. And of course, one of the nice things about advancing computing is SolidWorks continues to bring new capabilities that really tap into that power and deliver. So, we're excited to be sponsors along with our funding partners, Intel and NVIDIA. And we got always have new things going on with workstations, and always happy to share those with folks.
Okay.
I think, go ahead.
No, that sounds good. So I hear you have a presentation. Maybe, just give us a briefer. Like, we've probably all not keeping up with the latest, greatest hardware. So I'd love to understand it, because it's still important. We talked this morning about, SolidWorks Cloud, our native apps. But the reality is, a lot of us for a long time we're going to be running SolidWorks Desktop, and sure, cloud connected with the data management. But man, it's nice to have local GPU hardware that I can take and run with anywhere. So yeah, what has Dell got to offer this year?
Well, remember that Dell goes from desktop all the way to cloud. We have our private cloud called Apex. So we, whether you want to do a traditional desktop machine, or you want servers in the data center, you're going to do virtualized workstations, or you want to have a private cloud, Dell has all of those options along with monitors and services and support. So while I work in the workstation group, and of course my heart is totally in workstations, I like to remind people that Dell Technologies is a lot more than, hey, dude, I just got a new Dell. There's a lot more than that. So for our product line, what I like to kind of ground people in is you can get a traditional tower. A lot of people think workstation, they think tower. Yep. You can get a mobile, or you can even get a rack-mounted workstation. We make all those form factors. And then we build them in a variety of sort of series. You can see these 3,000, 5,000, 7,000 series. The basic way to think about that is 3,000 series is a starting point. They tend to be smaller, physically, a little less powerful, but still they're workstations. And by that, I mean they have high-performance CPUs, high-performance memory storage, and of course, high-performance graphics. 5,000 gets even bigger in the tower season. 7,000 gets very large, very expandable, up to 2 socketed processors from Intel Xeons, if you will. So easy way to parse the line: 3,000, 5,000, 7,000, increasing performance, increasing capability. A lot of people, I know you don't always think about mobiles for CAD, but like in the last 5 years, mobiles have really become incredibly powerful for most of the things you're going to do with SolidWorks. So again, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000 series from Dell. The 5,000 series is a little bit different in this mobile line in that there are thin and light ones. So in fact, you can get a thin and light that clocks in at well under 5 pounds, gives you a really hefty Intel Xeon processor, 64 gigabytes of memory, and up to an NVIDIA RTX A3000 graphics card.
Okay.
This is
nice.
plenty for a lot of what SolidWorks does. And of course, rack for if you want to put them in the data center. I know a lot of customers, especially during, the last 2 years, have put their computing in the data center and then remoted it out to their employees at home. That's been a very successful way to work, and having a workstation in the data centers.
Okay, so the 3000, 7000 series racks, I could use that for virtualization of my Windows environment and streaming those pixels out. That's awesome, man. And all under 5 pounds. I'm thinking we used to have these giant Dell notebooks that we carried around for many years. Those things are like 20 pounds, I swear. But that's what you needed to get workstation grade performance. Sounds like that's come a long way in terms of getting graphics. You said 64 gigs of RAM in one of those laptops. Yeah. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, we still make a bigger one. So our 17-inch 7000 mobile, that's about 7 pounds. It's still nowhere close to 20, but that one, you're going to get up to an RTX A5000 in it. So you could use that in SolidWorks Visualize. Like literally, it's a decent Visualize platform because it's more like a desktop replacement. And that one goes up to 128 gigabytes of memory. You can put a bevy of M2 solid state drives in it. So it's, remember, mobiles are way more than what you might think of, from 5 years ago.
How do you guide someone who's thinking about, I want to invest in some new hardware. I love that power of the desktop, but that's so hard to beat the mobility of the laptop. Is there a couple questions you can kind of help people ask themselves to understand which way they want to invest?
Well, the first thing I would advise is go see my other sessions. We did a session around picking the right CPU and one more picking the right GPU. And we do that based on workflow. So really, it's what you're doing is really important. So one of the best things you can do is leverage some resources that Dell creates. So we test and certify SolidWorks software with our workstations. And we report on that at these links here. This is the certified hardware link at SolidWorks. You can find our listings there for things that we've tested. Mm-hmm. We also have this thing called the Dell Precision Workstation Advisor. That's easy to get to at precisionworkstations.com. That again will give that same reporting of good configurations. But what I think is the easiest thing is to look at these recommendations. I'm going to just show you an example of one.
Okay.
It's a single page, and what you can see is towers across the top, mobiles across the bottom, and kind of there's a paragraph at the top of each suggestion with some idea about what you might be doing in that workflow. So if I zoom in here on that 5820 tower, for instance, we're talking about more complex part designs, doing some finite element analysis, and those sorts of things. That's when you start wanting a more powerful machine. And again, this is all comes out of the testing and certification we do in conjunction with SolidWorks.
I would definitely take that one. So that's a single Xeon on that one. But you said you had chassis that can do still the double Xeons. I know that was important, or a big, for a long time that was a big.
Yeah, definitely. We can still do double Xeons. So those are up to 56 cores total, 28 cores per processor. And mostly what you get there, and so you think about doing any of the simulation functions, that's, plastics and that sort of thing, FEA, that's when you're going to want all of those cores. And so you can get a machine with up to 56 cores in it and have that kind of performance. So, you asked this question, how do people find the right machine? And it's based on what they do. And again, because precision workstations are configurable, you can build it based on exactly what you want to do.
I was building a Dell last year, actually, for my dad. He needed a new computer, because as you do, you use the same computer for like 13, 14, 15 years, and the dust bunnies just take over. What I thought interesting is kind of a side topic, but I noticed that like half the desktop units, they didn't have DVD drives. Do you think like the DVD drive is on the way out, like being obsoleted? Are we past that now? Am I way old fashioned even looking for a DVD drive or a CD burner?
I'm not supposed to call the host old fashioned, I'm pretty sure, but literally we don't offer optical drives at all in the mobiles. So that's gone the way of the dodo.
Wow.
We still offer them some. There are some corners where people want optical drives, but the idea of SSDs and solid state storage is much more common. So, rather than seeing a spinning optical drive, all of our mobiles tend to have SD card readers in them. So that's really common, So the cost of those things become much more accessible to get, a large storage in solid state. Of course, it's much faster.
And speaking of solid state, do you see a trend towards more, solid state operating and data disks, or do you see a lot of systems still configuring with SSD, operating disk, and then a hard drive for storage? Or is SSD becoming cheaper where, hey, we can just do 2 terabyte SSDs? I mean, is that cost coming down at all?
Definitely coming down. And what I can tell you is for us, SSDs, we don't put any spinning drives in mobiles anymore. Just not the way we operate.
Okay.
And I think, for people that may be less technical, all solid state drives are not created equal. If you want to get the fastest performance, there's 2 things you want to think about. One is there's old SATA or SATA solid state drives. They're good, but not as fast as the M.2 solid state drives. So people should be looking at M.2 or NVMe solid state drives because those are the fastest interface to get your models loaded and saved. And the other thing that's really interesting, and this has happened really in the last year, is that systems have migrated from the internal bus architecture of PCIe Gen 3 to Gen 4. And Gen 4 is essentially twice the speed, twice the lanes, twice the bandwidth. And so if you combine Gen 4 system with Gen 4 drives with a Gen 4 graphics card, you've got a beast of a system. It really is a major leap forward for workflows that move a lot of data around. And fortunately, a lot of SolidWorks users using big complex models, they move a lot of data around.
That's amazing. So PCIe Gen 4, I wrote that down. I had no idea that no more hard spinning disks in your mobiles. What else has changed, I guess, recently in terms of what you're shipping with?
So I think the other thing that I like to mention is, for us, it's not just about the computers, it's the stuff that surrounds it, including monitors. And of course, if you're on a mobile, you should pay attention to your display. Like the specs of the display can be important, especially if you're trying to do visualization and you want, your color rendition right. So displays are getting higher resolution, higher color accuracy, wider gamuts. And of course, we support touch in our mobile. So all of those things are important. We had a little bit of a moment here because I'm working on a ultra-wide curved monitor at home. I had to step the resolution down to share my presentation. But if you're used to working on 2 displays, working on one big ultra-wide surface, I swear by it. It's awesome.
I know some of my coworkers have invested in that curved wraparound. How big are we talking? Like 40 inches, or what's a good size if you want to get into one of those?
Mine's a 34. Mine's a 34. I'm trying to get the 40, but that's the 34. So we do make a 49 that's ridiculous. I don't think it'll fit on my desk.
Well, this has been exactly what I hoped for, Matt. I mean, I got my list for my boss. I want a 7000 series mobile with dual SSDs. It's got to have Gen 4 and a docking station with a 34-inch wraparound single monitor touchscreen. What else would you put on your list before it gets pared down? Am I missing any? Are there any other new accessories or anything else out there in the ecosystem that's new?
I think, we just announced one of the monitor I will mention is we announced a new monitor that integrates a 4K camera and speaker system. So more for the environment we're living in. That was just announced at CES. I think it won a CES award actually. And that should be shipping here in the next month or so. So it's kind of a neat monitor for, someone who, if you're spending a lot of time at home and do it on Zoom calls, it's a great way to operate. And it's actually a really great camera too at 4K.
Well, that's awesome. I know, a lot of us internally have thought about upgrading our camera because we're watching ourselves constantly on, Zoom meetings and meeting on the platform. It's like, I need to upgrade that. So very, very timely. And that's the future, right? Remote working isn't going anywhere, and teleconferencing like this. I'm so happy we got to connect virtually. Matt, anything else before we wrap up? Anything else you'd like to share?
I think that's sort of the bit I wanted to share. Check out my sessions. You'll learn a little bit more. We go into a bit more detail on specific suggestions by workflow. So check out those sessions. They're available in replay too, so you can get a sense of a little bit more information and detail to make an informed decision about the right machine for what you do.
All right, very cool, and thank you for the setup so I can promote everyone going over to 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com and registering. Sean and I will be looking at the playground in a little bit, but of course you can check out the sponsor videos. Thank you so much, Matt and Dell, for being a platinum sponsor and for showing up and really helping me understand what's the new and latest in technology. That's awesome. Of course, 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com, you can register for free and get access to breakout sessions. We have I think a session starting right now at 2:45, and then there's still one more set of breakouts at 3:45. Now, if you're going to stick with us, though, we do have a special treat. We have another Sean Waltham walk-in, and hopefully he's ready to go. He was going to go see if he could find some of our R&D leadership that we saw in the documentary and kind of check in and see what they're up to. Hey, Sean, you ready? I see you.
So if you're just joining SolidWorks Live here at 3D Experience World 2022, what we've been doing here is doing these Waltham walk-ins where we take advantage of the fact that we're at Dassault Systèmes headquarters here in North America to talk to SolidWorks team members, members of the community, and fellow users. And right here, I'm actually just outside the office of John Sweeney from R&D. When you're on campus, you want to talk to R&D, right? So let's have at it. Hey, John.
Hey, Sean.
How's it going? Good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Hey, this is quite the office, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I have a bunch of questions I want to ask you, but this is like a SolidWorks history museum, right? We were actually just talking just a moment ago. These are some magazine ads, so we see it's a 3D world, shouldn't you be designing in one?
Yeah, that was a theme from, I don't even know, in early 2000s, maybe even late 90s, not sure.
Yeah, it says the copyright, I'm just looking at it now, 2000, so you're pretty much spot on. It's crazy how far we've come.
Yeah, that's true.
We got the SolidWorks Cube Tower.
Yep, that's from the QB Award. We gave out a couple of those at World a few years ago.
Awesome. They got the 1 and 2 hat.
Yep, 1 and 2, driving us every day. Yep.
This is amazing. Yeah, so I want to ask you just a couple questions. Again,
Sure.
While we're here, let's talk to R&D. So, again, we're in the R&D wing, but a lot of us have been working a little bit differently these days, right? It's definitely different, right? 3D Experience World 2022 is fully virtual. There's a lot of transition to work from home with not only our customers but with us as well.
Right.
What's that been like managing this huge R&D team in this era of work from home?
I think it's been an adjustment, like everyone has gone through. It started off, really not too bad. I think we had a lot of people that maybe didn't have laptops, so that was really the biggest physical challenge, is getting laptops to people around the world that didn't have one so that they could work at home. But beyond that, I mean, the team has been fantastic. We've communicated. We use the platform, so a lot of the day-to-day stuff that we do to manage our our work is on the platform. So that was always accessible. It's more about making sure people had connections at home and a space to work, and then like everyone dealing with sickness and family sickness in the past 2 years. But, yeah. I mean, the other biggest, I suppose the other biggest thing is the collaboration. You can do Zoom meetings and stuff, but the in-person stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say we miss that. World not being in person, stinks. There's nothing like it. The excitement, that comes out from this week when you're in person is phenomenal. And I think it charges up the customers, but it keeps us going the full year. It really does energize us too. So, it's great that it's virtual because we can expand it and reach more people, but I'm looking forward to next year when we're back in person with customers.
Yeah, surely looking forward to it. And Brian and I were actually saying on the live show, it's interesting just how quickly you can adapt as much as you can, right, to a virtual environment. Like even when we were doing SolidWorks Live earlier, just looking at the live chat and just trying to take that as almost like an emulation of what it would be like in person, seeing the familiar names and I guess faces in the avatars.
Yeah.
But that's as close as you get. And of course, like we have the meetups, right, this year, which I know you're a part of, a couple. Yep. So that'll, that will that will be pretty much our interaction for 3D Experience World 2022, which I think, again, virtually, right? You can do that from anywhere. I think that's a really great point.
Yeah, last year, the meetups were great last year. I think, we gave, some really good, presentations on what's new last year, and the customers' enthusiasm in the meetup, and the questions it was great. Again, we could reach a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's good from that standpoint.
Absolutely. And at the same time, right, somebody has to make SolidWorks, right? Mm-hmm. And what have you found lately that our customers have really been clamoring for in R&D, and how we aim to deliver?
I'd say a lot of it is the 1 and 2 hat up there. So that was a few years ago now, where customers were really pushing us to focus more on the quality and performance. Mm. So I presented this at World the past couple of years, our 3-year initiative to reduce customer bugs in the backlog. So we started off 3 years ago.
And we have a graphic.
We have a graphic. You can show the first graphic there. That's our progress over the 3 years. So started 3 years ago. We finished at the end of last month, December, 2 months ago now. So we hit the target. It was an aggressive 90% reduction of the customer backlog, which we'll show in some of these breakouts this week. We're going to show some more detail about that. But again, the team did a fantastic job driving for 3 years and working through this backlog.
Yeah, and I can say that matters a ton. I used to manage in an old role here, the SolidWorks Champions program. Mm-hmm. So I'm very acclimated with that top 1% of SolidWorks users and what they're looking for. I also used to have a previous life as a member of the technical support team.
Okay.
So definitely very familiar with that.
So there's another slide that shows it's more of a trailing indicator, the second image of bugs coming in. So, as a support person, you'll appreciate that, and we appreciate it too, that, bugs are going down. There's less bugs being reported because of, this initiative we started a few years ago. So, all good signs. So trending right. It's never done, but...
And I'm sure you would agree. I mean, if you notice something that seems a little bit awry, right, contact your reseller partner.
For sure. Yep.
For sure.
Yep. Yeah. You shouldn't assume that we know about an issue. We're talking internally about, stability. Stability is always a topic, right? We want the product to never crash. So we've been saying lately that the backlog of customer bugs is at a historic low. So we don't have many reports of customer crashes, for example, that we can act on. So the crash dialog comes up, they can put in descriptions, but those are very tough to reproduce sometimes. People might say a couple words on what they were doing, but so we encourage everybody to actually, reach out to the reseller, report the crash, and if we can reproduce it, we can fix it. So
yeah. Because that can be so difficult, right? Because you guys are sort of looking at so many different dynamics, so many different variables, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at system configurations, specific versions of software. I can't imagine.
It's a challenge. We get basically the call stack, which is the sequence of calls that were made, and then you can see some details about graphics driver and stuff. But it's quite the debugging to figure out sometimes.
Right. Well, 3D Experience World 2022, right? We're right in the thick of it. We talked here during our conversation about, performance improvements, fixing bugs. There's also this whole other part of the world, right, where we're talking about new features, new functionality. Is that something, right, we're fully virtual, it's a little bit different, but is that something we're going to hear about this year?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of presentations on it. We have the two that we're doing, that Bruce and I are in tomorrow, and then the top 10 on Wednesday. So we'll go into a lot of the performance stuff. There's some great performance enhancements. So I'll go into kind of a very brief history for the past few years. We've hit on a lot of big topics. PDM, common workflows has been, they've been hammering on that. So if you're using PDM recently, you'll feel the day-to-day improvements. Similarly, large design review, LDR edit mode gives you great functionality. A lot of individual workflows, and then the biggest common theme one would be drawings. Drawings, we did some improvements 4 years ago, and then we introduced detailing mode, which is if you're not using it, you've got to use it. If you use large drawings, you have to use it. So we've been improving it every single year, and the functionality possible within detailing mode is is fantastic. So a lot of performance stuff, a lot of great enhancements. You know, the team has been really, we've had a lot of focus on the platform. So, you know, integrating SolidWorks desktop, as everyone knows it, with the platform. So now called SolidWorks Connected because it's connected to the platform. But basically the same product with a lot of integration. So we've spent a lot of time integrating to the platform. We brought on new development teams from DS to help us with that. So we've been able to kind of, you know, move people around and focus where we need to, still doing SolidWorks core stuff, as well as, you know, integration of the platform. So we'll also be getting a lot into the core desktop performance stuff, enhancement stuff.
Awesome, cool. And so it's not just you here. Like Brian and I joked when we were at the SolidWorks live desk earlier. It's not just us. It's not just Brian and I here at the desk here in Waltham.
Yeah.
We have other R&D team members here today, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and if we want to, I know you guys are looking for enhancement information. Bruce Holway is right around the corner. And
okay, so out this way, right, left,
it's
right?
Like 30 feet over there. So he can give you some really good, more in-depth details if you want on some of the core enhancements in SolidWorks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John.
All right.
I'm going to go check out, see if Bruce is available.
All right. See you guys.
Guys, isn't this the coolest? We did get to just walk around the Waltham headquarters and talk to whoever's available, right? This is truly, we wanted to give you a peek behind the curtain of what it's like to work here, what it's like to work here at SolidWorks. And I'm just approaching Bruce's office. Hey, Bruce. Hey, is it cool if we come in?
Sure.
Hey, what's going on?
How's it going, Sean? Yeah, good to see you.
We just we just caught up with John and was telling the viewers at home here, just trying to take advantage of the fact that we're here. I'm not even from this office. I'm from Pennsylvania, so it's truly a treat to get here and not just talk to you virtually, but talk to you in person and catch up.
Yeah, I know. I know you, but I don't know how many times I've ever seen you. You know,
right? It's just my picture. It's just my picture on SolidWorks Live. Yeah. So John tells me you're the guy, right? He tells me you're the guy to talk to about enhancements. Is that something that we're going to hear about principally here at 3DEXPERIENCE World 2022?
Yeah, we've got two good events that I'm involved with. The first one is tomorrow. That's the SolidWorks desktop meetup. And we've got a bunch of PD folks and developers. John's going to be there as well, and we're going to go through all the what's new stuff that went into SolidWorks 2022 and go over what the benefits are to the user. And it should be good. We'll take some questions at the end, and it was a popular session last year too. And then on Wednesday, we've got the famous top 10.
Right.
Yeah.
The famous top 10. Yeah, I love that we're doing that as a session, right? Yeah. You can tune in. And the fact that these are meetups too. These are meetups. These are sort of embracing events. You can come in from anywhere. If you're at home, if you're watching from school, if you're watching from work, you can tune in at that time and catch up with the topic of mass appeal. That is truly special.
Yeah. It's all live. We take questions. we drag GP in, and we're this year we'll get Manish as well in there. So it's a good session. Yeah.
That is awesome. I mean, what would you say like you're most excited about with the top 10?
Well, I can't reveal the list for this year. You got to show up Wednesday to be there for the announcement.
I'm trying to get the scoop for SolidWorks Live, but no, I totally get it. Yeah, we're teasing out multiple parts of the event. That's kind of our job. Yeah. But yeah, you're not going to get it here, unfortunately.
No, but I will tell you a few things.
All right, we're going to get something.
It's popular because the users get to put their ideas in, see everybody else's, vote on them. And,
right.
So they know where they're coming from, and then they know why they rise to the top. They vote on them, and we're on the hook to actually implement them. So it's a good program. Yeah.
And you and I have talked about this, but just for the viewers at home, I mean, is the top 10 the only way you can make your voice heard as a user over the course of the year?
No, we are constantly listening. I mean, that's the culture. That's what motivates us, is we want to address the user's needs. So a couple of other really handy methods for users are the enhancement request site. That's open year round, Everything that goes into there is mined on the back end by us. It stays there forever. It's never deleted, never lost. And we use that as a great source to pick out good enhancements for the next release. Then we're watching the forums too. Great discussions on the forums. Often a forum discussion, even though it's not an enhancement request, we see the need. We see that people are struggling, and we say, well, here's something we have to improve. So, so when we start to look at ideas for enhancements, we use those resources. We also we used to do a lot more in-person customer visits before the pandemic, but we do some virtually, and everything we implement, we alpha test it with users one-on-one, and we're doing that virtually right now as well. So yeah, there's many ways. We're getting feedback from the VARs, the AEs, our tech support folks, the TTMs or IPC folks. So we're a sponge for learning what customers really want.
It sure sounds like it. Yeah, just one more thing. I mean, and this is for me just to plug it. We've talked a lot about new features, new enhancements, improvements, right? So make sure there's tons of stuff to check out at 3D Experience World 2022. But if you're looking for really great content on Wednesday, right? General session day 3, SOLIDWORKS 2023. Just saying, like, look out for it, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, Bruce, it was great catching up with you. I'll have to make the trip out to Waltham a bit more.
Yes, please do.
But we'll send it back to the desk for the next segment.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, John Sweeney. Thank you, Sean, for trapping these people in their office and making them talk to us. No, they, I know, are very happy to be a part of this. Everyone here is just so excited to be part of World and make it as special as we can. All right. Thanks, guys. Sean, get back to the desk because I'm about to have some fun on the virtual playground. All right, that was awesome. We got some more Waltham walk-ins planned for tomorrow, including Mark Johnson and the Hardware Lab with Patrick Gallagher, Marie Blanchard, and there's more. I can't give it all away, but thanks for sticking with us. If you're still watching live, you're not over on 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com yet. That's fine, but I figured we could take some time and I could show you a little bit about what is going on over at 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com. So let me show you, and I wanted to spend some time, and Sean's supposed to be here. Hopefully he gets back from the other side of the campus fast, because I want us to explore the virtual playground together. In our real world plan, that was what we were going to do, is take that camera crew around and check in with the exhibitors and the partners and, of course, the shop floor. So you can tell we're bringing you all those bits and pieces a little bit at a time. So if you guys want to show my screen here, this is what 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com looks like. I think that's the 20th time I've said it. So make sure you sign up, join the virtual event. Of course, it's free, and it'll get you access to all of the breakouts. But what I wanted to show you all is what it looks like when you get on the inside here. And there's a 3D Experience playground. And this is kind of our exhibition hall. What's this? SOLIDWORKS Live. Oh, don't do that. That's a hall of mirrors. They're telling me do not do that. Do not live streaming yourself. That's fine. Let's go on. Like I said in the very beginning of this morning, usually our live desk is at the epicenter of the event in the playground, and it's a lot easier to bring you guys all the energy. Let's see what's going on, though. We got a Dassault Systèmes hub. This is cool. This is kind of like the booths that we typically set up where you can go talk to the product experts and, of course, see demos and videos and get hands-on with all the tools that we've been hearing about all day. Design Zone. This is pretty cool. We got some videos on what is 3D Experience Works. See what's going on. I'm going to turn the audio off, guys. But this is good. So, for example, how do we use 3D Sculptor? The X-Shape app, that's such a popular app right now. People are checking it out. How does that work with inside of SOLIDWORKS? 3D Experience SOLIDWORKS Connected. John Sweeney was just talking about this and the effort we've made to really put CAD and PDM into one product because, hey, we all know we need it at the end of the day. This is actually a really cool video. It shows 3D Experience SOLIDWORKS Premium and just what that's all about. What I like about this, it links over to some session highlights. So for example, if you're interested in the design domain, well, there's some highlights in terms of design sessions that you can get into. I also like this. There's a request a meeting. So we have part of our industry process consultant team standing by behind the scenes. If you want to, I don't know if it'll let me actually do it as an employee. I was going to see, but we have people standing by if you want to schedule like a 15-minute one-on-one and just talk about some new needs or some issues you're seeing, whatever it is, you know, give our team something to do. So check out the Dassault Systèmes hub. That's nice. And that's just the design. You know, we've been talking about it all day. We've heard it from every one of our leaders at Dassault is, you know, we're trying to go multidiscipline, multi-domain. And when, you know, you step back and you think about what is 3DEXPERIENCE all about, you know, what's the point of this? Well, it's to bring across the best in these world-class brands. Simulia, for example, right? You think about who hasn't heard of Abacus as like the best explicit and nonlinear solver. Well, again, this is how we make that technology accessible to you, is through 3DEXPERIENCE Works. You know, these tools, applications, roles that allow SolidWorks users to connect to this extra value. So what's that all about? Yeah, check out these videos. Look at that, all these PDFs. That's pretty cool. All right, so that's the hub. Solution Partner Zone. This is cool. There we go. We were just talking to Matt over at Dell. All right. You can contact me. That's fine. But that's cool. So these are some of the videos that Matt was talking about, how to select hardware. He was talking about some sessions on CPU and GPU. Still time to make those. All those folks. That's cool. Little Dell video. Dude, you're getting a Dell. Oh, man, I wish. That's nice. Those are really nice systems. Who else we got? We have 4 platinum sponsors. Thank you guys so much for being part of this. We have Dell, Lenovo, HP, and Formlabs. And we'll be checking in just a little bit with HP and Lenovo this afternoon as soon as Sean gets here. We also have some gold level sponsors. Of course, CamWorks, HCL, America. They make CamWorks. Awesome technology, kind of the basis of SolidWorks Cam that's available if you're on subscription with SolidWorks Professional and SolidWorks Premium. Intel, AMD, all these sponsors you can check out. And again, I think it's just a great time to take a break and catch up with what is going on with all the technology that evolves around us that we just don't have time to keep up with. Some really good partners here. These are all very, very familiar names. Very cool. Definitely not as exciting as walking around and checking out the booths and getting the free candy and taking the 3D swag away, but best we can do with virtual. We have our resellers. Of course, you all out there probably work with a value-added reseller as support, training, implementation, services, where you buy from. That's another part of what makes SolidWorks, of course, so special is you have that local point of contact. So DMD, down in Mexico. Awesome to see you at the top as our premier partner. GoEngineer, Trimec, Solid Experts. Very cool. Let's see what Trimec's got going on. Little highlight reel. That's cool. All right. What else? Shop floor, we checked in with Michael Buchli. They're also, while he's down there, they are recording, I think Michael said 5 different segments to get a little bit more in depth with each of his themes: machining, collaboration, automation. We're going to check in with him again tomorrow and Wednesday. That's cool. One of our favorite apps you can see right here, 3D Lean or Lean Team Player. Awesome for quick stand-up meetings, digital stickies, and the ability to bring in your physical products right into that stand-up meeting environment. Of course, Cam, Michael Buchli was talking about NC Shop Floor Programmer and how it can do full machine simulation. When you have that 9-axis dual spindle upper and lower program, trying to like learn things here, you really need to simulate that at the same time. So we're going to learn more about that, of course. Ellison Technologies, our partner down there where Michael's on site, and Doosan running the robot and the machine. Very cool. I don't see the shot glasses though. I'd like to see a rendering here and then like a add to cart and customize. So Michael, if you're watching, all right, very cool. So we'll be seeing more content get loaded into shop floor as the weeks go on, or as the week goes on. How many of you did Model Mania? Let me see a shout out in the chat. If you did Model Mania, that must have just closed an hour ago. We will be here Wednesday with Jenn again to talk, if we can, talk to the winners. We'll see if they can join on short notice and take a look at the solution. So that happened at 1 o'clock Eastern. That's over now. But hopefully you guys had fun. And we're giving away real prize money. Yeah, that's $500. That's no joke. I go a long way towards some new hardware. So definitely Model Mania is great. And by the way, if you haven't done a Model Mania, these are excellent exercises to do as a team, to do as a classroom. And you can just Google search Model Mania parts blog, something like that. And there's a blog that we put up last year that has links to all these drawings and I think finished parts. So you can use that as a chance to test yourself. And 20 minutes, if you can get it done, that's pretty good. So maybe a fun thing to do on your next group meeting or team meeting. We heard from John Martorano and Sean earlier about the 3DEXPERIENCE Model Mania Challenge. That's going to go on through tomorrow. So we'll be checking in with Gian Khaleesi tomorrow afternoon and see how the community's going. But definitely a little bit more free form. It's not about exactness. It's about creativity. And we're going to be judging based on style points, accuracy, and you can see the context for that community, just like we talked about, is the rims. John, what's up, man? Welcome back.
I just made it back. I just
big
made
campus,
it back.
right? This whole other building.
It is. It is a big campus for sure. Yeah. So you guys just saw me. That was not pre-recorded. That was clearly live. I'm back at the desk.
In case you guys haven't noticed, we're trying to be as live as possible. I think that's the fun thing.
We're live.
Live. Not just like pretend live.
That's the thing.
Hey, we were just going through. I was showing off the 3DEXPERIENCE playground, just talking about how this is. If we were in Atlanta in the real playground, you'd be going around with that mobile crew of yours and interviewing sponsors and exhibitors and checking in with all the happenings. So this is the next best that we can do, is just kind of do a virtual tour of what's going on. So we were just talking about Model Mania. You checked with John earlier, and we did hear from Jenn, and she was saying she had a couple hundred, I think, submissions. So she'll have a busy night going through and grading all of those. So
John, I actually caught up with John after SolidWorks Live.
Yeah.
And he was saying he has some really impressive submissions.
All right.
So no one gets intimidated, right? It's just a big challenge. That's the whole point of it. So yeah, there's some action there as well.
Good job over in the lab as well. So we have a virtual tour of the 3DEXPERIENCE lab. I haven't checked these out. These look like nice videos.
Oh, they're beautiful.
I've watched any of these.
We'll be talking to Kate Reed later on in the program.
Yep.
So Kate has a video here, I believe.
There's your lobster lift.
Lobster lift.
Not yours, but talk about live demos. I love that. They're like, yeah, let's just demo this in like real time, connecting, hitting it, inflating.
It was perfect. And what a demoable product, right? If that's even a word. But to be able to have your cell phone, just take your cell phone out and inflate it. I mean, that was really cool what they did there.
It reminded me in college, we did a project to remotely activate a landing bag system. So think how they did the Mars rover, but this was for a high altitude balloon system. Mm-hmm. So it's like the reverse of that. You triggered it to inflate this, basically like a pool, inner tube for when it hit the ground. So I thought that was awesome. You can only imagine the potential there to make, a platform out of that to show the weight caught at each spot, and there's just so many data potentials there.
And that's the joy, I think, of talking to companies as part of an accelerator, right? Like I purposefully asked the question about their levels of maturity. Where they feel that they were. Like, were they in the prototyping phase? Where were they? Just in general. And yeah, like even to see their GUI on the app. It was very much bare bones. We just need this thing to work. So you think of not only, just sort of incremental improvements, but also, like you said, Brian, just how they could elevate the entire business, entire purpose of what they're doing.
We're going to talk to a few folks tomorrow around that theme too about, IoT's been around for a while, but AIoT. And, you know, the fact is, once we create connected products, there's so much we can do with that data to create experiences, and that really gets to the ambition of what Dassault is trying to do. Hey, let's look at this one, AO Air. That's pretty cool. Looks like some kind of active respirator, 5 to 25 times better than N95.
So this is, I mean, what we're seeing here, I think, with all of these businesses, all of these products, is really cutting edge, you know, innovation. People really shooting their shot there.
It's so inspiring. It makes me want to go build something for real.
Yeah.
I mean, we get to play with software all day. It's pretty much a dream job. But also, I kind of crave like going out there, taking one of those big challenges and really tackling it, like some of these startups are. It's so impressive.
Yeah, that's definitely a takeaway. You can imagine when I was in the lab.
Here's Kate Reed. So you tomorrow, I think you're checking in with her, artist in residence, over in the lab.
Yeah. So we asked Kate, you know, what that title is all about. You know, we saw the 3DEXPERIENCE lab in action, but it's more than just, you know, businesses and products, and surely as an accelerator space it is that, but with Kate as an artist in residence, it's kind of like La Machine, right? We're making that tie-in where we're putting in a lot of artistic elements and showing how that can relate to design in the way that we might think of it as engineers, as product developers, right? This is just opening up our imaginations to what we can do.
Have you checked this out? This open R2D2 project?
You know, it's funny. I actually, cool. Yeah, I've talked to these guys before. It was right when we were getting ready to launch 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks for Makers.
Okay.
And came upon this project, which I wasn't aware of at the time. Yeah, it's super neat.
I can see a lot of you out there building this.
Yeah.
Although I gotta say, Star Trek or Star Wars? What do you think?
Me?
Yeah.
Personally?
Yeah.
Star Trek.
Oh, TNG or classic or
TNG.
I knew I liked you. Let's see in the chat. You know, if nothing's gonna blow up the chat, let's hear it. Star Wars, Star Trek.
Man, what a great question.
TNG for the next generation. But you know, it's so funny. You know, we're kind of the same age, and think about how many engineers our age, plus or minus 5 years, like grew up with Star Trek: The Next Generation as the inspiration for everything we do.
Yeah,
like TNG and Legos.
Yeah, seriously.
Space Legos.
Yeah, Legos. Even if you watch episodes these days, like if you catch reruns or if you're watching it on a streaming service, like it still manages to feel futuristic even when you're watching it then.
It's held up really well. I got the Blu-ray set, and usually, you know, you're watching Blu-ray, it's like, ooh, that set piece or that display monitor, it looks so old. It for 25 years, 30 years almost later, yeah, it's held up really well from a special effects. And what I've noticed watching it now, really appreciating some of the story arcs and the ethical dilemmas versus just the tech and the space travel and the battles and all that. It's like really well crafted. Like Captain Picard, man, he had some pretty serious situations, some primary directive issues, and
so many lovable characters. Picard, Riker.
Have you watched the new Picard, by the way?
No, I've been dying to watch it though.
I haven't either. I really want to do that.
I thought you were shaking your head because you were going to say it wasn't good.
No,
you're going to break me.
Listen, he carried the series.
I know.
All right. Well, let's see what else we got. So R2D2, like we were talking about, Star Trek. But this is pretty cool. I want to spend some time in here. Magic Wheelchair. If you guys were tuned in to live in November,
Absolutely.
We did a whole segment on this build for Freya. I mean, oh my gosh. We had Freya in the studio with her mom, Amy, and we checked in with Rob and Annie about the build. And just, I'm going to get emotional if I watch this. What a special day for just an amazing girl. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
And we've had so many different special, you know, Magic Wheelchair builds and kiddos, right?
Yeah.
Just over time.
Yeah.
Like that's just one of them, which is crazy. We formed such a great partnership with Christine Getman and the entire team there. You know, think back to 3DEXPERIENCE World 2020.
2020, yeah,
we had
reveal.
We had two big builds there. Even think of Slug Me. We had a reveal at Slug Me.
Yeah, for George, Kirby, and Johnny with the dragon wings. I still think about that one a lot.
Yeah,
time to make the wings work.
Amazing. Yeah, doing the whole body and neck shape.
Yeah,
I thought that was super neat. First international build, by the way.
Although if you're interested in, 3D printing and modeling cats, actually is a lot more intense than I thought. Sure, the modeling, but the printing in different segments. Go back and check that November SolidWorks Live, where Rob got into all sorts of detail about designing for like multiple piece 3D prints. Just amazing talent we have. So proud of everything that our team does, and man, it's so cool to be involved in these people and their passion. And the EDU zone, that's usually such a big part of World, of course, early engagement, students getting involved. And we're going to hear a lot about that, of course, on day 3. That's traditionally when we focus on community, students, early engagement.
Yeah, and I'll be be doing one of my drop-ins with Marie Blanchard, who's certainly a friend of 3D Experience World.
Yeah.
So we'll talk a lot about that stuff with Marie.
Well, that's the playground. I mean, there's a lot in each of these stations to watch, to consume, to get inspired by. Go check it out, everyone. Go to 3dexperienceworld.com and check out the playground. But of course, check out the agenda. Find yourself some breakouts. Those are just getting started. There's another set of breakouts that start at 3:45, and then again tomorrow at 10:45. So we're going to keep throwing those teaser reels at you so you get a taste, a glimpse at the breakouts. But definitely join in here. It's all free. Here's a certification. We were talking to Puckett. Prove your skills, differentiate yourself. Just one opportunity to focus on yourself this week.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is I think I'm probably stealing this from a LinkedIn post that you made, but you said something like this could be your professional development for the entire year.
Oh, totally.
Easily.
Yeah.
And what do you have to do? Enter in a few lines of text. That's it. And you're good, right? No, it's such a great point.
So we've been talking, you weren't here. I talked to Matt Allard at Dell. Just, technology just rushes by us, and there's so many things that are always happening. World is also a good chance to check in with our partners and just hear from them. They're the experts in their world of hardware. And that's kind of intimately linked with being a power user of SolidWorks, is just knowing what's the latest, greatest Xeon, i9s, SSDs. I don't know. So should we check in with another sponsor?
I think we should. Yeah, we have great sponsors this year, right? So our next chat is actually with the team at HP. Really excited to talk to them. I caught up with Jim and Barbara actually really recently, just to kind of prepare for this segment. And here they are. They're live. What's going on, guys?
Hey, thanks for having us.
It's so awesome how we can just tunnel people in. Brian and I don't have to do anything. We just sit here and you guys come to us. It's great. There's such interesting people. So I'm again very excited to chat with you guys today. One thing I wanted to ask, and really, this is a question that I think would be great for all of our sponsors. What is HP up to this year at 3D Experience World?
Let me kick off there. So, well, the first thing I would say is, of course, we wish we were there in person. Can you believe it? Another year. And here we are sitting on Zoom. But we pivoted, as did everybody. And so we've got 5 sessions with about our products, and in partnership with NVIDIA, talking about RTX technology. We're covering VR and our OmniSet platform, remote working, which of course is a big topic for us and then for pretty much everybody else in the world. But the reason Jim and I are here today is to talk specifically about our new family of entry-level workstations, the Z2 family.
Absolutely, and yeah, if we just show my screen here, just for those of you watching at home, we're all at different levels of getting familiar with the event platform. So here I have up on my screen the session catalog. So even if you just type in HP, 2 letters, you can see what you guys are up to here. You can favorite sessions, sessions that have already ended. You can replay, which is awesome. So this is a great way to build out your agenda and hear more, even more than what you're going to hear here is from HP throughout the entire event. So this is fantastic. So another question. This is a bit broader. What trends are you guys seeing, right? Like, when we think about conferences, we think about connecting with industry experts, we think about connecting with peers, right? Just hearing what's going on. What trends are you guys seeing, technologically and otherwise?
Yeah, Sean, I can take that one. So my role is actually as a product planner. for the entry desktop workstations. And what we see as far as trends is we're seeing workflows are getting more complicated. We're seeing workloads are increasing. We're seeing product design continuing to move to 3D, and resolutions and file sizes are definitely increasing. In addition, we're seeing workspaces that are getting smaller, and so there is a trend towards smaller devices, yet without compromising any of the performance. And so that's really important. And then one other interesting finding as we talk with customers is that they typically have less compute capability than what they really need to handle the increases that they're seeing. And this often results in just problems, right? Longer design times, longer renders, workarounds, like only being able to have one application open at a time.
That was actually what. So when I reviewed your sponsored session, that was one of my biggest takeaways. Like this idea that, and a lot of us are using our workstations, and we'll talk about just what the concept of a workstation in just a moment. A lot of us are using our workstations for a lot of different reasons, right? It isn't just that you're using a potentially resource intensive CAD application. Maybe you're using video editing tools. Maybe you're using other types of graphical tools. And so this idea that you're sort of closing, you're just going basically one program at a time, seems almost insane these days. We think of everything today as so technologically advanced, but there's still a lot of need, a lot of power. And one other thing that we've talked about, the three of us, right, is this idea that we talk so much about cloud technology, cloud applications, but even with that said, right, we still have a need for hardware resources. Yeah, I think it's
an interesting point you say about sort of cloud resources and what do people mean by cloud, because I think that term means a lot of different things to different people. Certainly what we're finding is that the future is very much hybrid. People do need still local compute at times, but at other times they're out on the road or they're stuck at home and their workstation, their powerful computer is stuck in the office. And that's where the beauty of the remote software that Autodesk now has two remote software packages, zCentral Remote Boost, and we recently bought Teradici, which you may have heard of. And so playing to that hybrid environment where you could use Teradici CAS to connect to your remote compute or even to the cloud gives you that range of opportunities, offering up the right compute at the right time, as we like to say.
So we're talking a lot about hardware. And when people think about a computer or a PC, they sometimes will sort of commodify this term workstation. For you guys, the experts, let's just tell the audience, like, what is a workstation in your eyes?
Yeah, I can take that one. So I see that workstations or workstation PCs, they're designed for higher workloads than an average PC. And this includes higher power CPUs, significantly higher power graphics, and then higher memory and storage configurations. And that system has to be designed to handle the power delivery, the cooling, while keeping the fan noise low and the reliability high. And really, workstations also go through extensive hardware testing and certification of critical applications like SolidWorks to give users full confidence in their solution. So full performance and full reliability.
And I'd actually just add one other thing on the topic of what is a workstation. It is actually an official classification of compute. The IDC, the analyst IDC, which is kind of, we all look to see the IDC data about how many computers are sold each quarter or each month. They categorize workstation as a specific category. And as Jim said, it's the highest end of PCs that you can get, designed specifically for complex mission critical workflows.
It's interesting, the three of us, we've talked about just in the past about this idea that a true workstation can do a lot of things, right? It's to take it back, right? You mentioned, Jim, like the SolidWorks user standpoint. A lot of times, and this is a crushing call, a lot of times people will buy something that they got from a local department store. I won't name a specific one, but they'll go and they'll buy a PC, and they'll say, oh yeah, this is supposed to be really good for almost anything, right? I just got it at the store. The cool thing about like a genuine workstation, like the ones that you guys offer, is that it can be multi-purpose. It can run SolidWorks capably well. Maybe it also runs games capably well, right? It can be kind of dual purpose in that sense. There's a lot you can do with it. Like I mentioned, a lot of times we're not just using a single software package. I know that's certainly in my case true, right? I'm not just using SolidWorks. I'm using other intensive applications from a variety of regards. Maybe it's video editing. Maybe it's something else that's graphically intensive. So that does certainly matter.
So we actually we kind of call that one life, Sean. Like from an HP corporate strategy point of view, we recognize that people are humans. They have lives beyond their work environment,
right.
And obviously depending on what kind of work environment you're in. Some work environments prevent the use of work machines for personal use for obvious reasons because of the protection of IP, particularly in product design and architectural design and certainly in media and entertainment. But there are others that work in an environment where they can use the same machine for work and for pleasure. And then we see this growing more and more, one life, where people need to be able to game, not need to, but they want to be able to game on the same machine that they're using during the day to do 3D designs and do their day job. So you're right, we're seeing a lot of crossover in use of computers, and workstations are no different. Workstations have the graphic capability for 3D applications like SolidWorks, but they also have the graphic capability for gaming and, as you say, video editing or visual effects, if that's your hobby.
For sure. So we're nearing the end here. I know we do have a video that we want to show just to, again, illustrate the capabilities of HP workstations even a bit further that we'll show at the end of this segment. I think one question I have for you guys just as we end, before we play that video as we head out, is how excited are you about this kind of trend towards miniaturization? It's something that I know we bonded over, right? The idea that you can place a workstation, potentially tuck it behind a monitor. Like, just how jazzed are you about that?
Well, like I said at the beginning, Sean, it's amazing. It's a trend, and I think what we're able to do then is provide no compromise with the performance, even as we get to these smaller systems. So, just real briefly, we've got two entry small size platforms. One's called a small form factor, and one's called a mini. And this year, we've really packed a punch with the small form factor. So in addition to the highest performance K-series CPUs, we're able to fit in a full-length graphics card, so even one that's double wide. So think NVIDIA RTX 8000 or a 3070 in a chassis that is roughly half the size of our entry tower, so really easy to fit on the desk. And then similarly with the new Z2 Mini, we're supporting those high-performance CPUs and up to an RTX A2000, a double-wide, low-profile graphics card. And to handle all that power, we did redesign the ID to maximize the airflow. And oh, by the way, the new ID is super cool too. So that's really what we're excited about, providing the ability to handle 3D designs and even real-time ray tracing. Pretty amazing in these small-size platforms.
Awesome. Well, again, it was so nice to talk to you again, Jim and Barbara. Like we mentioned a little bit earlier in the segment, you can catch all of HP's sessions here on the session catalog at 3D Experience World 2022. And I'll let you guys go. Thanks again. And as we head out here, we'll play the video here from HP.
Thanks, Sean.
Thanks so much, Sean.
Thanks, guys.
Get high performance packed into a petite PC. The Z2 Mini lets you tackle 3D projects without losing valuable desk space. And with its sleek new look, it's the perfect choice for modern workplaces. Take on workflows you never thought possible on a mini workstation. Get standard low-profile NVIDIA RTX graphics, combined with Intel Core processors for seamless design, rendering, and simulation. Create your ideal workspace, at home or in the office. With its versatile design, the Z2 Mini can sit on your desk, mount behind a monitor, or attach under the table. The Z2 Mini evolves with your workflow. Its elegant new design offers tool-free interior access so you can swap graphics and memory easily. And flexible I/O ports can be configured to meet your individual needs. Get peace of mind with a PC that's built to endure. The Z2 sustained hundreds of thousands of hours of testing and is certified for professional applications. And with HP Wolf Security for Business, it's protected below, in, and above the operating system. Get more performance in less space with the world's most powerful mini workstation.
Awesome. So we are live here at 3D Experience World. We just heard from one of our platinum sponsors, HP, and we're all about hardware, right? Obviously, in the SolidWorks community, that is such a big topic, right? At 3D Experience World, we're always talking about hardware, and we're actually joined by another one of our platinum sponsors here, with Lenovo. Chris, you're here.
I'm here. Good to see you again.
Awesome. Great to see you. Yeah, we caught up fairly recently. What's it like, you know, attending 3D Experience World, you know, from the comfort of the same surroundings that I just spoke to you on?
Oh, you know, it's exciting and dynamic. I won't lie. I miss seeing you guys live in person. It's been a couple of years since we've done it live, but we've really enjoyed the virtual sessions, and we're proud sponsors and supporters of 3D Experience World and the entire SolidWorks and Dassault community.
Absolutely, and we surely appreciate it here at SolidWorks and Dassault Systèmes. Why don't you start? You know, a lot of us have we talked. A lot of us have Lenovo devices, and myself included, for sure. Tell us about yeah, you can see yeah, everyone can see. Tell us about your particular role at the company.
So I'm the segment lead for AEC and product development. The AEC stands for architecture, engineering, construction, and product development is more the manufacturing sector. And I live between the worlds of product management, product marketing, and the sales team, helping to translate, you know, the needs of Dassault users back to our organization so we can build the best products and services for you.
Yeah, that's surely a need, right? This is a huge, I imagine, a huge industry segment for you guys. And as a follow-up to that, you know, whenever I speak to professionals like yourself, I always want to hear, right? I'm at 3D Experience World, I'm at an industry conference. You know, what are the trends, the workflows, and the challenges that you see impacting this community?
Well, you know, it was exciting to watch the keynote today, and JP, I think, you know, talked about some of the trends, cloud connectivity. We're seeing, you know, greater use of simulation, generative design, everything across the board. What we're seeing is greater demand for higher compute. So whether it's digital fabrication, whether it's real-time rendering and ray tracing, whether it's CAM, whether it's simulation, we're just seeing greater demands being placed on our hardware all the time to be able to create and experience designs before they're real. So it's an exciting time for us to work with the community to help deliver products and services to help everyone design better with SolidWorks and CATIA and the entire 3ds family.
Awesome. And yeah, so typically we would see you guys, we might talk at the partner pavilion, which is now called the 3DEXPERIENCE playground, but we see here, there's definitely ways to check in with you guys, right? If we take a look at my PC here, if we just share my screen, if we look at the 3DEXPERIENCE playground, there's certainly a way to get here. If I go right up here to the main navigation, we can go to the solution partner zone. All right, yes. You can check out all that's going on with you guys, right? Head down to Lenovo, explore. All right, so we can take all of this in. And then I also wanted to shout out, for you guys over at Lenovo, that again, if we go to the session catalog, and it's so simple with a filter. Remember, Chris, I'm sure tons of conferences, I truly remember, where you would just have, your brochure. There's no find operation there's no control F. So you're looking for Lenovo sessions. It's so easy to filter these days, right? You just go to Lenovo, and you can see a lot of the sessions that you guys are involved with. Is there one that you're especially looking forward to, or that you want to recommend here? Obviously, we can see all of them here, as well as what we see on the solution partner zone.
We ran one of our sessions this morning right after the keynote. It was a great partner session that we did with AMD. And our product manager for our new P620. It's a desktop workstation that focuses in on the Threadripper Pro technology as the key processor. And we'll talk about that in just a few moments. But that's one session that just ran, and there you see Jenny there. We have another session running with NVIDIA where we're talking. Mike Leach is going to talk about trends and technologies around how our workstations partner with NVIDIA to deliver high-performance graphics compute across a variety of different workflows. That one's up tomorrow, and I think we have two other sessions that are running. One, we're doing a partner session with Vario, and we'll talk about them in just a moment as well. They make the most amazing high-performance head-mounted displays for VR and XR experiences. And then there's one other session that we're doing as well. It's on demand around our P1. There's a video on the new P1 mobile workstation, as well as Mike Leach will join us again to talk about remote workflows, which is something that I encourage everybody to see as well. Because, in times of change, we're seeing, everybody working wherever work takes them. And there's lots of opportunities, but challenges as well in connecting a workforce across multiple time zones, distributed geographies, whether at the home or in the office. So it's a session that's worth checking out as well.
If you had to pick, Chris, and this is hard, think about like the products, services that Lenovo is offering, your 3DEXPERIENCE Pro, which one excites you the most?
Well, it's like choosing between your children, but let's talk a little bit about the new ThinkStation P620. It's not that new, actually. It's been out for over a year now, but it's the world's first and only professional 3D workstation based around the Threadripper Pro technology. So it's a workstation that you can put between 12 and 64 cores in. It's PCIe Gen 4. It can take up to two, NVIDIA RTX A6000 graphics boards. It's a monster of a workstation. And you may be asking, well, gosh, all those cores, what do I need all those cores for? SolidWorks is single-threaded. I don't need all of that. And that's the answer is yes and no. What we're seeing is SolidWorks is evolving as some of the other 3D experience products within the ecosystem. So while SolidWorks itself may be single-threaded, there are other aspects of the software that are multi-threaded that take advantage of multiple cores. So look at SolidWorks Plastics, for example. It scales up to 64 cores. If you're doing high-performance compute, having all those extra cores allows you to run simulations, whether it's SolidWorks simulation or SolidWorks plastics or CAM, far more quickly than you could with a normal traditional workstation. And then when you add in the graphics capabilities as well with the NVIDIA RTX A6000 boards, you have a workstation that can take advantage of any challenging workflow, whether it's simulation, analysis, visualization, rendering, VR. It comes plug and play ready with some of the new Vario XR headsets that I was talking about. So we're extremely excited to talk to the SolidWorks community about the role of the P620 with SolidWorks and the broader 3D experience.
Awesome. Yeah, totally. Right. And I think it's probably music to everyone's ears that, you're talking about specific pieces of SolidWorks software, right? You're getting into plastics, you're getting into simulations. So we know you didn't just drop in here out of nowhere, Chris. Like you know your stuff. So that's just great. I mean, before we throw to the video here that you guys have provided, just as we have a bit of an outro to play for the audience, just to again advertise all the great things you guys are building. Just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much for meeting up with me, last week to catch up. Thank you so much for sharing all of your industry insights and what Lenovo is up to. Not only here during this session, but again, all the areas that we just highlighted. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. And we're strong supporters of SolidWorks and the entire Dassault community. So it's our pleasure to be here, and we can't wait to be with you guys again next year in person, hopefully.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris. So we will check out that video, and once that video is done rolling here, we're actually going to head back over to Breakout TV to catch up with some more breakouts that are super interesting, right? Covering SolidWorks, 3DEXPERIENCE, DummyWorks, whatever that is. So let's play that video from Lenovo if we could, and then let's head over to Breakout TV for a 15-minute segment.
So I'll start off with opening up a new drawing, and I have a template here called A-Size 4 View, and what that is, it's a drawing template that I have with predefined views already created in it. And what I mean by predefined views, if you go to Insert Drawing View, you'll see these two items here, is empty and predefined. And what predefined does is it gives me a chance to set up my orientation of the part of the view. So I want this to be my front view. This is my top view. I have isometric here, and you'll notice I have my isometric already set to shaded with edges visible. And what these will do is it'll bring in the model I want in that orientation. So I'll go back to my drawing. I'm going to open up that model. I have two options. I either can go here and just do File, Make Drawing from Part, or if I have this part open, change over here, I have this part open, I can come here to Insert Model View, or I could browse out to it if I knew the file location. So right now I'm going to hit Insert, the Insert Model, hit OK, and now I have my 4 views. Something you want to take into consider when you're doing this, though, is how the model is oriented in your part file here. you'll notice there I had this being set up as my front view, but what happened before I created this was the model was actually created with this being the front plane.
Let's add here one more column, and this column is gonna be based on the surface. So in this list, you have all the custom properties that you inserted and also properties that are calculated by SolidWorks, like SW surface area. It's one of those options. You can see I have one extra column called SW surface area. I still want the mass to be the primary sorting criterion. So let me right click on this and I'm simply gonna add it to the sort hierarchy. So if there is any situation where I have two components with the same mass, then the surface area is gonna take precedence. Okay, so that's what I can do. Let's save this as another display state, and let's call that display state mass colors or mass sorting colors. We can be more precise like that. So let's see again. I have material colors, I have parts, I have top level colors. Let's go directly to mass colors and see what happens. Right, pretty nice. Works fine.
There are two add-on modules you can add to SolidWorks Flow. You'll have to talk with your VAR about getting those, but they can do some pretty nifty things. The electronics cooling module adds the ability to do heat pipes, to do PCB board additions, a huge addition to the engineering database for all sorts of electronic devices. You can do multiple, I don't know the transistor, to material interface. And then HVAC, you can do like comfort level for people. You can do, it has some extra radiation, semi-transparent properties that you can do for like glass and such. Some pretty neat things. I actually don't have those two on this computer, but they do exist. So goals are super important. They told you that when you were taking your training, but they didn't say why necessarily, right? So goals, yeah, it's nice, I want to know what this is, but you can actually use goals during your post-process. So if you want to control something, right? So let's say my surface source of my processor is some function of a goal. So, as the temperature of the case, and I'm just making stuff up, obviously this isn't real right now, but I have some surface goal of some average temperature. Actually, what we can do is let's jump back over to the other simulation, because I have a heat generation based on my thermocouple goal. So I said, hey, there is some surface goal called thermocouple that is the inside of that surface right by the flow exit, and I'm going to control my heat generation based on that. It's almost like a PID, and that's actually why I call this PID-ish. So yeah, that's possible. Let's jump back over to the computer. So goals are super important, right? Because it's not just like, oh, hey, I'm interested in that. It's, oh, wait, I can do things with those. And later on, we'll actually get into looking at goals in post-processing a little bit greater detail. Local mesh, maybe you've heard of this, maybe you haven't. If there's some area that's important to you, but you don't want to spend literally 46 hours solving a single simulation, you can do your global mesh as kind of a large mesh, and then zero in on some specific component, right-click, insert local mesh. You can do a lot of mesh refinement. There are some great videos online about advanced mesh when you're ready, when you get there.
Moving on to the next sheet, I start to break apart sub-assemblies. Here I use another bill of materials table to show quantities of parts within the sub-assembly of the track set and label the parts. The following sheet shows the individual track parts and all of their dimensions. For manufacturing the parts, several views are needed along with all possible dimensions for the factories. The next sub-assembly part is the train station. For this sheet, I decided to use an exploded view to illustrate the assembly of the component, but also to make it easier to view all of the individual parts of the assembled station. Adding a bill of materials table to this assembly, I use the part only option, so that I get a list of all of the parts. The list includes the part names and the quantities. As mentioned earlier, I added a custom file property to all of the parts. Selecting this column title, I can change this to Pantone, and all of the parts will automatically update with their corresponding Pantone colour. Again, this is a very important detail for the factories to use. There is nothing to import here for the fastening, as it's not applicable for the screw part. I do not need to add any decal artwork to the drawing sheets. This is sent as a separate file type, as I always include a shaded view of each part so that they can see which decal to use on each part. Another thing I sometimes do with my drawing sheets is split the bill of materials table to separate any fasteners from the other components like this. You can also use this tool if your table is too long to fit onto your sheet. The second reason is using the motion study for a rendered animation. Here is the car going down the ramp. This was rendered with Solidworks Visualize. This is a useful presentation of the toy for the factories to understand how the toy should look and work. It can also be a good representation of a product for buyers to view before you commit to manufacturing the toy. The model I use for the motion study has often been simplified in some way to make it easier to create it. Complex models can cause errors or make an analysis longer to calculate. This can include new guide sketches, using different make types, or whole part files rather than the sub-assemblies.
Here the idea is to study the level of stresses because the bouncing of the machine during transportation. It is thought this bouncing is generating different types of fractures on the machine. One of the components which presents fracture and material damage is the arm which connects the front part of the machine with the rear part of this one. On the right picture, we see a detail of this component that we'll need to study to get the stress level. In order to study this subassembly, we need to simplify our model so that we can focus on the interested area. To do so, we can isolate the model and replace the neighbor assembly using different simulation features. On the left, we'll need to replace the rear part of the machine using a restriction. On the right, of the boom assembly. On the bottom, we have the ground wheel machine interaction. And finally, at the top, we have the operator cabin must wait.
Right, and that's very common of what I do and how I do it. Now, I said earlier on that one of the reasons I do this, and it might seem like in the last three of these examples that we've used a lot more steps, and it's true. When you're using surfacing tools, you will find that at times you're using a lot more features. But the one thing you will have noticed that I did very, very little of, I used little if no sketches, and I did little or no dimensions. I didn't have to think about it, and I don't have to really worry about where these pieces are and how deep I have to do things or what I have to do. So it sometimes seems a long way around, and you might use a few more parts, but I find it a lot easier and a lot quicker. I don't have to think at all about some of those dimensions and some of the things that I have to would normally have to worry about if I was using a traditional sketch and cut.
All right. Now let's take a look at our last tool, which was the rubber mallet, right? And the rubber mallet in SOLIDWORKS, we know there's sometimes that we're just going to have to beat our design into submission, right? It's going to be ugly, but we need to just get it done. And so for those, we're going to use another combo tool, which is the split and combine tools. Split and combine. So in SolidWorks, we've got our design. We created our fillets through there. And I want to do that same ridge design over on the other side. But you know what? That was a lot of extruded bosses and patterns. And if I try mirroring it, doesn't seem like it's going to work exactly the way I want. Boy, there's got to be an easier way, especially with all those extra fillets and stuff. Is there an easier way to do this? And there is. It's the split and combine. So if only I could just divide this up and say, take this body and mirror it across. Well, we've got, it's all one body right now. So how do we slice and dice this all the way across? Well, if we've got our plane here, our top plane, we can create a reference plane. If we get these little arrows and hold our control key, we can drag to create a copy of a copy of a reference plane, which is or copy of a primary plane, which is a reference plane. And we'll create this, maybe 54, make sure it's intersecting the model where I want it to intersect. So there it is, intersecting right there. And we've got our reference plane right here. So here's a reference plane. We can use the primary planes as well, right? So we can say the front plane. And I'm going to use those planes under our feature, and we're going to use the split command. So tools, so under insert, features, split.
This is enhancement added to SolidWorks 2022. What happens here is that if I hover over a cylindrical face, it shows me the axis as well. So if you notice, I'm hovering over this, the curve of this mug, and it shows me the axis. I can move my cursor and easily select the axis. So if I move my cursor here, and I can easily select the axis of the curved surface. I'll show it again. I have this again, a curved surface. It shows me the axis. I can move my cursor and select the axis. Another cool feature that was added in this particular assembly, I have all the reference geometries turned off. But if I hover over one of the component and press Q, you get all the reference geometries of that particular component. I'll show it again. I hover over it, press Q. I see the primary planes, all my reference planes I added, the origin, the coordinate systems if I have some, all of those things show up. I can easily select, say I want to select this right plane and use it in any command or the way I want. I will show you one of the flow for using these reference geometry selection. So in this case, I want to mate the arm over here with this stand. So what I'll do is hover over this particular cylinder, select the axis, press Control key, hover over the other cylinder, press the axis.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for sticking with us. We are in the home stretch of day one. In about 27 minutes, we'll be heading over to the main stage for a wrap-up. We have one customer I really wanted to make sure and fit into day one. Let's run the intro video and see what Zach and Chairigami is all about. And then let's have a little chat with Zach.
This is Chairigami. This is Zach. This is Zach's cardboard furniture. Everyone loves Zach's cardboard furniture, and he loves to design it. He also loves to dance. Zach would really love to dance and design at the same time. but it doesn't always work out. And so Zach had a brilliant idea. He would create the standing desk, a desk where he could dance and design all at once. And look at him dance, and look at him design. Look at him dance and design at the same time. It's lightweight. It's durable. Watch out there, Zach. It's eco-friendly and sustainable. And it's easy to assemble. A standing desk. A table for all your dancing designing needs.
Zach, CEO, founder of Chairigami. Hey man, that's probably one of the best videos I've seen all day. That is great.
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Hey, so thanks for being here. Chairigami, obviously in the video we saw all sorts of cardboard furniture, the stand-up desk, you had a whole shop. That storefront, do you still have that in New Haven, Connecticut?
It is no longer. We are now in the cloud. Virtually, I think that's the new trend these days, but you can see everything online. We did have a store for 5 years, and it was an incredible place actually, because it was sort of a furniture lab and a design lab for me, where I would show customers and interview people in front, and then sort of design the furniture and make everything by hand and back. And that was kind of a place where I built this library of designs and really got inspired by the New Haven community to create it. So that was kind of the birthplace.
Oh man, it looks like a super fun place. Just go by and check out what you have going on. Kind of that artisan workshop feel. Can you take us back to before that storefront? Like, how did you get interested in cardboard carpentry, you call it on your website, and how did you get to like founding an actual company and doing this as a job?
Absolutely. So my junior year in college, I did an incredible internship at this nonprofit called Adaptive Design. And what they do is they actually work with children with disabilities and create furniture for schools or for homes. And so I spent a whole summer working there, learning cardboard carpentry and working with kids and designing, anything from a wheelchair tray to stepping stools for kids, with cerebral palsy, and really learning about the strength of cardboard and also the importance of involving people, involving families in the design process. And so, bringing up prototypes to the Upper East Side and iterating them on the fly, but cardboard really allows for that in terms of how strong it is and how versatile and how forgiving it is as a material. So I learned that from this job, and then came back from my senior year in college and designed basically a flat packing furniture systems, almost like Legos for furniture, and grew a company out of that, started a storefront, and kind of like the rest is history. So
that's amazing. What was one of your first designs? Like, I think the standing desk I know is kind of there in the beginning. I think you went through a Kickstarter.
Yes, exactly. So I can kind of show you that little prototype here. So
it's so cute.
When I make little models, this is kind of how I design all my furniture.
Yeah.
And of course it's all in draft site, basically made in 2D, and then flat packed, and then cut out, and then assembled. But I think one of my favorite first pieces that you saw the video on was the standing desk.
Yeah.
And I think it was a really beautiful piece because there weren't standing desks, especially at that time. And I think even now there aren't even out there that are so low cost and ways to sort of experiment and prototype. How do you build healthier work environments and make it super lightweight? It's also something you could as well. So we basically launched a Kickstarter back in 2014 and have since sold like thousands of standing desks and helping people sort of try that out and kind of convert them into standing desk supporters.
Yeah.
But it's been incredible. We've worked with anybody from, the Red Cross. We've done trade shows. We've worked with major brands like Google and Whole Foods and UPS, but it's been an incredible journey.
I want to come back to that working with other brands, and then we can show your website. Those little mock-ups, though, you mentioned draft site. When you think about a new piece you want to create, are you thinking in the flat pattern right away and how it's going to fold, or do you think in the 3D finish shape and then kind of unfold it like we do with a sheet metal design?
That's a great question. I think when I first started out, I was definitely thinking 3D and then flat packing it. But as I got used to it, and I think as you learn sort of a tool set and you learn a way of thinking, I just kind of skip right to the 2D design phase. So basically what I do is I think that the rocking chair is a really good sort of way to illustrate this point. But basically I design a flat 2D profile and then figure out what are the wraps that have to go around it. And most of my designs kind of are a variation of this sort of support and wrap configuration. And so I basically think of profiles in different directions. So the armchair has two different profiles, the front facing and then the side facing here. The rocking chair is just one side facing profile. And then design the wraps and the ways that it's going to kind of come together around that. But it's a really simple design, but the sort of theme and variations are endless. And I love that because, anybody can see how the furniture works. When you look at it, you can sort of assemble it in, under a minute, but it's also super strong. And so it kind of forces everyone to reconsider sustainability and cardboard and what materials they're working with every day and what's even strong.
I love how you're talking about let's people try it out like a standing desk, because you don't know, maybe you don't want to invest in that and having a nice cardboard piece, try it out. Or, I don't know much about the furniture industry, but I imagine there's a hint of fast furniture out there where you do want to change it up or you're moving a lot. That's really cool because you just take that down and recycle it if you don't want to move it.
Exactly. And I think the original inspiration, the central need that really inspired me in the beginning was watching all my friends who were always moving in college. Every year they put their stuff in storage and bring it back into the dorm rooms, and thinking about furniture that would be flexible and that would move with you and be mobile. And not sort of kill your back as you were moving it was really important. But I didn't realize that it wouldn't just apply to college students, but it would apply to like pop-up events or trade shows or even schools, because not only does it allow you to prototype your space, but allows you to sort of customize it. And we've had people that have hacked their standing desks to make them, music producing standing desks with inset keyboards or putting in sewing machines. So it really is almost like a blank slate for you to customize your workspace.
And I could see taking notes all over it or coloring it, painting it. I mean, and you wouldn't care about quote unquote ruining it because it's a piece of cardboard. So allows a lot of customization. Do you limit yourself? I don't know if it's like a 4x8 sheet like it is in plywood, but there's obviously a big stock size. Do you limit yourself? Like I want everything to be one of those as much as possible.
That is exactly. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about this design process is that I think you are more creative in constraints.
Yes.
And one of my constraints is I have my sheets come in 4x8 sheets. So every one of my design has to fit really efficiently within that area, and then also maximize the use of that area really efficiently so that we're not wasting material, and so that when I produce the designs, it's really easy to flat pack them and assemble them into kits. And so I'm always thinking about how does this fit onto a sheet? How does this use material most efficiently? And then how is this really easy to have a team manufacturer, but also customers assemble it? So you're really thinking about the product from throughout the whole journey of how it goes from manufacturing to even recycling in the end.
I think it's amazing how much variety you can take out of one sheet of cardboard. I mean, I would look at that cardboard and I would see a box. So that's really cool what you're able to do. We actually have a Chairigami, like love seat or bench, I'm not sure what you call it, right next door in the room next to us. We were going to bring it in, and the team said, no, that's going to mess with our cameras and our lights. But yeah, there we go. We got a picture on it earlier. I don't know if you can see the screen, but I like it. It's
so
it's very stunning.
So glad you're rocking it.
Yeah, I kind of want to try the rocking chair. I do like a good rocking chair, but I love the look of it. How you have those exposed edges in profile where those fold-in points are. Awesome, man. And I imagine you've learned a lot about strength of materials, like how bending it in a certain direction makes it stronger. And I do want to show my screen if you guys want to bring that up, because you've gotten into booths, pop-up events, and I imagine like the Stanford case study, I was just reading through that. I mean, you have thousands of people, so you got to be now thinking about strength, durability across a whole event.
Absolutely. And I think for this example, you can also see the furniture actually has a white vinyl covering on it, which makes it really easy to print. And design logos. And I think we did some of that for you guys as well. But it's just basically a blank slate for customization. But in terms of strength, I mean, the name is Chairigami, and I've always been inspired by by origami since I was a kid. And really understanding folding principles and how you can take a flimsy thing like paper and you can add some folds and it becomes extremely rigid and extremely strong. And so a lot of those same design principles I've carried over into Chairigami, and using those folds to achieve strength. Like for instance, I can show you right here on the standing desk design, just simply by folding this triangle, gives it incredible strength. This becomes almost like a triangular prism that supports the whole work surface. But I've always been interested in folding and origami, and I think that's really one incredible principle of this whole thing, is that you can flat pack and create everything from a two-dimensional sheet, but you can achieve great three-dimensional strength by just adding a couple simple folds in the right place. I think the balance is, you don't want to overcomplicate it and create too many folds or too many, lines, because you want to make it really easy to assemble, but you also want to have that strength so you can achieve, someone can sit on it, or you can put heavy stuff on a shelf.
I really like these ladder shelves. I mean, that's so trendy right now. On the wood side. Oh man, I love, so you're getting into not just these desks, but I see the pop-up events, like a pop-up talk show. I mean, this is right up our alley. We could have set this up, as a sustainable on location set. This is awesome, man.
Well, and I think the bigger goal here also is not to design furniture, but help people prototype their spaces. We've worked with a lot of classrooms. We've worked with even design studios who are saying, hey, maybe we're not going to, make cardboard furniture part of our space eventually, but this is a good way to figure out what we need and how we're using the space and what's important to us in terms of figuring out how to use it. Like for Stanford, actually, I designed these large sofas for the design school, and worked with the classes, and then worked with students to figure out how are we using these sofas during classes, and how are we making them sort of part of this theater of the classroom. And I think the cardboard furniture really helped bring it down to a level where everybody could have input in that process and figure out, hey, how do we design this furniture together, and how is it like this open source it sort of for the school, so that they could feel part of that design process. And that was super important in helping them design the sofas.
That's it's such a great expanded mission, helping an organization prototype spaces, allow them to be more ecological and pop-up events. What's next? What's the latest and greatest for Chairigami in 2022, and what do you imagine your future to be?
That's a great question. I think I am most passionate about education, and I think what really inspires me is, especially in the early years, seeing all the kids come in to Chairigami and really get so fascinated by how does this cardboard so strong, and how is it like in my recycling bin, but also can be furniture. So I think developing educational kits and tutorials and basically classroom curriculum that can help kids and teachers learn and develop creative confidence through cardboard, and sort of building cardboard robots or cardboard furniture or cardboard accessories that really hit it home, and then allow kids to take everyday materials from their environment and build and create with it in a way that inspires them and kind of empowers them. And so I think I'd love to keep this furniture business, but sort of move into the realm of education and really help kids create with an everyday material.
I think that's a great ambition. Thank you so much for sharing that. By the way, do you know, is it true, speaking of origami, can you only fold a piece of paper in half, was it 7 times?
I have heard that, yeah. It's really, really hard because, every time you fold it again, it just goes exponentially sort of thicker and it can't fold around that. So it is really difficult. I haven't tried it personally, but I've watched a bunch of videos and it is very, very hard. I think the world record, is like 7, but it took toilet paper that was like, a mile long or something. So I
think it was like a Mr. Wizard I saw, way back in childhood. Have you ever thought of it? I'm just thinking about how artistic these look, in their design. Have you ever had anyone who wants to have you make this out of like a sheet metal, maybe for an exterior, or have you dabbled in metal at all with these same shapes?
I haven't. That's a really interesting idea. No, the farthest I've sort of taken it is corrugated plastic. We were looking at doing some outdoor furniture that would be able to hold up against rain and some of the elements, but not yet. Still in the works. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Zach Rotholtz, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck with Chairigami. And hopefully,
thank you so much.
Yeah, enjoy 3D Experience World. If you haven't checked it out, there's a lot of breakouts on Draft Site. I think there's 17 of them. And then, all sorts of simulation and photo rendering, all sorts of tools that maybe you haven't seen. So check out the website if you have a chance.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Take care, Zach. Thanks for coming on Solidworks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. Sean, 421.
Brian.
We've only been going 8 hours. This is great.
It's okay. We're gonna go 8 more.
We're only a third of the Slug Me.
Slug Me has nothing on it.
They're like, you guys have it easy. You guys get to do 24 hours across 3 days. You get a potty break.
That's wimps.
Oh, man. So we're just waiting to tune over into the main stage, into the daily wrap. What was your favorite part of today?
I knew you were going to ask that. I knew you were going to ask that.
I told you I was going to ask that. So what do you think?
That's hard. It's funny. Chris Ruffo from Lenovo, he said it's like asking you to pick one of your favorite kids. Kind of feel like you're asking me to do that right now.
Okay. I only have one kid, so that's easy.
Yeah, so it's easy for you, right?
But also that means they're the least favorite. Winner, loser.
Yeah, so there are no losers here, but I would answer. I think my favorite part was talking to the 3D Experience Lab accelerator members, Dynacardia and Lobster Lift.
Yeah,
like we talked about it earlier on live, but just that sort of feeling that you get when you see someone who's looking to solve like a huge real world problem, and to see that they're on the cusp of a leap, and they have other leaps to come, right? Like we talked about that, like things that get built out and amplified, but to see like these companies at their very sort of beginnings, where they're making progress, it's looking hopeful. I thought that was amazing, and to hear how they're using tools that we all use, like everyone using the stream uses to develop their products and make what they do better. I thought that was amazing.
That resonates with me. Make what you do better. I mean, everyone is here because we want to be better at what we do. We want to have a better perspective on the world we live in and the products that are happening around us, or the technology. It's everyone's here because they care about themselves and those around us. So I think what I'm really taking away after day one, and I'm really floored by this, is just really inspired, energized. GP said it really well. All of us, when we put on World, and maybe a lot of you that come to World, there's so much rejuvenation that happens here, and you leave inspired to just go do whatever you want to do, but do more of it and be bigger with it and be bolder. And I feel that after today. I hope we captured that, and I hope we shared with you all out there through our different guests and through general session, main stage, a lot of that energy, a lot of that inspiration. I would say my top part, though, because I got to go and make those breakout TV segments. Yep. I got to watch. I kind of got lost in it, but I was watching hours and hours of breakouts last week, like sneak preview style. I think it's amazing. There are so many sessions in there, and these are just experts at what they do, whether they're application engineers, end users, our internal product managers. There's nothing you can't learn in a 3D Experience World breakout. So again, everyone, if you haven't yet 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com. Register. We have breakouts tomorrow. We have breakouts Wednesday, and you can start rewatching the ones from today. So take advantage of that, because that knowledge is just there for the taking. And that's probably what also I like talking to Dr. O, if you couldn't tell. Really like the guy.
Couldn't tell.
Yeah.
I think it was your longest interview of the day.
Yeah. He's so easy to talk to. And I appreciate that, because he is really excited to share what he's learned, share his story. And, he said something really important. It wasn't an expected answer, but I asked him about reading and how important that is, because in his book, he's talking about reading, and he read the whole encyclopedia, and obviously that set him up for being curious about all these topics. He's like, yeah, you can go online and watch videos. The fact is, knowledge is out there everywhere.
Yeah.
And this is a perfect example. 3D Experience World. Check it out.
Right. Yeah. You think about it, even the connectivity that it has to a lot of what we heard today, a lot of what we've talked about, right? We've throughout the duration of SolidWorks and even Dassault Systèmes, we're usually thinking about companies that are using software, right? And like you guys, right? And are making amazing things. But now we're talking about makers, and we're getting into things like Home by Me and other projects. And we're in a lot of these cases talking about, different solutions that are accessible, way more accessible than they were when I was a kid, right? Like you think about 3D Experience SolidWorks for makers. No, that certainly, we did not have access to that kind of stuff. And we're seeing that across the board, I think, in numerous industries. So when you talk to a guy like Dr. Hakeem and the effect that it can have on him in this sort of exceptional way, and now we sort of extend that, right? We think about how many more people, as we make these tools more accessible, can reap the benefits of that sort of thing. I think it's just amazing.
Just checking with the chat. Thanks for everyone who was sticking with us in the
for sure.
chat. Although it quieted down, which I hope means that you're all being studious in your breakouts, taking your notes.
We got everyone to register. That was our problem.
We did our job. We emptied the live show. That was the goal. But if you're sticking around, thank you so much. We look forward to doing this the next couple days. Tomorrow's going to be a huge day. We're going to be having a pre-show again in the morning, and then we're going to tune into general session. Day 2, it's a lot about what's coming on the R&D front. We'll hear from Manish, who we learned today, SolidWorks CEO.
Yeah.
So we're going to hear from him. Then we'll have him, hopefully grab him in the hallway, drag him into the live studio.
It's the new tradition with our executives. They're here. They're getting pulled in.
I love it.
Right.
We're gonna dip in with some other customers. We got Hal from Exo Volar. Tomorrow we're gonna check in with Marie Blanchard.
Yep.
Awesome. Do a Waltham walk-in.
Waltham walk-in.
I want to see a Waltham waltz-in.
Waltz-in.
So you got all night to study videos and learn the waltz.
Okay. As soon as we're done with this wrap-up, we have a big room here. I got a nice practice room.
We're going to check in with a bunch of customers. We got Jeff Holfeld, Vice President of Northern Industrial Manufacturing. They make super high precision shims washers. And as I was talking to him and learning about that, I'm like, this is a lot more interesting than I thought. Because it's really mission critical for automotive suppliers. We're going to talk to Leah Misty West, Mark and Jesse, Center for Advanced Design, Bruce and Daryl from Stark Systems. We're going to explore the shop floor again with Buchli, learn about collaboration. We're going to get the latest from Formlabs. We're going to meet with the Swuggen Award winners. We're going to check in with Dr. Tobias Brett of Rock Farm. What else are we going to do? We're going to get under the hood. SolidWorks R&D. We've got a waltz in tomorrow with Mark Johnson and Patrick Gallagher.
Love it. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I have deliberately not gone to the hardware certification lab, which is where we're going to go.
Okay.
For part of that segment, just because I want to feel it. I want to feel it as you guys feel it live. It's a very important place. We actually use it productively. We don't just have like all these machines, which would be great to see. We actually use it to, make our products more usable, more stable for all of you guys. So I am super excited to check that out and hang out with Mark and Patrick.
I love it. We're going to check in with John Martorano and Gian Calise about Model Mania. If you guys haven't done the 3D Experience Model Mania Challenge, head on over, check it out. You have about 24 more hours to submit your best wheel rim design, and then we'll be judging those after hours Tuesday and announcing the winners of 3 Model Mania contests on Wednesday. The desktop Model Mania that we had Jenn talking about, that ran at 1. Hopefully you guys did well. Heard we have over 200 entries. We'll be looking at 3DX Model Mania and then the Student Challenge as well. So it's going to be a huge day. tomorrow we have to get some good sleep tonight. So maybe that's one advantage of virtual world is there's not 1,000 of our friends and community members and champions and swagging groups and resellers and everyone else, all our friends we see. I mean, it's sad because it's like the one time a year we do get together, but I'm going to probably sleep a lot more and have fewer world sodas tonight than
world sodas. I like how you term that. Right. Yeah. There's always a way to get in trouble wherever you are. But certainly
that sounds like a challenge.
Yeah, maybe.
Although
maybe it was as we wrap up. But no, it's true. And certainly, you know, we heard GP say it. I think actually in the first conversation that we had, you know, right before we launched our pre-show, the intention's fully to get back in person, like ASAP.
Yeah.
But yeah. If you want to have a Zoom party tonight, you know, certainly be our guest.
I thought I was going to get out of him like where World was, you know. He was all
close.
caught up in the moment. I was asking him.
He almost slipped.
Although Mike Puckett told me he knows where the next 5 years are.
Wow.
So I don't know. We got to
What kind of clearance does he have?
I don't know. That's I thought we had clearance as live hosts,
should.
But my gosh, we don't even know.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's Wednesday, typically end of general session.
Yep.
At 10:30 or so. All right, folks. Thank you so much for being part of SolidWorks Live, for being part of 3D Experience World 2022 with both of us. We're ready to cut on over to the main stage and check in with Tracy and have her wrap up for the day. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. for the pre-show and then the general session, day 2 at 9 a.m.
See you
Have
then.
a great night.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome, everyone. I hope you had an amazing first day at 3D Experience World 2022. I know I did. While we can't be together in person, it is still great to be able to connect with other SolidWorks and 3D Experience Works users from around the world. Now, even though everything was online, day 1 of 3D Experience World was still packed. So now that today has come to a close, let's all pause, take a breath, and give ourselves a moment to think back on this amazing day. Okay, are you ready? So let's rewind and take a look at our amazing day 1 highlights, as well as a preview of what's to come. We kicked off the conference with a general session, focusing on the people and businesses who make the 3D Experience Work ecosystem and the technologies that will transform our future for the better. During general sessions, Paolo Bassi went on an innovation quest around Boston. He also shared some of the problems solved by today's 3D Experience Works, the innovation platform for the future, and ways the portfolio will help customers continue to meet more complex design challenges. Bernard Charlès shared how 3D is a universal language spoken by everyone. The 3D revolution includes companies moving from product thinking to experience thinking, and makers who are dreaming about what's possible. Our collective imagination fuels human progress, bringing ideas into sustainable existence. Philippe Laufer interviewed La Machine about the amazing projects, including the Heron Street project. Like their other creations, it is a blending of mechanical and life, animals, and machines. It is a stunning experience of artistry and engineering, and I really hope to get to see it in person one day. General session culminated with astrophysicist Dr. O, who spent his life seeking to uncover the mysteries of the universe. He gave us a behind-the-scenes look at the research he has devoted his life to, touching on the concept of time and the power of the mind. His story is fascinating, and I love how he teaches engineering to mass audiences with Baking Impossible. And I'm sure eating all that cake is kind of fun too. Well, there was so much more going on at 3D Experience World this year, but don't worry if you missed something. We'll have replays available on virtual event platform. All sessions will be available within 48 hours of the broadcast time. General session replays will be available at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for everyone in Asia Pacific, and then added to the virtual event platform to watch on demand. Now, during the course of 3D Experience World, you will be able to attend more than 235 breakout sessions. They are an opportunity for everyone to actively participate, ask presenter questions in real time, and delve deeper into certain topics. Make sure to add your favorite session to your agenda now and plan in advance. SolidWorks and 3D CAD design is a huge part of 3D Experience world, but there is so much more for you to explore. So let's take a look at some more of the more unique sessions that are taking place this year. We have over 35 DelmiaWorks training sessions. These sessions cover applications and best practices of key areas that will help take your knowledge of DelmiaWorks, manufacturing, and ERP to the next level. And we didn't forget about 2D design. DraftSite has 17 industry experts that will share how digital transformation is driving innovation, focus on the evolution of design and manufacturing solutions, show what's new in 2022, and so much more. And the 3D Experience Playground opened today. It is one of my favorite places to visit during this event. And this year, I gave my feet a rest and I explored from my couch. The virtual playground features several zones. There is the Dassault Systèmes Hub, where you can explore 3D Experience works by product domain, design, governance, ERP, manufacturing for production, and simulation. You can also learn general information about the 3D Experience platform. You can go for a walk on the shop floor and take a virtual tour with different designers and manufacturing customers. These customers are innovating and pushing the boundaries of automation and technology. You can get smart in the education zone. This is the space where students of all ages showcase their incredible projects and where you can learn more about the 3D Experience EDU universe. A new addition to the playground this year is the Maker Zone. Here you can explore the realm of digital fabrication and experience the energy and passionate makers from across the world. We also have the 3D Experience Lab Zone, where you can learn about and connect with the Fab Lab and maker community to build a better, more sustainable world. And of course, there is a perennial favorite, Model Mania. That is the place to show off your modeling skills and win up to $500 in prizes. This year, Model Mania is split into 3 different challenges. There's the SolidWorks Challenge, the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge, and the 3D Experience Student Challenge. Here's how it works. Back for its 23rd year, the Model Mania SolidWorks Challenge is the contest where participants are given a drawing and are asked to model a part using SolidWorks software and then run a simulation. The participants who accurately model and analyze the part the fastest win awesome prizes. For the Model Mania SolidWorks Cloud Challenge, participants use the 3D Creator and 3D Sculptor design roles on 3D Experience platform to design a custom wheel in their own personal style. Then they publish a high-quality image of the design in Model Mania 2022 community and the 3D Swim. So check it out throughout the conference to see all the amazing designs. Now this year, the students are showing off their design skills and agility with 3D Experience Student Challenge. The participants are replicating a 2D design in 3D using 3D Designer for Education as quickly and accurately as possible. Submissions were open during the month of January and consisted of an unedited screen recording of the recreation from start to finish. So don't miss your chance to compete. Check out Model Mania today and see what challenges we've cooked up for this year. Now, you want to make sure you stay tuned also because our winners will be announced on day 3. Because everything is virtual at 3D Experience World 2022, we are thrilled to welcome an excitingly diverse group of makers, designers, students, CAD managers, engineers, and more from across the globe. You have the opportunity to connect with this truly global audience of like-minded professionals at the meetup sessions. Meetups were a huge part of the success of last year's event, and this year we have even more. So thinking about our global audience, this year we have dedicated meetups for users from around the world in different languages. Today, we had a meetup in Chinese. Tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have 2 non-English meetups in Russian and Italian. And on Wednesday at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have a meetup in Turkish. We're also hosting 8 Hive Hangouts throughout the conference. These are speed networking activities where attendees can make connections at the event. So check them out in the session catalog and see where you want to hang out. You won't want to miss How to Make Things Worth Making, a power-packed fireside chat with Tony Fidel, Nest founder and future Shape principal, in conversation with Frederic Vacher, head of innovation at Dassault Systèmes 3D Experience Lab. And like last year, everyone who attends this all-digital 3D Experience World is invited to join a friendly competition with your colleagues to see who comes out on top of our game leaderboard. To earn points, simply attend sessions, complete surveys, visit our partners' booths, and tour the 3D Experience Playground. Points and trophies earned will be displayed in your personalized dashboard. Check back frequently for real-time updates and to see how you're measuring up compared to your colleagues. Who will get the most decorated dashboard? I can't wait to see. Now, if you're looking for another way to connect with your colleagues, you can join 3D Experience World in a whole new way with SolidWorks Live, with your hosts, Brian Zayas and Sean O'Neill. So tune in at any time during the conference hours and immerse yourself in all the aspects of what makes 3D Experience World great. We have interviews, behind-the-scenes action, panel discussions, and much, much more planned for all 3 days. And here's something really cool about SolidWorks Live. Every day at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will go to a video feed direct from the shop floor, showcasing some incredible manufacturing in real time. And don't forget the SolidWorks Live replay from day one, featuring the core podcast with Kirby Downey and Johnny Harrison, who are both SolidWorks champions and SolidWorks user group leaders. During this podcast, Kirby and Johnny took over the SolidWorks Live feed, and audience members got to hear the virtual hallway hangout conversations they had with fellow community members. And over these 3 days, we get to join in with the tech guys, and don't miss this demo. This year, we're following the story of 2 employees, Mark and Michael, who have been tasked with creating the SolidWorks 2023 technology preview. However, they had a little trouble getting started. The voice assist on Michael's new phone seems to have a mind of its own and keeps distracting him with these popular videos. He was able to view the power of SolidWorks Cloud app with the Rob Boss in The Joy of Designing, gain deep insights on clouds with B-Sauce, and catch up on the latest version of SolidWorks Connected, and enjoy Jason saving the day for his Ninja Turtle collection. But the deadline for Mark and Michael is quickly approaching. Will they be able to finish the job in time? Tune in tomorrow to find out what happens next. Do you have questions about 3D Experience World or one of the breakout sessions? Don't worry, we have answers. Be sure to check out our dedicated 3D Experience World communities, and you can find them under the Communities tab on the top navigation on the event platform. There's the Breakout Sessions Q&A community, which was created to support breakout sessions, attendees, and presenters. This is the place where all 3D Experience World attendees are welcome to learn, engage, and share knowledge. And if you find you are in need of assistance, check out 3D Experience World Support Hub. This is your spot to have all your questions answered and get any support for any issues you may encounter. Whew, that was a packed day. And those are just some of the highlights of day one from 3D Experience World 2022. So be sure to join us tomorrow for another day of engineering, design, manufacturing, inspiration, and fun. I'll see you soon.